doing a video on. It's probably in February. I think we're going to stick to January being about newbies trying to get involved in the industry. But if you are a part of our Patreon Discord, we have a whole channel there for video topic ideas where we share ideas. I tell you guys kind of what we're working on, where it's going to end up, and what the plans are for the future of the channel. Shotgunner says only Patreons get feet pics. That's correct. Patreon, the Discord members did get a free feet pic yesterday, or a no added charge feet pic, I should say. There's a lot, and yeah, we saw Bamboo obviously do well. We saw Anchor put out a pretty serious Kickstarter, but then get the hell beaten out of them by creators like Linus Tech Tips for their lack of data security on their EFI cameras, their UFI, I don't know how the hell they spell it. But a lot has gone on, right? And the Anchor make, even though it did better on Kickstarter, has been absolutely demolished by Bamboo Lab. Bamboo has kind of changed the industry and is valid proof that people are tired of Ender 3 clones. Now, before I get into the expected Bamboo hate, I should point out that I believe overall, whether Bamboo succeeds or fails, that their printer is good for the community. Let's wind this back a few years when Intel was the only company making processors. We hadn't seen AMD make a processor since the FX series, and let's be real, those are pretty terrible. Intel was doing very minor iterations to their platform to where it didn't make sense to upgrade, right? I was running a 4770K all the way up through like early 2021, right? Because it worked and I couldn't really afford anything else. AMD comes onto the market with their Ryzen processors and absolutely wipes the floor with Intel. And now all of a sudden, Intel is forced to compete. Because if they don't compete, they're destined to fail. This is Bamboo Lab. Bamboo Lab is AMD. And companies like Prusa are Intel. And if you don't think that Prusa is looking at making improvements because of Bamboo, I would guess we're all wrong. Right? It's an interesting thing. Now, I happen to know a beta tester. I actually know a couple of people that are beta testing the XL, and parts are looking pretty good. I'm seeing that. Jellybomb said, did I see the guy that combined ink with filament? I don't know what incorporation you're talking about with filament, but no, I haven't. So there's that. But yes, I want to be clear that the XL is a good printer, and I am getting one. I'm still on the fence about Bamboo. Although I will say, kudos to them. They implemented Cura's brand new support algorithm for the thin tree supports pretty much overnight. So, A+. You really can't harp that. But I just wish they would put as much people into their software team, or as much people into their hardware support team as they have into their software team. I see people with hardware problems that are very clearly a QC issue that Bamboo just doesn't really respond to. So, but again, I believe that this is a good move for the community. Companies are now forced to look at value rather than cost, right? We don't want to see cheap Ender clones anymore. Nobody wants to see them. As a reviewer, I don't want to see them anymore. But we now have machines like the Solval SV06, which I now have 2 of, which is interesting. Oh, when it appears that I am doing that freezy frame thing again. Give me just a second. Yeah, that's going to be a problem, isn't it? I'm going to take you. And there's really not much I can do. All right. Well, I'm sorry if you guys experience buffering. It is not intended. My apologies. Anyways, as we move through into 23, we see that Ender clones are moving away. People don't want them anymore. While we still like the Bedslinger style of the Enders, we don't necessarily want the cheap price. We want value. And the Solval SV06, of which I think I was getting to, that I have two of them now. One that was provided to me by a buddy, and one that was sent to me by Solval, and the boxes are different. So if you're not subscribed, get subscribed, because we are going to be doing an unboxing of that live. We see printers like the Elegoo Neptune 3 Pro, Plus, and Max that are bringing value as well as a low price. The days of buying an Ender 3 for like 150 to 200 bucks is really not worth it to me anymore. I'd rather spend the money on something like a Solval or an Elegoo Neptune 3 Pro and not have to do the upgrades like a bed leveling probe, flex PEI plate and that kind of thing. On the Elegoo, you still do have to, you still do have to, sorry. Well, you still do have to put a all metal hot end into it. So that is something to note, that you will need an all metal hot end. But yes, yeah, if you guys are trying to send links, make sure to DM it to either myself or to a mod. They'll be able to post the link in the chat. If it is a TikTok link, I will not open it. I do not use TikTok, period. If you see us on TikTok, it is not me. It is one of the staff. So if you do send us stuff on TikTok, I don't look at it. It's not happening. It's data mining. And if you think it's anything other than that, you're wrong. Anyways. The value proposition has gone away from just cheap printers, and I think that's going to continue. I think we're going to see companies being forced to do better and not just cheaper, right? Don't get me wrong, I think the $100 Micro Center Ender 3 is going to continue to sell well, because I think at $100, it's a pretty tough thing to look beyond. But I don't believe that we're going to see much in terms of cheap come out. It's been obviously proven with Bamboo, both with the X1 Carbon and the P1P, that people don't mind spending a little bit of extra money to get a better value of a printer. Now, I will be curious to see how the P1P holds up. It's basically a stripped down X1 Carbon where value engineering could be done. It was done. So I'm all about that. I am all about that value engineering. But does it make sense from a business perspective for those that want to get a printer to have to now 3D print their own side panels and that kind of stuff? It seems like it might be more work than it's worth. So, grain of salt that one, if you will. Looking further, I see that we go into more value, right? Printers are going to start coming with flex plates. They're going to start coming with filament runout sensors, which is funny because the Solval doesn't have one. But they're going to start coming with filament runout sensors. And we're going to see better boards. My best guess for 2023 is if we continue with this Cartesian Ender 3 style build of 3D printers, we move into better motherboards, right? A lot of companies have gone into doing 32-bit boards already, and we have Clipper and some of the other systems out there that assist in this, right? But I think we're going to see more printers come with its stock. That is going to be a thing. And yes, as Christoph Palmer is saying, that there is a banner on the Top Purse's website to do a survey on the successor for the Mark III. If it wasn't obvious to you, the Mark III is a little bit old. It's 5 years old now. And it's why I get a little bit frustrated when people compare a 5-year-old printer to the Bamboo. 5-year-old, 5-month-old. Yeah, it's not as sexy, it's not as new, it's not as all this, but it's a proven, dedicated, trusted workhorse. So, Take that with whatever you might like. Oh, okay. The $99 Ender 3 Pro has a 32-bit board, just not silent drivers. Thank you, Nicholas. And hey, welcome to the channel. Appreciate you coming in. I don't know what Prusa will do, but I do know that a Clipper style is pretty much guaranteed. Now with Marlin supporting all this motion control systems that you get out of Clipper, this vibration control and everything like that, input shaping, I think is what they call it. That to me is really where we move. Speed is more valued at this point than anything else. So I think we see a lot of that. I think we see a lot of companies really pushing extra speed. But I don't see them competing on price, right? Elegoo has notoriously been the brand to just undercut everybody. But they're not really doing that anymore. They did it. They got their footholding. And I think that they're now realizing that cutthroat margins don't make a good business plan. You really do have to look at something that is more beneficial in the long term for you as a company. And that's not necessary. Jeez, my computer. All right, I'm going to... It's doing a backup, and it always does a backup at this time. And it frustrates me because I can't pause the backup. So I apologize if you guys see me freeze for a little bit. But if I kill the backup... Do I kill the backup or do I pause it? Let me open it. Give me just a second, guys. I'm sorry. It's bothering me when I see myself freeze. And this happens every week because my backups happen at this time. My backups happen on Mondays. Thank you, Madcap. All right, let's see. Let me see if I can pause this. No, it doesn't look like it. I can either stop the entire, I can stop the entire backup, or I can't. That's fun. Sorry, guys. We're going to deal with it for a bit. Anyways, if you are hanging out with us live, make sure to like the stream as well. Greatly appreciate it. But I think Elegoo is moving away from being the cheap guy on the block, right? We can see them moving toward machines with higher prices, right? The Ender 3... Oh, God, Ender 3. The Elegoo Neptune 3 Max is $500, $479. But it's huge. 420, nice. By 420, by 500. That's a big, big bed slinger. Probably too big for most people. So I would like to believe, and this is my prediction, that we will see more companies come out with better value on the printers than we will see for cheap. I believe that the consumer is more focused on that value than they are focused on that price. Like those of you that have bought a Bamboo maybe had an Ender 3 beforehand. Think about the price of it. How many Ender 3s can you get for a Bamboo X1 carbon? It's something like 10 or close to it, right? It's a lot of Ender 3s. Gregory Pfeiffer says, that's an insane bed slinger. Did they at least use linear rails instead of V-wheels? No, they did not. I would like to see people move away from V-wheels, but I believe V-wheels are here to stay. The reason is they're quiet. V-wheels are very, very quiet. Compared to ball bearings, they are way quieter. And with people buying 3D printers for kids, and people putting 3D printers in their rooms where they live, not just dedicated spaces like I have, they don't want the noise, which is funny to me because the Bamboo is incredibly loud. JTTV says, people buy $1,000 phones. Buying a $1,000 printer is not crazy if it's good. Value. Companies are now competing on that value proposition, and it's no secret that Prusa is making that successor to the Mark III platform. Now that the XL is pretty much all but signed, sealed, and delivered, it's time for them to look at a successor. Now, the nice thing, and hopefully we have some faith here, because Prusa has promised it, that we will see some adjustments in the pricing of their machines and the upgrade path. I'm expecting the successor to the Mark IV to be announced this year, but I don't suspect it will come out at all until maybe Q4 of 2023. Prusa, with the release of the XL, has put a lot of time, effort, and money into it, and I don't think they'd want to shadow the XL with something else. I think we would see an iteration of the Mini before we see a successor to the Mark III platform. Because we're done with iterations of the Mark III. We're now moving into we're now moving into something with more backing to it, I guess. I don't know if that makes sense or not. Spurlock says, look at how much it costs to upgrade an Ender 3 to a Prusa quality or even Bamboo P1P. Quality and speed are two different things. I do not believe that an Ender is stiff enough to run at the speeds that a Bamboo runs. I don't believe a Prusa is either. Not reliably. But they certainly don't have the cooling for it. But to me, it's never been about speed, right? Which is funny because we charge by the hour when it comes to 3D printing as well as materials. But I don't want people to get ahead of themselves and say, oh, all I care about is speed. Yeah, a 17-minute benchy is cool. Like, no one's going to get you down on that. But I'd rather have a benchy that looks really, really good and is strong, but isn't pushing the boundaries of what I can extrude my filament at. So be careful there as well. Oh, we actually peaked at 50 people. Hey, welcome everybody to the chat. I saw we had 51 people. We've been getting more than 50 people every stream, which is really cool. Thank you guys for showing up for these ones. Obviously, subscribe if you haven't, and like the stream if you don't mind. So I believe that while I might be hesitant about Bamboo, and I do believe it's a ton of money, I believe they're going to provide a lot of value to the community, if nothing else, than to scare competitors into doing better, which is only beneficial for the consumer. Looking at price trends, I don't think we're going to be tickling the $200 mark much anymore. I think we're going to see people pushing towards FDM printers to be faster and come with more features, which means they're more willing to pay a bit of a premium for those features so that they don't have to install them themselves. Factory installed option is better than one you have to do yourself 99 times out of 100. And on top of that, you also don't have to deal with any of the BS that comes along with it, like voiding warranties. So be careful about those kinds of things. When looking at the price points, I see more companies sending out printers closer to the $600 or $700 mark. It appears that is the mark that goes from entry-level consumer printer. All right. I am Jellybomb267, if you keep posting that, I will ban you from the chat. Please stop doing that. If you would like me to see something, you can either DM it to one of the mods here in the chat, or you can DM it to me on Twitter. If it is a TikTok link, I will not watch it. Please stop doing that. Anyways, I hate when people spam the chat, but hey, welcome to YouTube, right? When we look at price points, that $700 price point to me is the difference between your first printer and the printers you actually use. How many of you have a $200 printer that just kind of sits and collects dust, where you have a more expensive printer or one that you've put more money into, right, to make it above that $200 price point, that is now your baby? It is your everyday. It is the printer that you use all the time. I would assume it's quite a lot of you. I'm the same way. Right? I literally have set some of my first printers on fire that cost me $400 back in the day. By the way, that printer's going to get set on fire again. So if you like when I set things on fire and have really cringy, but also slightly clickbaity intros, get subscribed. We're going to be testing the Wham Bam Cloud, their fire suppression system, and I'm very excited to give that thing a shot, because it's either going to work or the entire enclosure for this printer is going to catch fire because, oh yeah, I'm going to enclose a printer that is on fire in wood. Because, you know, I like that kind of thing. I like messing around. As Spurlock says, Florida man has got a Florida man. That's right, I got a Florida man. It's been a while since I've had a bit of a Florida man thing. But yes, I believe we're going to see that price point jump up. I think we're still going to have those budget competitors, and I think Elegoo, Creality, and Anycubic are going to be the ones that really move that wheel and see where we can get in terms of the value proposition. But now that it's been proven that people are willing to spend more money, once they get a better of a foothold in the industry, I think we're going to see that happen more often. And what I would like to see when that occurs is companies really pushing the boundaries for their motherboards. Everybody using the same motherboard, while it is useful, well, someone's calling the company. Let's see who it is. It's a spam. If companies want to continue to make amazing machines, I believe they also have to really work on their motherboards, right? Just pulling a 32-bit board off of the shelf and slapping it into a printer is not good enough anymore. Just having a generic bottom of the barrel slicer is not good enough anymore. Giving a old outdated version of Cura without profiles is not good enough anymore. People want to see the value that gets this thing closer to a plug-and-play device. If we want to see 3D printers get mass adopted, they have to become as close to plug-and-play as possible. I see we have Worst Peter and John Stern hanging out. How you guys doing as well? Welcome, everybody, of course, to the stream. And by the way, put your predictions in the chat, and what we can do is we can revisit this in a year and see where we were at. Because we might be good, we could be wrong, who knows? But let's move into materials. PLA is a great material, but it's old. It's not sexy. We've seen co-extrusions and tri-extrusions do incredibly well. And while the vast majority of people that come and buy filament from me want black, white, or gray, I think we're going to see more companies push closer to what we see coming out of Protopasta. Amazing, crazy colors that just look really, really good. I love Protopasta. Their filament is amazing, but it is a little pricey. And the average user is not going to spend that kind of money on it unless they really want something like the Nebula, which, while expensive, is pretty much the only way to get that really, really amazing looking filament. I think we're going to see less kit builds. We're going to see more open box, maybe 2 screws, you have a working printer, right? Where it's even pre-wired. All you have to do is just set the frame up. We're going to see more Core XYs, but they're all going to be looking at running higher temp materials. PLA is good, but as a resident Florida man, it's pretty much useless if I want to do practical parts that need to survive anything above 140 degrees Fahrenheit, because it doesn't. PETG to me is still one of the best materials out there for 3D printing. It prints just like PLA. It's a little more susceptible to water, so I think we're going to see more dry boxes come out from companies and hopefully lower the price, because Sunlu's dry boxes are nice, but at $70, they're very expensive. And I think we could see better numbers come out from other companies. So be curious to see what that looks like. I think PETG is going to be a king this year. I think we're going to see more people using it. I do believe that people are still going to use PLA, but I think the practical use case of PETG is there. With Bamboo giving you a printer that has hardened steel nozzles and fully tuned profiles right from the factory, I think nylon is going to be a big winner this year. And we're going to see companies start to produce more of those exotic materials. I love carbon fiber nylon. What I don't love about carbon fiber nylon is all the BS that comes with it. The constant need for drying, the constant need for tuning, and especially here in Florida, just putting desiccant into an AMS is not going to do it for me. I would love to see more functional 3D prints and less benchies. While a speed benchy is cool, my prediction is outside of the world of the speed benchies, we will look at adopting a different calibration print, whether they are calibration cubes or something like that. I believe we will see different calibration prints themselves. I think we're going to see more development in the high temp materials like PEEK, PEK, and ULTEM. PEEK being polyether ether ketone, and PEK being polyether ketone ketone. Yes, that's the way it is. And ULTEM being polyether imide, which a lot of you will know is the material that a lot of the beds are made up of. It would be cool to see hobbyist printers and the cheaper machines get high temp materials north of 300C, but as Eric Cederberg says, I don't think we're going to see many hobbyist printers for real high temp materials. The cost simply adds up too much for the printer materials, etc. I absolutely agree. I would love to see it because as someone that would like to print those high temp materials but isn't willing to pay the 8 to 10 grand minimum required for that, it sucks. I don't want it, and I don't think others want it. Jesus Rosario is asking, have I tried, or Jesus Rosario has asked if I've tried carbon fiber ASA. I have not. I generally stay away from styrene-based plastics. I don't like plastics that are made of liquefied dinosaurs. It is my preference to go to a nylon or a polycarbonate. I don't like oil-based plastics. They stink too much. And when nylon and polycarbonate have almost no smell, and they're a lot easier to deal with, why wouldn't I go with them instead? Personal feelings, your mileage may vary. I think the XL is going to show that tool changers have a value in the industry. The E3D tool changer was a bit of a flop, honestly. It works well, but it is finicky. And if Prusa can make a tool changer that works well, and I believe they will, I believe they're going to have some work to do out of the gate. I don't think it's going to get the rave reviews that it would have gotten if the Bamboo wasn't out. But people are going to directly compare the Prusa XL to the Bamboo, and they rightfully should. They rightfully should. Is 3 Bamboos better than a Prusa XL? I don't know. We're going to find out, though. Eric says 8 to 10 grand gets you a pretty terrible high-end printer, more like 50 to 75K. That's fair. But there are some pretty good high-temp printers coming out of Italy in the 8 to 10 grand range that I'd love to take a look at. I forgot the name of the company. If I can find it, I'll send it to you. But I've got a buddy who is repping them and tells me they're pretty good. He sent me a part made of PEEK, and it looked really good. And it was pretty strong, so it wasn't like they were just playing with a cool chamber. So I would love to see it. It's a prediction that we see the kind of mid-range, I'm saying mid-range price points being the 5 to 10K, come down a little bit closer to the industry standard of the 2,500 to 5,000. It would be nice to see it. I would love it. I don't know if it's going to happen. I think we're going to push toward it, but I don't know if it's going to be a consistency. Vast CNC says, half hour behind y'all. Let's see if 1.5X will catch up before the end. It might. It might. Who knows? I want to see more blends, more copolyesters. I want to see companies messing around with things other than pure PLA, pure PETG, pure ABS, pure ASA. I like PCABS. It's a terrible material to print with unless you can get good chamber temps. If you can get good chamber temps, it's a great material to print with. It is temperature resistant. It is impact resistant. It is very, very easy to extrude, and it is not very sticky. So it uses the good properties of ABS, the good properties of polycarbonate, with the same problem being they both warp pretty badly. I want to see input shaper be used more often. That is a value to me. I haven't used it much, and I do want to try Clipper this year. So a prediction for me is that I'm going to learn Clipper this year, and I want to do that. JTTV asks, where do you see Ultimaker going? This is a funny one. When was the last time you guys checked Thingiverse? It's way better. I think it's running on at least a Raspberry Pi 4 now. It's definitely not running on a Potato anymore. So that is really, really good to see. Is it going to beat out printables? I don't think so. I think printables is here to stay, and their movements for right to repair, as well as the gamification with Prusa meters, has made it a better place for a community, I believe. Now, I know there are people in the chat that have direct connections to Ultimaker and MakerBot and all of that. And, I'll happily eat crow on that. Prove me wrong. Noir, maybe, says, "Hi, Grant. Happy New Year. Can you please tell us how nylon filament compares to PLA or PETG in terms of smell?" It has no smell. Nylon is scentless. So similar to PETG, where it doesn't really have a smell. PLA to me has that sweet corn smell. Um, but the problem with nylon is that it is hygroscopic. So could we see a blend of a nylon with a different material that makes it less hygroscopic and easier to 3D print? I'd like to see it. I'd like to see more. A prediction for me is that we see more benefit around the recycling side of 3D printing and what that looks like. I am so glad that we are moving toward cardboard spools. That was a prediction that I had last year, that we would see a transition to cardboard spools. I think that is amazing because it allows for considerably easier recycling. However, we still have all of this waste material to deal with. And if you're running a tool changer or a Bamboo with an AMS, you have a lot of waste that you're dealing with. And that waste is not easily recyclable through a municipal waste system. So what does that mean? Right? To me, that means we have to figure out a way to make something work. We need to have a plan in place already that enables easy recycling. And if that means we have to reach out to municipal recycling centers and say, hey, look, this is a big market that is creating a fair bit of microplastics. How do we solve this problem? Then we do it. I believe that we will be looking at ways to recycle filament at home. Those of you that are old school might remember the Philistruder. While it's a great system, it's loud, it's slow, and for me at least, it wasn't the most dimensionally accurate. When you can get filament for $20 a kilo made in America, it's very hard for people to say, I'd rather make it myself. But if we make it less of a hassle to recycle, I believe we're going to see better use cases there. Machines that know what filament they're printing because you've told them is very valuable. Ones that can say, hey, the last print you ran on me was PETG. Did you load PLA? Yes, I did. Great. Cool. Those ways will mean that there are less human errors because you didn't read something. I believe companies like Diamondback, and I love them. I've said it before, I like diamond nozzles, are going to do better. I think we're going to see people care more about those abrasive materials because carbon fiber is just sexy. We know it is. Bugatti, Lamborghini, and Ferrari have all proven that it is. So we're going to see more people using it. I want to see, and this is a prediction, I believe we have predictions of better filament adoption overseas. The United States has really enjoyed cheap, accessible filament for a long time now. And that's great. I'm happy about that. But other countries haven't. And Amazon is going to continue to reign king. And that means that companies will have to start stocking filament in overseas Amazon warehouses. So I believe we will see better materials available in other countries. Someone's calling my personal cell phone. It is my mother. Why is my mother calling me? Give me just a second. Okay, everything's fine. Mom's good. She's just calling to say hi. It's my streaming time. Mom, I'm streaming. Always answer the phone for your parents. I don't care what you're doing. Always answer the phone for your parents. Sorry, I muted myself because if there was something going on, I didn't want that to come through on the stream. And yes, the cat is here. If you guys didn't notice, Victoria is here hanging out with us today. She's very sleepy. She's been working very, very hard. So she's sleepy, of course. I want to see companies for filament push better diameters, better accuracy, more consistency, and better colors. I don't mind that most people want gray, white, and black. And there's my father. She's just not as computer savvy as Dad. That's fair. Hi, Dad. How you doing? Everyone say hi to my daddies in the chat. Yeah, I don't know. Mom must have been on a lunch break or something. But it's all good. As long as everybody's fine, that's what matters. Geek Toy Box is asking what I think of new brands section on printables. He's excited to see more companies get on board providing 3D printable parts. I am excited. I am excited for that. I want to see the right to repair be pushed more. And with this industry becoming so commercialized and what's the right word? Consumerized? That's not the right word. We're breaking down the walls and making it easier for the average person to have a 3D printer. Whatever the hell that word is, I forget what it is. Companies are going to have to push right to repair, or consumers will do it for them. Look at John Deere. John Deere does not give a damn about right to repair, and so the farmers are hacking their tractors. It's pretty amazing to me that a farmer is learning programming, because that's not normally something that would come under the sorry, hit the mic. It was not something that would normally come under the purview of someone that would classify as a farmer. Commoditization? Yeah. Yeah. All right, we have two people saying the same word, so you guys must be right. It's becoming more commoditized? Sure. I went to school. I have 2 college degrees. None of them are in English. John Stern asks, who's John Deere? Is he in the chat? If he is, we should fight him. I believe right to repair is going to be a big move in 23. Companies like Framework Laptop are really pushing that in terms of electronics, but I think we're going to see it in consumer hardware as well. Cars are expensive. Everything is expensive now. Everything is really expensive. And if you can't fix the stuff that you own because it's part of a assembly, well, I only need this one stupid part. Well, it's part of an assembly, but I only need this one stupid part. Fine, I'll go make it myself. And then I will provide the file open source to those that want it. Now, is that a copyright violation? Yeah, but send me the cease and desist. I don't care. I'll hang it up on the wall. What are you going to do, sue me? You're going to sue me because I made a part for my car and then I decided to share it with everyone and did it for free? Good luck with that. Yeah, looking very hard at you, Apple, as Mad Cat USA says. So, I'm excited to see right to repair. I hope that we get a big move, but if we can't really get corporate America out of the pockets of politicians, I don't think we're going to see that change anytime soon, unfortunately. So we got to get politicians that understand their constituents and aren't just willing to get paid off by big companies that are hiding behind lobbyists. But that's more of a political statement than anything else. Let me see what else we got. Oh, okay. Never mind. So materials then, right? I want to see blends. I think we're going to see a lot more companies releasing co-extrusions. Matter hackers rock the world with their quantum. Everybody loved it. And this co-extrusion, tri-extrusion is only made by a couple of companies. So they're just being white labeled. Quantum is the first one that did it, but they're not the only ones anymore. I believe that we will see, hey, Kasap, how you doing, buddy? I know your real name. How you doing, sir? I believe we'll see more companies providing these co-extrusions. I don't know if it was CNC Kitchen or Maker's Muse. I always get the two of them mixed up when I'm thinking about them. But one of them did a filament within a filament where we had like a carbon or a polycarbonate with a PETG outer core on it. That'd be really cool. I want to see more companies work on continuous fiber. I do believe it is patented by Markforged, but there's likely ways around it. I'd like to see more continuous fiber come out. A prediction is that we see more companies go after that continuous fiber market in 2023. It was CNC Kitchen. Thank you. I want to try co-extrusion. I've not ever tried co-extrusion or tri-extrusion. I only got into the rainbows this year mainly for the social media stuff because I really don't like silk PLA. I think the community is going to move away from silks other than for pretty parts because they're not very strong. So there's no reason to use them. They're only good for pretty looking parts. But I think we will see more colors, but we're going to see ways to blend those colors. A prediction that I have is we're going to see companies push more toward full color 3D printing. I'm not talking about the full color that we do, where it's got, inkjets, but by mixing color on a voxel level for a FDM printer. I believe we will see one of those this year. That will be really cool for me to see. Hey, DeWitt 3D Canada, how you doing, buddy? We got to get on a podcast together at some point, by the way. I believe 3D scanning will become a mass market consumer ready product with Polycam. And Polycam came onto the market a little bit ago. I don't even think it even came in during 2022. I believe it came in earlier than that. But I believe Polycam will enable the average user to do 3D scanning on a whole nother level. And as I talked about in the beginning, I want to compare Polycam on Android, iOS, and, well, Android, iOS, DSLR, and to an actual high-end 3D scanner. I believe we will see companies like Shining 3D with their Einstar come out with better software that will make those things run better, because they don't run very well right now. I want them to run better. Kasap says, would love to see a dual extruder twist like ice cream twisties. Feed two colors at once. And mixing hot ends do already exist, but not in that way, right? Co-extrusion would enable that, but being able to selectively do that would be pretty cool. I know ones like the Cyclops from E3D flopped because they just didn't do very well, but now with co-extrusion, it might be something that people look at. Do I think we're going to have that? No, I don't. It'd be cool, but I don't predict that to occur in 2023. I believe that we will see more 3D scanners under the $2,000 price point. That is, to me, where it starts to get affordable for the average user. But if the software doesn't get any better, then I don't think that adoption will be there. So I believe companies like RevoPoint and Shining 3D will be forced to have better software for their scanners. I believe we will see more companies come out of mainland China with 3D scanners. Obviously, Shining 3D and RevoPoint are both based in mainland China. But I believe we will see others. Thunk 3D is one that I've had my eye on for a little bit. They don't really have anything that they're willing to send me for review because they don't want an honest review. Same with iReal 3D. They didn't want an honest review out of me. So I'm not going to review their products until they let me do it. And they also wouldn't give me, I wanted 2 months to review it. They were only going to give me 1 week, which is not enough time to review a product. So, sorry, that's not going to work. I do want to see more commercial. I want to see more low-end 3D scanners that compete with the big boys, right? But not in the way that gets them sued. Creality. The CR Scan Lizard was a flop. You know it was a flop. I know it was a flop. Everybody knows it was a flop. RevoPoint, your Mini is crippled by bad software. It's an amazing piece of hardware that has crappy software behind it. Fix your damn software, and life will be better for all parties involved. I want to see more people care about 3D scanning, but I also want to see education. My prediction is that we will launch the Making Awesome Academy because I'm going to do it. My prediction is we are going to launch The Politician because we are going to do it. The Politician will see a release in Q1 of 2023. We will see The Politician in Q1 of 2023. If you guys don't know what that is the first 3D Musketeers branded product. It is designed for FDM and resin-based. It was originally designed just for resin, but it works for FDM too, as a means to keep a chamber temperature. If you have an enclosed chamber and you want to get it hotter than what your heat bed will do, great, use the Politician. It will be limited to 60 to 65 degrees centigrade initially, so don't try to make it any hotter than that. It physically won't do it. But will enable you to get a good chamber temp if you're running something like ABS, ASA, nylon, or polycarbonate, and allow you to have a 30 degrees centigrade settable chamber temp for your resin printers as well. That will be happening in Q1 of 2023. So, very excited for that. Eric says, no, it's just user error, not bad software. That's what everyone says in their Facebook group. No, it's bad software. And I'm sure some of it is user error, but a lot of it's not. The heated chamber patent expired in 2021. It did, but what we're doing would circumvent that anyways. The heated chamber patent specifically talks about having the stepper motors on the outside of the chamber. We're not doing that. We're putting the heater inside the damn chamber. Just sending it. So that's going to be a thing. Coming soon. TM. I believe we're going to see a big push, and a prediction that I have is that we will see a massive push in education for 2023. Printers have gotten cheaper. Resin has gotten cheaper, and resin is toxic. I can't put the thing on the screen. That's an editor thing. I don't have an editor for this. I believe education is going to be a massive move in 2023. And if you are a 3D printing company and you are not looking at doing education, you're doing a disservice to your consumers. And companies like 3D Musketeers are going to do it for you. The Making Awesome Academy will initially be designed for inventors to help them get through the product development process. That is the goal of the Making Awesome Academy. However, it will be quickly added for classes that will be more in-depth for things like bed leveling, printer tuning, and will have the ability to buy one-on-one sessions to help get your printer resolved. We're going to be doing that through the MAA, which is going to be really, really cool. Kasap asks, when are the Resin is Toxic shirts or patches coming? Wasn't going to do a shirt with it, but we have a lab coat in testing that has Resin is Toxic on it, because who the hell doesn't want a lab coat? Lab coats are cool. Education to me better be a big thing that happens in 23, because right now we've lowered the barrier to entry for cost, but we haven't given anybody the education. I plan to do a lot of it here on the YouTube channel, so if you guys do want to learn more about 3D printing, get subscribed, and hey, leave a like on the stream while you're at it. And if you do want to support what we do here, you can join our Patreon or YouTube channel members. Links in that description down below. I believe education is incredibly important, because if we give people 3D printers and we don't teach them how to use them, they're going to go to the places that they know best. And for a lot of people, that's Facebook. And Facebook is a bad place for 3D printing. And then Mad Cat's going to come in here and say, except for the 3DP rescue group, they're fine. Okay, fine. But bad apples ruin the bunch. That's all I'm saying. Fotis Mint says, Happy New Year, Grant. Happy New Year to you too, Fotis. And if you guys are looking for some badass models to 3D print that are now available on Printables, go over to printables.com, search for Fotis Mint, and grab some of his models. And since you are going to like him, go over to his Patreon and kick him a couple of bucks every month, because he's worth it. Trust me. He's worth it. Fotis says, give him hell. He entered during a rant. Yes, you did, Fotis. You entered during a rant. Gregory Pfeiffer with a fat 20. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Waiting for that lab coat pre-order so I can walk around town like, what's up, local scientist here? Yeah, no, I have lab coats for the sole purpose of looking cool, okay? Like, you could definitely use them for resin, but 99% of wearing a lab coat is so you can look cool. Anyone that wears a lab coat knows this. But yes, education is my biggest prediction. My biggest prediction in 23 is that we will have education resources. If we don't have education resources, somebody will make it. And if the companies won't, I will. That's my promise to you guys. Education is so important. How many of you burned your hand on a 3D printer? I had a mom call me the other day asking me why these things were so dangerous because their kid burned themselves on a 3D printer. Are you kidding me right now? Of course it's hot, lady. It's 200 degrees centigrade. Like, if the kid doesn't read, and I'm like, wait a minute, it's not the kid's fault. There's no warning. There's no warning to tell you that there's a problem. I believe we will see a stronger hit for MSDS and SDS. The companies will need to be more responsible. There was a news article about non-toxic resin. It's clearly toxic, but they're utilizing the technical definition of toxic, which is that it will kill you. Resin won't kill you. It'll make you very, very, very sick. It will induce vomiting generally before it kills you. And so they said, well, it's not toxic because of that. Well, it's still going to kill fish if you pour it down the drain. So it's bad marketing. And we're going to see more people call out the bad actors in that. That is my prediction for that side of it as well. Oh, did the cat just stretch? She's good. If you guys stay to the end, I'll give her a belly rub. She'll end up biting me, but we'll do it. I drink it every day with martinis. Tastes great. But Fotis, do you like your martinis shaken or stirred? That's really the question that we have to ask here. Yeah. I believe Polycam is going to be taking over the consumer 3D scanning market because it puts 3D scanning in the hands of people. I believe we will see 3D scanning get adopted faster in the real estate business, and we will see it become a standard when you're going through a house. Not that any of us can afford those houses, but hey, you'll be able to walk through them in 3D, so that's a plus. I guess. So, yeah. Kasap says technically carbonite wasn't deadly. I mean, yeah, sure. Fotis says started a wash and cure. I love you, Fotis. You're so great. Is it a resin or Mountain Dew? Who knows? Could be both. Honestly, with how bad Mountain Dew is for you, it wouldn't surprise me if it was. So what's going to happen to the high-end companies, right? What's going to happen to the 3D systems, the Stratasys, the big companies out there that are playing a big game? I believe since we see more of the affordable machines getting closer to what you can do on a $80,000 to $90,000 FDM or FFF 3D printer, that we're going to see a lot of those cheaper printers go to the wayside. As long as these companies can provide good support on the more affordable end, then we're going to see the adoption of those more affordable machines in high-end use cases, right? Companies like Pantheon that make amazing printers. I would love to get one in. I am trying to reach out to them. This is a thing. This will happen. I will get a Pantheon. Whether I buy it or not, I don't know. But I would like to see companies better support their machines. If companies aren't going to support their machines, then they're not going to get the adoption they're looking for. How many of you know someone that has a 3D printer that has had such a problem with it, it's now become your problem? I bet you're not alone in this. There's a lot of people in this chat. By the way, guys, post your predictions in the chat because we'll come back to this video at the end of the year and see who was right and who was wrong. When it comes to machines, what features do I think we're going to see? My prediction is that printers without auto bed leveling will become a thing of the past. Unless you are trying to spend as little money as functionally possible, I do not see manufacturers producing new printers without auto bed leveling. I believe that 95% of the problems that you deal with beginner 3D printers are all due to something regarding their build plate. Whether it is dirty or it is out of level, that to me is where the problem sits. Because 99 times out of 100 that we deal with people that have problems, it is because somebody didn't either clean their bed or level it properly. And that's why Wednesday's video is all about bed leveling. Fotis says, I predict a comet will kill us all. Been nice knowing you all. Well, I don't think so. But not impossible. I think we'd have a better eye on it. But it'd be really cool to see what happens if there was a comet coming toward the Earth and what countries decide to launch nukes at it. Because we all know that's exactly what they're going to try to do. If we don't make the machines easier to use, they will not get adopted as quick. And companies like Elegoo and Soval and Anycubic have all noticed this. Will Creality? Probably not. Probably not. I believe we will see better extruders come out, right? Direct drive are great. I love direct drive, but these planetary extruders have me really curious. I believe we will see more printers come with jam detection. And I predict that the Prusa XL will launch and be a good printer, but not without its faults. It is going to have problems. I believe we'll have issues with the parking system that it might not always align perfectly. Now, I've never seen it have an issue with that, but I believe shipping is going to be a huge problem with the Prusa XL. But hey, we'll see. John Stern says that he predicts a lot more off-the-shelf clipper machines. I agree. And the writing is on the wall. Marlin has now implemented input shaping, or whatever their version of input shaping is. We will see more printers with clipper. People care about speed, but at the same time, they want their printers to be quieter. So I believe we will see printers that have clipper on them, but we'll give you an option of speed or silence. You choose what you want. Fotis Mint with the 50 euros. Yes, 50 euros. Wish you a happy new year and your channel to grow huge, buddy. Fotis, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for your support. Your models are amazing, and I look forward to making so many more. And I look forward to hanging out with you as often as I possibly can. Guys, if you don't know Fotis Mint, go over to patreon.com/FotisMint, kick him a couple of bucks. Go over to Printables, search for Fotis Mint, and you'll see that he just released, I think he's all the featured models on Printables' front page right now. Released a lot of his fan art models on Printables. Guys, Fotis is a designer you don't want to be sleeping on because a lot of them also come with fully supported models. So if you're a resin printer, you just put it on your printer and click print. It's awesome. Fotis says, okay, enough with the promo. But it's true. It's true. Eric says, especially regarding professional printers, I believe we will see a lot of non-profitable players disappear if we see a longer recession and the investment money disappear. Let's talk about that. So we've seen companies have to do reverse splits to keep their stock price above $1 so they can be on the New York Stock Exchange. We saw, is it 20 or 21, where a lot of companies were doing SPACs. A lot of those have failed. SPACs being a special purpose acquisition company. That is to go to market as an IPO. That is what a SPAC does. It goes to market. We're going to see a lot of those fail. We've seen a lot of them fail already. And I believe Eric is right. I believe that unless this recession can turn itself around or we can see companies providing better value machines that make people want to buy, then we're not going to see ourselves out of this, and a lot of those companies will fall to the wayside. And hey, that's okay. If they didn't plan for it, that's not my problem. Eric says, and there are a lot of companies in the 3D printing industry that are far from profitable, including those listed on the stock market. That's true. Hell, 3D Musketeers was barely profitable last year, so hey, could be us, right? That's what people don't know. It's not easy being in this industry. You gotta try hard to get there. But that's okay. I believe we see more pet projects come out. People that have been working on a project for a while finally will post it this year. Gregory Pfeiffer says, less PTFE line hot ends, more Core XY printers with enclosures available, more printers with Clipper or alike with their firmware, and more experimental hot end and nozzle variants. Dude, I am so bloody excited for new hot ends. Unfortunately, the Revo has not gone as smooth as anybody has liked. I don't like that. I love my Revos, and even I've had problems with them. It sucks, but it's just kind of, it is what it is. I hate that Obsidian has taken as long as it has. I've had issues with some of my Obsidian nozzles. I hate that this kind of thing has happened. But I believe we'll see companies that will be producing better hot ends. Similar to printers, hot ends are getting more expensive, but the value that they're providing is better. Revo is amazing when it works well. And to be clear, it works well a lot of the time. But Revo to me is amazing when it works really well because it is so easy to change nozzles. Bud HIW asked, did I check out the Rapido? No, they never sent me one. I sent them my information to send me some of their products because we talked at Earth, but they never sent me anything. So, Kasop says, I foresee more Grant Rants coming. That's a freaking guarantee. You all should know we're going to have more Grant Rants in 2023. That's a guarantee. You don't even got to front about that. We know that's going to happen. Fotis says, well, lots of people will call us fanboys, but for desktop 3D printers is Prusa versus China. Only company that is left, and I will definitely prefer to support that than companies with shady practices. And I will gladly take the fanboy title. I am a massive Prusa fanboy. I have 13 Prusas for a reason. I continue to say that even with the advent of Bamboo and their printers being as good as they have been, I would still recommend a Prusa to a first-timer because the entire experience matters. We will see companies start to copy Prusa in that way, that they will be pushing for more quality of support and materials over quantity of machines. This is my prediction. I agree with what Allison 3D says. Revo's a brilliant concept, but has not delivered for me yet. It's fair. Fotis says, I'll never jump on the Bamboo train for my own reasons. I want to give Bamboo a fair shot. You guys will see. I will be giving Bamboo a fair shot. But if it doesn't fare up, then it doesn't fare up. And I won't be Won't be afraid. But with companies like Mad Cat USA saying, like Soval, right? That's an MK3S clone if I've ever seen one in my life. It is missing a filament runout sensor, which is kind of hilarious. But those are very easy to add. And I would say out of all the things on my printers, a filament runout sensor is the thing that I use the least. So I think that the Chinese 3D printer companies are looking at volume. They say if we can just get as much money out there as possible, then it won't matter if our printers are good or bad. It won't matter. But I believe it does. I believe it matters. And people are starting to see that it's not just about who's the cheapest. It's about the quality. My prediction is that people will care a lot about the value that the printers bring, but they will weigh that heavily upon the reputation of the company. Companies like Creality have lost all but every ounce of reputation in this industry because they don't give a damn about the consumer. They want your money and then they want you to F off. They don't care. Some companies like Elegoo and Creality, or Elegoo and Anycubic, they care a little bit more. We got Randomize hanging out here. Hi, Grant. Happy New Year, buddy. Happy New Year to you too, Randomize? I don't know. Louisa, how you doing? Great to have you here. AJ Royale says, I took a leap and ordered the Snapmaker J1. Be careful with Snapmaker. Be very, very, very careful with Snapmaker. Read all of their terms of service. Because as I found out with the A350T, it required you to opt in to a way to not opt out of data collection. So be careful. Now, you all might not care about that. And if you don't, you should. I believe we will see people care more about their data privacy. And that will move into the 3D printing industry. That is a big deal. Data privacy matters so much. So much. In fact, I'm writing it down as to one of my talking points. Education. Yeah. We will see people care more about that. Whether it is because the government forces you to, or because you figure it out on your own. Who knows? Who knows? We will see the downfall of Chinese 3D printing companies. Some of them will succeed. We will see the downfall of quite a few of them. We will see the Ender 3 clones go away. We'll see value go over. But we will be forced to really start to compare companies based on their actions on and offline rather than just their machines themselves. The social good aspect. What is your company doing to better the world around it? That will start to matter a lot. And if people don't see that, nothing I can do to really change anything there. So what does that mean for 23? What does that mean for 2023? It means I have hope. The one thing that I'm really worried about is that this recession gets worse. A lot of people are kind of able to ignore it. A lot of people have been able to ignore it. But if it gets a lot worse, we're going to see a problem. Kasop says 2A 3D printing expansion will happen. That's fair. I think we're going to see a lot more people with 2A. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, I'm referencing the Second Amendment in the U.S. Constitution. That is the right to bear arms. I believe we will see a move in that. I believe we'll see regulation on it as well. Whether I agree with it or otherwise is irrelevant. Worse Peter says the Mark 3S will slowly fade as well. It's basically a fancy Ender 3 clone. Well, that's weird to say since it came out before the Ender 3 was out. The Ender 3 is a clone of the Mark 3S. The Mark 3S is going to fade. Prusa knows this, and they're already working on a replacement for it. So we have nothing to worry about there as far as I'm concerned. But this recession is really going to prove to me which way this industry goes. If this recession gets a lot worse, then we're going to see some of these cheaper companies fall to the wayside. We will see companies that are banking on investor-backed support fall. Companies like Desktop Metal kind of worry me. They've done a lot of buying and not a whole lot of selling. So I'll be curious to see if they make it through 2023. John Cern says there will be big pockets like that emerge from China. I've been working with Chinese manufacturers since 2010 and spent a lot of time there. I've seen some changes. Randomize says, really? There is some time where made in Japan used to mean cheap crap. That's new to me. I always considered made in Japan stuff to be well made and pretty reliable. I agree. Most of the time, Japanese made things are better. Japanese knives, generally better. But we're seeing quality come out of Korea as well. I believe we're going to see manufacturing move away from China for certain things and move into other countries out in the continent of Asia. We might even see things come out of India, which would be interesting as well. But yeah, I think we're going to see more Clipper. We're going to see more input shaping. But I am really worried. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried about this recession. That's why you see me trying to diversify 3D Musketeers as much as possible, right? We have a physical product that we're going to be selling that I will be belt printing. We have the education platform, which in the event of a recession, education is one of the few things that doesn't see a big drop. In fact, education sees a rise a lot of times during a recession. So education. But I'm worried that we're going to see this pay to print philosophy of a service bureau falls to the wayside. And that is what 3D Musketeers is founded on. We're going to see a big push in 3D scanning in 2023, whether it's just from me or from companies in general. 3D Musketeers is pushing to do more 3D scanning. In fact, I've bought another scanner. So we're going to be doing a lot of 3D scanning in 2023. But if this recession hurts the economy the way I think it might, we all need to be ready because it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better. Dennis says, Prusa, while come with a printer with a lot off, never seen techniques like non. Okay, well, that's a lot of salad that I can't digest. Sorry, I didn't understand it. Non-planar is something I would like to see, but I don't think it is mature enough for it to function well. So that one kind of worries me. Is it cool? Yeah, but is there a lot of value? I don't think so. I think non-planar and some of these other like support algorithms are very cool, but I don't know how quickly they'll be able to be implemented into the 3D printing industry. Non-planar is great if you have the cooling and the nozzle to deal with it, but if you don't, then it's not all that great, and in fact, more of a problem. So, yeah, guys, let me know what you think in those comments. I'd love to know what your predictions are for 23. I think I've gotten most of mine out there. But I'd love to know yours. And if you guys have any ones that you want me to discuss, get them in there quick, because otherwise I think we might be calling it. It would be really cool to see non-planar be included in slicers with the printers knowing what they can and can't do. That would be really, really cool. That'd be really cool. And yes, we did have 69 viewers and 42 likes. That's a double nice. Allison 3D says they predict more cats in 3D printing. Well, this cat will always be in 3D printing. And now I'm going to get bit because I promised you that I would give her a belly rub before we ended it. So here we go. She is asleep. She's not going to appreciate this. Hello. Hi. Yep, there it is. That didn't take long. I know. I did it for the stream. Okay? Cat says hi, and now she's upset that I woke her up. That's okay. She woke me up at like 4 o'clock in the morning, so I'm gonna call it even. Motoform Prototyping says, any new Delta printers like the V400? I don't know. John Cern predicts the Bay Area rep wrap. Sorry, wishful thinking there. Well, we will see Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Festival, so that'll be cool in Colorado. Eric says, don't wake up the boss. Products in Dad's Garage says, I think you will see multicolor, multi-material printers become more mainstream before you see non-planar. I would agree with that. Let's see what else we got. Worst Peter says most slicers don't take hot-ended nozzle geometry into account. That's a must for non-planar slicing. Absolutely agree. All right. Well, I think we're gonna call this one here, everybody. Bud HIW says I see Prusa's slow development for Prusa Slicer to not give more features to BS. Oh, Bamboo. No, I don't think they're going to do that because that's the value of open source. If Bamboo wants to implement them quick, that's Bamboo, not on Prusa. I love that. Like I said, I believe that Bamboo will provide good things for the community. Bamboo will see better printers come out for the community, period. No matter if they succeed or fail, their printers will show the industry as a whole that the companies prefer that people prefer value over cost. And I am really excited about that. Randomize says, poor Victoria, she was really enjoying her sleep until you woke her up. Yeah, that's fair. Motoform Prototyping says, how about taking fumes from printers seriously? I know some people in underwriter laboratories that are working on studies of this. The crap produced from your printers is more dangerous than you think. Is there a way that you can deal with it without making a lot of changes? Is that a dark purple or dark blue in front of the white i3? Oh, there. This one? This is a dark blue. That's a dark blue right there. Those are rainbows. So you're just seeing it on rainbow. But yeah, guys, that's all I got. Victoria's going to take a big stretch here. There it is. Big stretch. That's all we got for you guys today. Up on the rack. Oh, those are blues. Those are all dark blues. Stay safe out there. Don't forget to call your loved ones. And as always, keep making awesome. And hey, welcome to 2023. Our best stream ever. I think we had 90 people. Insane. I'll see you guys later. Take care. Leave a like, too. Don't forget that.
So, welcome guys again. Welcome you back. So this is the first day for me in this Docker training. Even though technically we have already done the introduction part of the Docker in the last weekend, but that was just a quick overview of why what is actually IAC Rise and what exactly our vision would be and what is the core reason behind why we are doing this training free of cost and all those kind of aspect we discussed in the last weekend, right? And so highly suggest those guys who join first time with me. I suggest you after this today's training just go through my introduction part to you also think about me what actually I am doing and why we have this particular vision of making India. And plus also the last lecture also talk about the how we can install the Docker and what kind of environment we are using here. So for the today's training, I would like to kickstart directly into the Docker implement part and how to use Docker in multiple scenario, right? So before I start, um, let me again give you high level brief about what exactly we are doing and some basic protocol for this training and some policies also for this particular training, right? So first of all guys, this training would be more than a 95% hands on, right? This is the first small thing. So give me a minute, let me plug my digital pen. So first of all, this training would be more than a 95% hands-on. This is the first thing. And it is not about the practical or the hands-on part. I worked a lot in this area that I talked about in the last session that we had in the introduction part. But I actually worked purely in Docker, even though I am the core consultant or the integrator on lots of area work in DevOps. And DevOps is a big world altogether. But inside the DevOps world or this umbrella, we have one tool that we used a lot, and to solving multiple use cases inside the DevOps would be Docker. So Docker would be a one great tool that we use a lot in the DevOps environment, right? So this is one thing. So what is DevOps? It is not exactly the part of this training right now, but as we follow along in the Docker training, you will also get some idea about what is DevOps, right? So somehow we keep on touching some aspects of the DevOps. Maybe by the end of the training, you will have a great idea about the DevOps. Plus, because this training is more about the Dockers or Docker. The main intention was, and the main intention is of mine is to give you the high level idea, or not high level idea, the core idea about where we can leverage the Docker tool or the Docker software in the DevOps world, right? So my point is, guys, this training would be 95% hands on, but but whatever the things I have implemented in multiple organizations, right? I believe almost when the Docker launched, from there onwards till today, maybe more than 6 or 7 years, I worked heavily in this tool and solve multiple use cases for multiple corporate industries, enterprises, from Wells Fargo to JP Morgan, JPMC, Samsung R&D, Cisco, lots of other Wipro, IBM, right? So Bank of America. So multiple organizations have worked from PwC, Deloitte also. Okay, and so I have multiple use cases with me, multiple scenarios with me. So if you guys are wanted Docker to be integrated with Jenkins or some CI/CD tools, or you have a use case where you want Jenkins to have a scenario where you want to deploy microservices, and if you have a scenario where you want to use Docker inside the cloud computing, or if you have a scenario to run the entire cloud inside the Docker environment, right? Or if you have a scenario where you can understand how we can use Docker to build our applications, or you want to do some test run inside the Docker, right? So, or maybe if you have a requirement to do your ML ops or AI ops or artificial intelligence, creating the model inside the Docker environment, or you have a requirement to create a message queue from Kafka or RabbitMQ, or maybe if you want to do some analytics using Spark and the Hadoop, right? So all those scenarios I've worked a lot, because if you see my profile, um, I almost work in almost all those technology, and I tested those different scenarios inside the Docker, right? So technically, the way the Docker started is they started just to ship your applications or to build your things. But what I researched, right, almost in all the environment you can use the Docker. Okay, so for me, almost all the different use cases that you have in the industry, right, you can solve with the Docker. Okay, so this is the one thing, right? So but right now, guys, for today, I don't want to focus or right now on those use cases, because you might be possibility that you guys are very new in the Docker, okay, and you don't have any knowledge in Docker architecture, Docker vocabulary, Docker basic commands. So my today's agenda would be, I would like to start the thing from very basics, especially for those guys who are very new. Even though you already know the Docker, I have lots of high end internal concepts, a lot of myth about the Docker, some of the the core things of the Docker. So I highly encourage you, if even though you are new, you already know the Docker, just go through the lecture, because that will help me to discuss some advanced aspect in the next classes, right? So if you don't understood those myth, or the way I'm going to train you, it will be harder for you guys to sync with me in the next lecture, right? So this training we would like to start from very basics, and my plan is to, from the basics, I would like to move our training to the expert level. Okay, when I say expert, it means almost all the use cases I'll try to discuss. Some of the use cases I try to build in this classroom with the hands-on. So if you stuck some implementation in the real world, in the industry, so you will, by those hands on, you will get the right solution, what the right way and best practices you can use, right? Plus because I'm going to touch multiple scenario in all the forms. So when I explaining you the core concepts of the Docker, every time I'll try to touch with some of the use cases. So after having this complete training, you have lots of ideas come in your mind, and maybe something you're doing from some other way, maybe not using Docker, you'll start thinking in the way, okay, now that was a challenge we was always facing. Now let's use Docker for those things, right? So I feel I've seen those things, because I'm the consultant for almost all the biggest technology, or all the biggest industries. Also integrator, architect, lots of profile I've worked in my life. So I've seen those things, right? So if you have the right knowledge of the core concept, rather than just know only the basics, and when I say basics, means knowing the basics, that has a very high level meaning, right? For example, if you think Docker used for shipping your applications or just for building and testing, it is just a very basic core concept, right? But there's a lot of beyond the imagination thing that you can do with the Docker. Okay, but the main intention, those guys who have gone through my introduction part, I highly encourage, and you can think as a compulsion from my side, do this if you haven't gone through. So there I explain you my motto for this training is not to train you in the Docker. My motto is to you is you guys think as a creator. When I say creator, I'll try to touch some of the internal aspects of the Docker, how it has been built, and if you have those that particular deep dive knowledge, right, in the Docker, you start thinking like a creator. I'm talking about I'm talking about to create some your own tool like Docker. Okay, so that was my intention. Um, if you want, after this training, we'll create a separate group, and we'll start doing brainstorming on multiple ideas, and maybe something new will create from this fog, because right now I believe we have 5,000 or 6,000 plus corporate guys worked almost in all the domains we have, right? And 500 plus industry has been participated in this particular training. Whatever the core company name you guys know, from Google to Microsoft to LinkedIn, Facebook, GE, Deloitte, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, Accenture, right? All the company, whatever you guys know, they are professionals from their different teams, from all the teams has been part of this training. So it is a great platform, great training, because I've never seen this kind of training with the biggest crowd of the world is there in the live training that we have, right? And one more thing, guys, this is not a recorded class. I am there live, so you can also interact with me. So the idea would be, when I start this training, so we'll do a small break for Q&A. So that time I'll start my chat box, and you can start putting the queries, right? So it's a live classroom training. This is one thing. I mean, classroom kind of training, you can think in this way. But yeah, for before I start this training, I just require 2 more minutes. to sync some of the protocol for this training. The one small protocol, guys, that I suggest you follow with me. When I explaining you concepts, when I doing some hands-on, some practical, right? I suggest don't do with me. Just try to focus. Try to focus on how I'm writing the command, what is the use case I'm trying to discuss over there, right? Just focus on those part, because whatever I'm doing here, I'll put on this Google Drive that I already share with you. I will again share with you this Google Drive, so you won't miss anything. This is one thing. Okay, second thing, after every particular topic, we will do a small Q&A. At the time of Q&A, if you have a query, you can ask me. If you don't have a query, so whatever concept we have discussed, you can start doing practical. Or after the training also, because this training goes like 3 to 4 hours on weekend. So after the training, we have complete week, you can do those hands-on. Okay, so this is one thing. Second thing, guys, I highly recommend, if I open the Q&A, just ask me the query whatever we have discussed till yet. Okay, that makes more sense, so everybody can engage, rather than we start discussing about ALK or maybe Hadoop or maybe Spark, maybe other cloud, right? Maybe with other things that doesn't make sense right now. Okay, but yeah, when the respective product topic come up, when we start discussing some related to maybe analytics on the Docker, that time you can ask me those things, right? So I this is the one small thing I recommend. And one more thing I recommend, all because right now, guys, in this training, in total number of registration from the corporate world, that we has created a separate campaign for, is, I believe, right now is 6,000 plus. Okay, last weekend it was 5,000 plus, but now it's 6,000 plus. And we have also opened this training for the pursuing student, because my main motto is to groom the engineering student or the pursuing student to showcase what kind of use case industries are looking for and what kind of tools they are using, right? So is also open for pursuing student. And I also running one separate campaign for the pursuing student, where we have 18,000 plus in students are learning under me with multiple technologies. So these students all also been open for this training. Okay, so a lot of mixed mind we have. So I'll try to I created the training in this way. So if you are corporate guys already working in Docker, you are new in the corporate, multiple domains, maybe DevOps engineer, maybe cloud engineer, maybe software engineer, testing guys, whatever the domain would be. Okay, or maybe you're the pursuing student, so everybody will benefited from this training, the way I created the content in this way. So again, we'll start from very basics till the advanced. But yeah, one small thing, we had created a separate group, so it's channel, actually channel in a Telegram. So Telegram is an app. So we have created a channel just for the engineering student and the for the corporate. Okay, so what I'm saying, guys, or any of the announcement that we have about the session or other things, or maybe this session is recorded, so we will also share you the recording part. But I suggest, rather than just learn from the recording, I always suggest to come in the live session, because it give you discipline. Means if you think we learn afterwards, sometime we miss, right? But if you think the class is on live, I am there, Vimal is there, so it's give you a different feeling altogether, to learn in the live training. Plus, because this is live training, so Q&A also open. So if you have your own queries, you can ask me. But in the recorded, you can't go for those, right? So, but I suggest those guys who are not yet joined the channel, we have already mailed you. Right? Just check your mail from IIC Rise, from Preeti has mailed you, right, from the IIC Rise, and join those private channel. And understand the one thing, guys, from IIC Rise, we have only one private official channel. If you search something and you find some other challenge channel, sometime I've seen some spam is going on, all right. So that is not our official channel. So we have mailed you, we provide you link. That is the only official channel from our side. We have separate for pursuing student, and we have separate for the corporate guys. So those guys who have not joined, because I've seen some 1200 plus already joined and some 11,000 plus already joined, but those guys who are not yet joined, please join quicker, because further announcement will do there. And one more last small thing before we jump to this today's training, is we also have created a separate group. Okay, for example, 6,000 plus professionals we have. So we have lots of IIEC volunteers, or I say IIC Docker technical volunteers. They already know lots of things. They already know lots of things about Docker. So these volunteers, we have created a separate group, right? For example, from the 6,000, right, we get 50 candidates in one group. Okay, and this group we assign one volunteer from our side. So like this, you can think lots of groups we have created, and the use of this group is to solve your queries. So during this training, if you feel you have some queries, you can also put in the group. If the volunteer normally they active there, so they will answer your query. Or during this week also, when you're doing this practice, right, if you stuck something in the Docker installation, in Docker things or Docker commands, whatever we are learning, you can put your query. And I highly suggest put only those query that is relevant to our training, whatever we discuss in this training. So try to ask so other guys can also participate. So those guys from the corporate or from the students, those who are not the part of their group, so we mailed you already, or lots of volunteers have pinged you in your mail or WhatsApp or SMS. So whatever link they are providing, that would be our official volunteer. Please join their group, right? Otherwise, if you don't have any channel name with you, you don't have any group allocated, so check your mail. Maybe sometime your mail goes to promotion, or maybe sometimes spam also. Check your mail, and where we provided some list of the contacts, right, where you can contact. They will help you how to join the channel and the group, right? So do those things, right? So it will be we have created just so your query will be faster solved. So we have a huge team working for this campaign, so that everybody is benefited, right? So that's all, guys. So let's directly jump to the hands-on on practical part of this training. So technically, this is my base system Windows, and I have launched one operating system on the top of Windows using VirtualBox. That is Red Hat 8, RHL 8. I says, guys, you also do this practical on the top of Red Hat 8 only, so you can sync with me. You can use any other operating system also, but I suggest use Red Hat 8, because lots of practical I would like to do would have some Red Hat specific commands, so you won't able to sync it. All right, even though you can run Docker in Windows or Mac or Ubuntu also, or other platform also, but I suggest for initial for some time to sync with me, use your base operating system. Okay, use your base operating system, where we do our Docker practical would be RHEL 8. Okay, and those guys who don't know how to install RHL 8, we have share you one YouTube link of my recorded video. You can go through video, it will help you how to install Red Hat 8. So guys, technically in the last class we have discussed Docker is a tool, it is a software, it is a software. Okay, so because it is software, we require operating system to install it. So we use Red Hat 8, and we already installed Docker on the top of Red Hat 8. But the version that we use for installing the Docker is CE, is a community edition. And the great thing, guys, one interesting hack I showed you in the last introduction part. Typically Red Hat 8 doesn't support community edition. Okay, they support enterprise edition. Okay, but it is you can go for trial license, but it come with license. Okay, so one hack I showed you how to install community edition on the top of Red Hat 8. So that was we have successfully installed. So right now, guys, I believe everybody has installed the Docker on the top of your Red Hat 8. Okay, this part is done. Even though if you don't have it installed, just please go through the video, understand the concept, and after the video or today's class, you can do this practical, right? So this setup we already have. So this is my Red Hat 8. So let me log in. And guys, again suggesting you have to log in with a root account. Root is the administrator of your Red Hat Linux. Okay, so this is Red Hat 8, and let me show you in my system Docker is successfully installed. Okay, and because it is a software, so if you want to use Docker, if you want to use Docker, you have to start its services. So Docker also have their own services, so you have to start the services of the Docker if you want to use it, right? So right now, let me open the terminal. So guys, what is actual use case of the Docker? We haven't started. What is the actual architecture of the Docker? We haven't started. We'll go slowly. Don't worry. Each and every aspect of Docker you will learn in this training. But let me go slowly. So just first you should feel the Docker commands. You should know some vocabulary. Then if we start discussing some great use cases what Docker solve, that makes more sense, right? So right now guys, if you want to see does the Docker services does Docker install or not, you can use this command to verify. So in my system, Docker community edition has been installed with version 18 something. Even though in the market we already have 19 version also, but I feel 18.0.9 is more stable version. So I'm using this one of the great updated or new version, but yeah, it is more stable, right? So I'm using this version. Okay, and if you want to see the Docker services running or not, you can use the status command, system.status. This command shows that it is inactive or dead. Okay, but if you want to start the Docker services, you can use the start command. But the start command in Red Hat, it start the Docker in the current time or the run time, but after a system reboot, right, it again stops. Okay, so but if you want to see the status again, you can see now a Docker, it is running right now, but again if you restart the system, it stops because it is written disabled here. Okay, so if your requirement is you after every reboot your Docker automate starts, so you can use one command. But before this, let me share these command. Okay, so you can use the command called enable. So enable makes your Docker services permanent enable. So every reboot you do, it won't stop the Docker. So every reboot at the time of booting, it start the Docker for you. You can see the enable keyword here. Okay, so this is one small thing. So in my case, Docker is running. And after Docker run, you can run all the Docker commands, right? For example, let me run the command called Docker info. So if you want to see the detailed information about the Docker that is running in your operating system, you can use Docker info command to see it. Okay, so if I hit enter, it shows you lots of information. So as we move forward, right, we can understand all those things, what is runc, what is init binary, all those concept, almost everything will discuss. But what this command shows that we have running with version 18.09. This is one small thing. Second, it is having the license called community edition or engine they are using. Okay, next thing, they are running Docker is running on the top of Red Hat 8. Okay, plus some more information they are having, so we keep on discussing in some time. Okay, this one thing. Now guys, before I go for the next command or next things, let me give you very basic a great use case of the Docker. Okay, from there we would like to start some more things about the commands in the Docker, right? So so let me discuss some more thing about the Docker, right? But before this, let me explain one very basic thing, guys. uh, if you talk about any corporate, any industries, especially those who are purely work or rely on some applications. Okay, when I say application, it means software. So when you say software application, is one the same thing. Okay, so technically if you talk about any company who is product based or any company, even though they are not product based, everybody running their business and they are using some kind of application, and lots of applications they are using, right? For example, let's take a very simple example of Facebook. So Facebook website that you have is what Facebook app, right? Either it's a Facebook app or you can say the Facebook software. But technically what is app internally? app is one kind of program, but this program is something, some kind of code, right? But if you want to use a application or the software, you have to run the program. And when you run the program, it load on the RAM, and then this program become a process. Okay, so whatever the code you have, the till the time your code is reside inside your storage, inside your hard disk, right? Hard disk is also known as technically storage, right? When you run it, it become process, and when the process, it load on the RAM. So when it load on the RAM, it become process, right? But technically, what I'm trying to tell you guys here, if you want to run any, if you want to put any code or program, you can put in your pen drive also. But if you want to run a program, because without running the program, we can't use the application. Okay, for example, this is your website. If you don't run your website, or you don't put your website in the web server, right, you won't able to use it, client won't able to use it. And for running, we have to back a process, we have to run it. Okay, but for running any process, okay, for running any process, we require operating system. Understand one thing, guys. I don't see any scenario where you are running a process and you don't have the operating system, right? If you have any scenario, please let me know. Without having the operating system, you can't run the process, and without running the process, none of the user can interact with the application, right? Okay, for example, right now, right now, this is my program called Notepad. Okay, and as I hit enter, it become process, and it is rest process, and this process is running. That's the reason I can interact. Without running, I can't interact, it's impossible, right? And I'm the user, right? So but I am interacting with the process, and process running on the top of my operating system. Okay, but if you go for embedded system also, again, they in the embedded system also, they are have some internal firmware level of basic operating system. So everywhere you just go, you have some kind of small or teeny operating system should be there. It might be in the embedded device also, right? So my point is, guys, here, it means, right, in all the domains, from website to mobile app to so testing to software development build, from analytics world, from cloud world, everywhere you go, networking world, SDN world, NFV world, right, wherever you go, you have some application software, and if you want to use it, you have to run it, and for run, you require the operating system, and that is the only use case why we want the operating system. Okay, now biggest thing is now, okay, if you need an operating system, so user can use our program or the process, right? How where you can get the operating system from? Okay, so if you want the operating system, you have to install it. Okay, you have to install it, and after install, again, you also have to start the operating system, right? And this start of the operating system is known as boot. You have to boot the operating system. Okay, so this process, guys, sometimes known as, if you install the operating system and boot the operating system, is typically known as provisioning of my operating system. This is one thing. And for provisioning of your operating system, right, we have four different way available in the market, right? And what is those four way? I already explained you in the introduction part. Those four way, let me give, I explained it a little bit a little bit, extra in the last session, but let's give you some name. So if you want to provision operating system, either you can directly install on the top of hardware, this is called bare metal. Okay, or you can provision the operating system on the top of cloud computing. You can provision the operating system on the top of virtualization. The way I have done here, this is virtualization. The OS is been provisioned, right? Or the other way would be, you can provision the operating system on the top of Docker also. Okay, instead I say Docker. Okay, you can Okay. So I believe, guys, my voice is not audible from last few minutes. Just give me hold for a second. Let me check from last for what minute is my voice audible. Just hold for a second, guys. Just please. So, guys, yeah, I think my session was freezed actually. It is not actually freeze actually. I've set up some studio here, and in the studio I have some shortcut, right? Sometime it conflict with the shortcut of my virtual machine, right? So my screen again got freezed when I pressed the shortcut, right? So sometimes, guys, I missed. So, but technically, I think my last 1 minute ago, my screen was not responding or responsive, so you won't lose anything. So let me again repeat whatever I have discussed, right? So so if you go for virtualization also, again it takes 30 to 60 minutes to install your operating system. So technically, guys, we have four platform, but in all these four platform, right, we have if you want to install the operating system, and understand why we want to install the operating system, because without having the operating system we can't run the process. Okay. And if you have a requirement, you want your operating system process or provision or install or boot very faster, because there might be possibility that my operating system is keep on running, and inside the operating system I am running web server, and from the internet lots of client has been connected to the web server. Okay. And suddenly there might be possibility that suddenly a huge load come up, a huge traffic come up in my web server, and maybe one web server doesn't able to cope up with this particular load. Okay, so what you can do, either your client is coming and lots of client has come up, and those guy who connect initially they can connect, otherwise everybody lose the connection, or they can see there is no connectivity. Okay. Or obviously you don't want this, because you don't want to lose your customer, or you don't want to have a bad name in the terms of reputation, that if somebody goes to this site, for example, amazon.com or maybe flipkart.com, and you can see the server is down. So so my point is, guys, here as soon as you have the web server, as soon as the clients keep on coming, and if you see the load has been increased, and your web server is not able to fulfill the request of those things, not cope up with the request of those things, what you'll do, you'll install one more operating system, and inside the operating system you can you can sorry, guys, you can launch one more web server. Okay. And what you do, some of the client you just connect to this guy, some of the client you can connect to this particular system. So for this we normally have the load balancer we normally use for those purpose. So my point is, guys, here is uh, how fast you launch this operating system, how fast you configure the web server inside this, and how fast you start sending the traffic to the new web server. That matter a lot, right? So technically, guys, if you say now my load has been increased, and now because if you want to launch the web server, I need the operating system, and operating system required 60 minutes or 1 hour to install. After 1 hour, we configure web server again, some it takes some minutes, and then it starts. Then those client who is not served by these guys can be served by this particular server. Okay, but guys, understand, guys, 1 hour, 1.5 hour, 2 hours, how many client you lose, right? And it's a very bad for the reputation for the company also. If some of the site down because your one server is not able to fulfill the request, right? So my point is, guys, here, this is not an actual scenario, but actually I'll just explain the actual scenario, what happened actually internally. But I'm just giving one very basic example. So in this kind of scenario, right, in this kind of scenario, right, what you want, right, how faster this web server how faster this OS install, how faster you can configure the web server, and how faster you can boot this system, you can start the system. That's matter a lot, right? And here the role of Docker come in play, because using the containerization technology, right, you can launch almost any operating system with with your internal applications, maybe web server, maybe database server, whatever you have. Okay, everything from operating system, and inside the operating system your program, whatever your client want to use, everything you can launch or provision in just in 1 second. And that is the beautiful beautiful part of your the technology called containerization technology. And guys, understand one thing, the interesting part I already explained you. Containerization is just a technology name. The product that will run behind the containerization technology is Docker. Again, we have other products also, they were there in the market. But because we are in the Docker training, so the product that we used for the containerization world, it is the Docker. Okay, that's the main thing I'm trying to explain you here. Okay, 1 minute guys, please. So this is one thing. So the point is, guys, if you ever have a scenario, okay, that you want your operating system installed, then boot, then inside the operating system, whatever application you have, web server, app server, DB server, database server, any other application, your applications also start. Okay, it means you are ready to go. It means your user or the client are ready to use. If you have this scenario and you want this scenario to come up as soon as we can, or as quick as we can, okay, then uh, this concept is actually helpful in the world of DevOps. Because one of the principle of DevOps technology, what is DevOps we haven't discussed, it's not part of this training, but we can keep on talking some word. Okay, one of the core principle of the DevOps world is how faster you can do the thing. Okay, I'm not talking about the automate, I'm not talking about right now the intelligence, right? Okay, how faster, how agile you are. Okay, that is one of the feature or core part of the DevOps world, right? The faster you are, the faster you solve the thing, the faster you provision the thing, right? It help you in the terms of business growth. How it has been related, we'll discuss in some time. Business grow. And today's guys, whatever industry you are working at, whatever industry you will work, right, it everything about business, right? If your business is not benefited, if business is not growing, it is there is some issue in the DevOps principle and approach. Okay, so technically my point guys here, I would like to explain you what is DevOps we keep on discussing, and maybe in the last and the training you will understand this vocabulary very conceptually. But if you have this requirement, install, boot, and app start, if you can do it faster, very faster, then it help your business like anything, right? This is one thing. And how we can do it faster, so the one of the best way to do it faster using containerization technology means you can use the product like Docker for this. Just in 1 second your complete environment come up. Okay, so guys, maybe by the day end of day or maybe tomorrow I will show you this particular practical, this one. Okay, so what we will do, we will create one web server. Will have a client. My client is keep on hitting the one server, and I'll show you after some time as the traffic hit, my client is not getting the response. So what I'll do, I create one more web server, and I'll show you within a second this web server come up. And when I say web server, it is a complete operating system, and inside the operating system we have web server, and some of the clients will start hitting to this guys, and we'll put one load balancer. So what is this scenario, we'll discuss how to configure load balancer. So we'll configure our load balancer using HA proxy or maybe nginx, and then Apache web server. So I'll try to create this interesting practical scenario here. With the main thing that I will like to focus, I will like to focus again guys, This training is not about load balancer. This training is not about balancing the load in web server, right? So the main thing I would like to focus would be is how faster you can launch this OS. Okay. In this particular use case I'm talking about. So my point is, guys, here Docker can help you in lots of scenarios. I keep on talking on those scenarios, but right now let me start with this particular concept, that how we can launch our operating system just in 1 second. Okay, if you have this requirement for in any of the scenario, you can use the Docker. Okay, so let me start from here. Okay, so this is my operating system. Okay, and if you want to see how many OS is running from the Docker right now, so you can use the command called docker ps. So this command will show you how many current OS are running inside the Docker. Okay, and before I do show you some more command, let me give you some vocabulary that I already explained you in the last introduction part. Just as a faster brief, let me give you one more time. So I'm so sorry, guys. I have a little bit cough actually. So okay. So in any of the platform, if you want to launch the operating system, for launching the operating system, we require your operating system image. So without having the DVD, you can't install the OS in the laptop, right? So you require some image of the operating system. So if you have the image, you launch the operating system, or you can install the operating system, or start the operating system. Okay, so this is one requirement. Similarly, guys, in the Docker world also, if you want to launch any OS in the Docker, okay, you require a Docker image. Okay, this is one thing. And if you have the Docker image, from the image you can launch the operating system. And then Docker world, this operating system is technically known as container. So in this training, guys, when I used if I use the word OS, operating system, I technically means I'm talking about container, or vice versa. Okay, so that's what. So if you want to see how many containers are running, none. If you want to see how many images we have, this is a command we can use. So I have two images, one Ubuntu version 14.04, one is CentOS latest. But if you don't have an image, in the last class I show you, right, you can use the command called docker pull. Okay, and which operating system image you want. For example, I'm looking for CentOS. This is one kind of Linux operating system with version 7. Okay, latest is actually CentOS 8 actually. Okay, but if you want to use any other version, you can use colon and give the version. So what this command will do, it will pull or download your CentOS operating system image or Docker image or version 7 from the internet. So for this you require the internet connectivity, and from where they are downloading. So technically, Docker community has their own internet location, right? So they have own internet URL, means almost all the main operating system images like Red Hat, like CentOS, like Ubuntu, or Mandriva, all those things. So they put in one website, and the location, guys, where they put all the images or operating system images or Docker images are typically known as repository. So they have one centralized public repository. It means anybody without having the account, without giving the charges, they can download. Okay, so that is known as Docker public registry, public repository. Okay, and the location is hub.docker.com. So if you also want to see, just go to your browser and write hub.docker.com, and you can see this is the public Docker repository. So technically, if you download something from the Docker, they are downloading from here. So if you want to see, for example, CentOS, this is operating system we have. 1 minute. Okay, so they are downloading your image from here. Okay, and this is the official image, 10 million plus download. and here they show you all the versions that they have. Okay, version 7 actually, this is the version I'm downloading. Okay, latest I already have with 8, but we don't have the option directly here from here to download. So there's a reason they show you the command. This command you use to download. That's what I am using here. It has been downloaded. Okay, so they are downloading from the Docker Hub. And one more thing I would like to tell you here, the Docker images, right? Wherever you store all the Docker images, those locations are known as repository. But technically, instead you can see use the word repository. Technically, it is known as registry. So hub.docker.com is a Docker public registry. But we also have way we can create your own registry also, where we can put our own images, some are personal images, private images. This is called private registry. So in this training, guys, I will train you how to create your own private registry. So this is the public registry we already have, but if you want to create a private registry, how we can create, we will discuss, okay, in the upcoming class. But right now, whenever you use docker pull command, it download the image from the from the private public registry. This is called hub.docker.com. This is one thing. So technically I have now these 3 images. so so technically, if you want to launch any operating system, you want an image, I have. Now from this image I can launch my OS. That is called container. And the great thing is, in 1 second I can launch. Okay, so the command would be, right now if you see here, I don't have any OS running, but if you want to launch, you can use a command called docker run, because I want to launch or run new operating system. And you want to launch which operating system. So I'm launching, for example, CentOS version 7. So this is the command you can use. So what happened, if you run this command, it launch a new operating system or the new container. And what you want after it launch the new operating system, you need a terminal. Okay, command terminal. So you can have the access of this OS, and this terminal you want to be interactive. Means when you run the command, you get the terminal, but when you run the command, it interact with you and it give output to you. If you don't put I, you get the terminal, but it won't be interactive. So whatever command you will run, it won't give you the output. Okay, this is a command, right? So as soon as I hit enter, what I'll show you, this is a for me it is a like a imaginary command, because you know what, in 1 second your entire OS, right, from this image the entire OS installed, boot, and finally you get your login console. Means you log in inside the OS just in 1 second. One click, it launched. See here. So how can you verify you are inside this OS? Before you was in Red Hat 8, your base OS, this one, you can see localhost. Now you can see command prompt change, because this is the console or the terminal of this OS. Okay, and because I put I can interact and they give the output also. Okay, so we can use this command. And one more way we can verify, what I do, again I open a new terminal. So over here I am into my base Red Hat where Docker is running, and if you run docker ps, you can see now one new OS has been launched. And this OS launched 38 seconds ago, and this OS I launched from this image. And every OS or every container, they give a unique ID for some reason, we'll discuss. This is the ID they have given, and you can verify this ID is the same as this one. Okay, and if you want to shut down this OS, it's so fast, just use the exit command. One click, your operating system shut down. Again, use your docker ps, you can see now it is not visible here, it is shut down. Okay, so this command again we already discussed in the last class. Now great thing is, guys, okay, how come and what the hack behind the Docker, how Docker done this thing in 1 second. Okay, let me again ask this question, guys. How and what is the core hack behind this Docker tool or this container technology, right? How it is so quick. Just in 1 second, your entire operating system boot, install, and give the console to you. Okay, so this is very interesting thing, guys, and I believe me, if you know the right answer of this, if you know the right answer of this, right, you it blow our mind, and it give you lots of insight about the technology, and you start thinking like, okay, now, okay, this is so interesting, but it's so simple also, right? Now you can use this idea to create something new. Okay, and believe me, guys, lots of guys put this blog and content in the market that why Docker is so fast. Okay, but none of the blog or articles I've seen give the right core internal reason of this part. So what I'm doing, guys, I have the great answer with me, and I'm saying, it's not about the answer. Whenever I give the answer, right, if you ever attend any of my lecture before, I always give my answer with proof, with some technical proof. Okay, so I have a great answer with technical proof, right, where I will explain you why Docker is fast. But what I'm doing, guys, I just want to have one fast, quick competition for you all. And the competition is, I'm posting this question in the IISc Rise channel. Okay, and what you have to do, whatever sources you have, okay, whatever the links you have, whatever knowledge you have, whatever the guys in the industry you guys know, or all the blogs, Google, you can use any of the medium. Okay, and try to find the answer why Docker is fast. And those guys who give the right answer and closer to right answer, I have a special gift for you guys, a special goodie for you, right? We will courier you those goodies. So this is one competition. So just go and find, but I have the answer. I definitely, in the next class session, I will give the answer in detail, in brief. So this is the Eyes Rise platform. These kind of Q&A questions we keep on asking, and other training also. So I'm posting here why Docker launch OS technically container container very quick. Okay, so I need answer from this. I want the right answer, right? It's not like you can say just share library, or base library, the share and all those things, right? So I just need a technical answer with the explanation also. Why Docker launched the OS or container very quick. Okay, so this is what I want. You can do, or if you don't have this access, you just search in the Facebook IIC Rise. You can get this page, right, where you, in the comment section, you can post your answers. Okay, so this is one thing. And I also have one same page in LinkedIn also. Again, if you search IIC Rise, we you can get this and post your answer here. And those guys who give the right or closer to right answer, we will um, share a beautiful gift to you guys, right? So, but yeah, today I'm not talking about why it fast, but definitely I have the answer. I will share you with you. Okay, this is one thing. I would like to tell you one more thing. The one more cool thing about the Docker is, right, when you launch, for example, when you launch this operating system inside the virtual box. Okay, for launching this, you have to give 1 GB RAM, 2 GB RAM, something like this. It means if your laptop is 8 GB in RAM, okay, how many OS you can install? Multiple OS, right? Because when you install the OS, it won't require the hard RAM and CPU. It store everything in the hard disk. But when you start this OS, boot this OS from here, they start consuming your RAM, your memory. Okay, it means if you 8 GB RAM, if you want to launch 4 or 5 VMs or virtual machine here, your system will hang up. But the great thing in the Docker is, right, when you launch the OS from the Docker image using the Docker technology, when you launch the OS, it's called means container, right? Normally, typically, just in 10 MB to 20 MB RAM they launch, depend upon which application they install inside. But normally only OS I'm talking about, the only OS they launch just in 10 to 20 MB in RAM, just in M, right? This means if you have 8 GB of laptop, how many OS you can launch in parallel, right? You think, guys, right? So let me show this practical over here. How can I show you? For example, right now, if you want to see your current consumption of your RAM from a base Red Hat system, you can use this command. So in my base system, my OS used this much uh, RAM, and this much is free. So this much RAM is free in my OS. So what I'm doing, okay, I'll keep on running this command. So if you want to keep on running this command and want to see the live what is going on, you can use the command called watch, and I'm watching this command every 1 second. So what happened, watch will keep on running this command on the real time every 1 second. This is real time I'm running this command. So let me share this command if you don't know. So on the real time I'm watching my RAM, and what you see, the current free RAM in my base OS where we are running the Docker is 57 MB. Okay, now what I'm doing, I'm launching one new Docker OS IT from CentOS 7, for example. So what I'm trying to show you guys here, right now my RAM free is 67 MB because it's a real time, right? But as soon as I hit enter, new OS launch, and this OS will get the RAM from our basic Red Hat. Why they get from base Red Hat, we'll discuss. But how much RAM they consume, I would like to show you. It's like 66 MB is free. As soon as you hit enter, right, it's 59, 53. Okay, is it keep on running, but it's 53, 54. So from 66 to 55, almost 11 or 12 or 15 MB RAM they used to launch this OS. So very small footprint or the resources they consume to launch the entire OS. I am talking about only about the OS, but inside the OS, if you launch other application, they consume more, obviously. But the base OS, when you launch, right, they consume somewhere around this much MB, depending upon the image also. But normal, they consume this much of memory or this much of resources from the base OS. This means in limited resources, RAM and CPU, how many OS you can launch in parallel, right? This is one thing, right? So this is one small practical that I showed to you. Okay, now let me again shut down this OS. Let's now guys discuss some vocabulary about some more commands of the Docker. So right now guys, my today's intention is not discuss so much about the use cases. Okay, my intention is first you comfortable with the vocabulary, comfortable with this some basic concepts, comfortable with some of the commands. So if you have this, so tomorrow and the next few sessions, so guys, we will talk more in the use cases, and we'll build create multiple different practical example of the Dockers. Okay, so let me start from here. So right now these are the images we have. So let me show you some of the commands here. So if you want to launch the OS, you know the command docker run. Okay, docker run. But understand one thing, guys, when you launch the OS, okay, you run this command it. For example, I'm running the OS from Ubuntu 1404. Okay, so this OS I'm using with this version also known as tag. I'm inside this OS. Okay, and guys, because you are inside this OS, right, this is the new OS. Okay, and this is not OS where we install the Docker. From here, if you are try to run any Docker command, it won't work because you are in the new OS, right? And you have installed Docker in your Red Hat. So technically, this is a very common mistake. Normally, the guy who new in Docker they do. Okay, so I just want to give you one small vocabulary here. Okay, the vocabulary here is the system where we install Docker is Red Hat, and in the top of the Red Hat we install Docker, and on top of Docker we can launch multiple OS. Okay, so there is one small vocabulary you should know. Okay, the OS where we have installed Docker is Red Hat 8, and on the top of Red Hat 8 we install this Docker. and on the top of Red Hat, Docker service is running. So either you use the word Docker services, or sometimes it's known as Docker engine. So Docker engine is running on the top of Red Hat 8. Okay, you can verify by this command. Okay, this is my Red Hat 8. So if you run the Docker system ctl status Docker, you can see in my system Docker engine is running. This is one thing, right? Now, uh, second thing, guys, on the top of Docker, we can launch multiple OS, because Docker is a platform where you can provision the OS. Okay, and this OS, either you can say use the word OS, but typically technically known as container. And container is become a new OS. But where we have installed Docker, we have installed Docker on the top of Red Hat. So any command that is related to Docker, you have to first go to Red Hat and there you have to run it. And the OS where the OS that we used to run the Docker or install the Docker, that OS is also known as Docker host. So in your system, Red Hat 8 is your Docker host. So whenever I say go to Docker host, I mean just go to Red Hat 8. And for this, open a new terminal. Okay, you are into the Red Hat 8. And normally from this prompt also you can see sometimes so localhost, it means you are in the Red Hat 8. And all the Docker command you can run from the Docker host only. But if you try to run any command inside the OS that is run inside the Docker, you can't run. Okay, these are the new OS, and this OS is Ubuntu. So all the Ubuntu command, for example, Ubuntu yum command doesn't work. But in the Ubuntu, if you want to install the OS, or if you want to install any software, apt command work. Okay, so all the Ubuntu respective command you can install here. This is the one small thing, right? So now one more small thing. Right now, guys, this OS running. So I'm opening a new terminal of my base host, and you can use Docker PS. Every OS they give one unique name, ID, and they also give some unique random names. Okay, what is the use of this name? For example, we can use this name or ID for something. For example, this OS is running. Okay, and if I exit this OS, the OS shut down, obviously, but it is only shut down, it's not terminated. So if you want to see all the OS that you started and is stopped, okay, you can use Docker ps-a. By this command, you can see all the OS that has been currently running or maybe stopped. Okay, so guys, these are the OS. For example, this was the OS that I stopped or exited 16 seconds ago. Okay, so because this OS is stopped, if you want, you can again start it. Okay, how to start? The command is Docker start, and at the time, guys, now you can use the ID or you can use the name, whatever you feel like. So you can use the name of this OS to start it away. Okay, now this OS again start. How can you know? You can use Docker ps command. Now it again starts. For 3 seconds ago, we have started. Okay, but if you want to understand one thing, when you start any OS, it start in the background. Background means right now you are into Red Hat. You are not inside this OS. So when you start any OS that is shut down, if you start again, they are running in the background. You can see it is running. Right now I'm in the Red Hat, but OS is running in the background. But if you want to go in, you can use the command called docker attach. Okay, and you can give the ID again or the name. Okay, so what it do, it log in inside the OS. You get the console, you get the command terminal of that OS. Okay, but it was showing you guys. So when you do attach, you have to enter one more time to get the command line of this particular OS. You can see I am into the same F2E is this one. Okay, and if you do exit again, it's shut down. So technically, right, if you want to see all the OS that they are running or contain running, you can use Docker PS. If you want to see all the OS that are running plus everything that's shut down, you can use this command. Okay, this is one thing. One more thing, guys, when you run a Docker OS or container, they give a random IDs that they decide, but they also give random name. Okay, this name is good because sometimes it's very harder. Okay, this was the one where we configure web server, this was the one where we configure database. So technically ID, remembering the ID is very harder, so we can use the name. to remember the things, right? Again, the name they are giving are again very random. So what you can do, you can give your own name. For example, I'm going to launch one more OS. Okay, for example, I have these images. You can use any image. So I'm going to launch one more OS. For example, from CentOS 7, this version. Okay, and as soon as I hit enter, they give a unique ID for this OS plus some random name. But if you want to give your own name, you can give an option called happen name. Okay, and for example, I'm just going to give my own name Vimal OS. Okay, so it will launch a new OS. Okay, with some random IDs. This called container ID. But internally, if you open your new terminal again, your base host of Red Hat, if you run Docker PS, you can see the name that is assigned is my own name. The use case for this name is like a tag. It is a name. So for example, if you think this OS you're gonna use for Apache web server, just give the name Apache web server. This OS you want to use for Hadoop, give the name Hadoop. You want to use for example, for anything, right? For Spark, you can use a Spark or database. They always give the name that makes the most sense, because in the future you have hundreds and thousands of container running for multiple things. The name always help us to identify those things. And how you can use the name? You can use name for everything, right? For example, my OS is running. If you want to stop the OS, you can use stop your name. So right now in the background you can see this OS is running, and from the outside if you want to stop, just click here, the OS shut down. So it is shutting off of your operating system or the container. So so you can use these names. So you can see from outside, you can see it's stopped. You can verify with Docker PS is stopped, but you can use Docker PS A. You can see your OS is there. It's not terminated, but it is been stopped 10 seconds ago. Now if you want to start, because you know the name, you can start it. So you just start Vimal OS. OS starts. You can verify with this command, OS starts. But if you want to go in, you can use Docker attach. It take you inside the operating system of you, right? So having the name, if you know the name is very simple. That you can remember. You can just know the name, start, stop, attach, or lots of other commands also you can do. Okay, and if you really want to if you, especially if you are new in the Docker, right, normally the way we understand this concept is, for example, in this virtualization world, if you want to launch a new operating system, you just click new. It will help you to install the new operating system, right? Similarly, right, in the Docker world, for example, this is the virtualization world, and we have one more platform, is called containerization. Okay, so in the virtualization world we have lots of product, like we are using Oracle VirtualBox. In the container world we have a lot of product like Docker. But in the virtual world, if you want to launch a new OS, this OS is known as VM. In the container world, when you launch a new OS, this OS is known as container. In the virtualization world, if you want to launch the OS, normally we have the graphical way, we have the command also, right? But here, if you want to launch a new OS, we have a command called Docker run. Docker run is a command to launch the new OS. Like in the virtualization world, if you want to start the OS, just click here to start graphically, right? But here in the Docker, if you want to start the OS, you can use Docker start. In the virtualization world, if you want to stop the OS, just right click, there's an option called close and power off. It shut down the OS, hard shut down, right? Similarly, if you want to shut down the OS, we have two way. If you are inside the Docker container, you can use exit command. But if you're outside if you're in the Red Hat OS, you can use Docker stop command. It means if you are inside this OS, technically if you see here, right, if you're inside this container, you can use exit to shut down. Or if you was in the Red Hat base system, you can use Docker stop. The two way to stop your operating system. Okay, so these are the comparison commands or vocabulary you can use. And if you want to see how many OS you have, you can see the list, how many OS you have. Similarly, here we can use Docker ps-a to see how many OS they have. Okay, so this is one thing. So one more question, guys, I have for you. I showed you when you launch a Docker, it launch your Docker OS or container just in 10 to 20 MB RAM. Okay, why and how is possible? Just complete entire operating system they are running in 10 to 20 MB in RAM. So again, this is one more question that I have, right? How is possible, right, that Docker launches entire OS, technically container, in very less memory? Memory means RAM, right? Sometime 10 to 20 MB. Okay, all right. Why and how is possible? How Docker launched the entire this thing? So what is the technical reason for this? Okay, how is possible? So again, guys, try to find your best answer and put in this this quiz here, and let's see who gave the right answer. So this is one more task for you. Okay, guys, I just require 10 for 15 more minutes, then we'll go for faster Q&A, and then we'll take a fast quick break. Okay, so let me show you some more vocabulary command here. Before this, let me show you one small thing. Okay, so this is my terminal of my Red Hat. It's Docker host, and I have these images. Okay, and I'm going to launch one new operating system from CentOS version 7. And it's good practice always to give a name, unique name. Name should be unique. If I try to give the same name that you have, right, it failed. This is name already conflict. Okay, and so you have to give always unique name that is not exist. So example, I'm just going to give Vimal OS1. So technically, guys, I'm inside the CentOS, okay, or new OS. Okay, if you run the command like ls, it is working, date, it is working. But normally in Linux, if you want to see the IP address, you have to use a command called ifconfig. And if you try to run the ifconfig command, it failed, and what it says, command not found. And a lot of guys start thinking that inside the Docker OS, ifconfig command doesn't support, but it is not like this, guys. Whatever support in CentOS, whatever support in Ubuntu, it supports in Docker, right? There would be no as such exception. There might be some exception, but there's no exception. So whatever you do normally in a VM, normally in the cloud, normally in laptop, all the command, all the program support here, exactly the support here. Okay, but understand one thing, if sometime they show you command not found, it means this command is not available, but you can get it. Okay, for this you should know one small thing, right? Those guys who know basic Linux, they know. For example, okay, this one base Red Hat, if you run the date command here, it is working. But what is date? Date is a program, and every program is a file, and every file is located somewhere. So you can use which command to get the location where this command located. Okay, and every program file is normally come from some software, and in the Red Hat, the software name, the software name or software is managed by a format called RPM. So you can use RPM and ask RPM, I have a query for you. I'm just giving you one file name or program name, right? Can you give me the software name of this? So they give the software name like core utils. It means date command or a program come from the software. It means somebody installed the software. That is the reason I have the date command. Similarly, similarly, if you talk about ifconfig command, in my base Red Hat, ifconfig command is working. You can, by this command we can see the IP. But if you try to find what is the location of this command, you can use which, and which software this command come from, you can use this particular RPM having Q. Okay, the software name is NetTools. So this is the software through which we have ifconfig command come up in the market in my operating system. Okay, so my point is, guys, if you don't see any ifconfig command right anywhere in your, especially in your Red Hat or CentOS, it means the software called NetTool is not there. Because this software is not there, and that is a reason. That is a reason we don't have the ifconfig command. And if you want to install the software in Red Hat, and guys, technically, if you don't know anything about CentOS, so whatever command you run in Red Hat, it exactly work in CentOS. Okay, you can think, guys, Red Hat is operating system Linux. CentOS is also Linux operating system. The only difference is, right, whatever software if you want to use in Red Hat, normally you have to take the subscription from the Reddit. They charge you. Okay, but whatever the we have in the Red Hat, okay, they open to the market as a public or as open source free in the name of CentOS. Okay, so it is known as a downstream project. So CentOS is a downstream project of Red Hat. So it means whenever you see any version Red Hat 8 come up, CentOS 8 also come up, and that is the reason what a software you install CentOS, it also supports Red Hat. It means exactly whatever you do in Red Hat operating system, right? Same software, same command, it work in CentOS operating system. It means if you know something Red Hat, exactly same thing you can do in the CentOS OS. Okay, and that might be reason if you go to Docker Hub, and from here if you try to search for Red Hat image in the Docker Hub, you won't see any Red Hat image here. Okay, if you try to search rel, okay, you won't see any official image of Red Hat. This is an image somebody has uploaded. I'll also show you how in the upcoming class how to create your own personal image. You can also upload here, right? But there is no official Red Hat image here because Red Hat is the operating system. If you want to use Red Hat, you have to subscribe. You have to give the license fee to the Red Hat. So technically, if you talk about Docker, in the Docker we have a Red Hat or rel Docker images, but you can't get it from the Docker Hub. So we have a different registry or the hub or the repository from the Red Hat, but for this you have to subscribe to get it. Okay, it means if you want to work freely on the Red Hat, okay, then whatever the practice or test you want to do, you can do on the top of CentOS because it is free. But they are both are exactly same, right? So whatever test practice you want to do in the Red Hat, you can do for CentOS, or you just go for Red Hat, subscribe the license, or you can create your own image. And how to create your own image, I will explain you in the upcoming classes. Okay, this is the same thing I'm talking about here. It means whatever practical you want to do on the top of Red Hat, you can use CentOS also. Okay, it is freely available. Okay, now one thing, guys, in the CentOS or in the Red Hat, if you want to install any software, you can use RPM command. And even though I already took the lecture of basic Linux, and those guys who don't know the yum, I suggest you can use one lecture. I already shared the video link in your channel. So there's one class we did of yum. The yum is a command or tool in the Red Hat. It is a tool to manage the packages. It's a tool through which we can install the software. Okay, so those guys who don't know yum, I highly suggest please listen my that particular lecture where I explain you everything from the yum and how to configure. But great thing is inside the container, the yum is already been configured. So those guys who created this image, they have given us yum pre-configured. Okay, these are the files they already configured, and in this configure, the base URL is the internet one. Means when you install any software internally, they download the software directly from the internet. So they write all the URL where the software of CentOS is available. So technically, inside this particular OS or container that we launch from CentOS, you don't have to configure yum. Yum is already configured, but yum is a command through which we can install the software. So make it simple. if you want to get ifconfig command, you have to install a software. You can use yum install command. And which software you can install? NetTools. Okay, you can install this software. And if you have internet connectivity in your container or OS that by default you have, okay, you it will download this software from the internet and it will install for you. They are downloading for you. So my point, guys, that my intention is to just prove you and to show you, right, inside your OS that you launch from the Docker are known as container. And if you think some of the command and program is not available, it's so simple. Just find out the name of the software of or the RPM from where this command program come up, and just install this particular RPM with yum to install it. That's what I'm doing. So I'm downloading this software using yum, and after downloading they will install for you. Now the software has been installed. You can verify with the yum list command. Now it has been installed in my system. Okay, because installed now, because this software is the one through which ifconfig command come up. Now I can use the ifconfig command inside my container, and I can see the IP address of my container. Okay, similarly, whatever the command is not available that you think you require, you can install it with the yum. And good thing, you don't have to configure yum, even though you guys know how to configure yum, but you don't have to configure it. It is there. Okay, this is one thing. Let me tell you guys some more thing here. A lot of guys again has a myth. Again has a myth. A lot of guys think, that whatever we create something inside the container, means whatever data you save inside the container is temporary. Means for example, this is your container, okay, having the ID 89EC something. Okay, and okay, for this let me explain you in this way. Let me close this. Let me create new one. So I'm going to launch one more new OS, run IT for example use CentOS 7. I'm launching one new OS and I'm going to create one file with the cat command, for example linux.txt, and I say like hi linux, control D. If I create it, I have the data stored. Okay, so a lot of guys think whatever data you store inside the container, okay, it is temporary. Means they say if you exit, this data has been lost. And sometimes they also try to prove you. How they prove you, right? Where they run this command again, it take you inside the container, and whatever the file you created has been lost. Again, one thing, guys, that is not a right practical, and this is just a myth. Understand one thing, guys. Under one thing, whenever you run use the run command, it launch a new OS. Okay, the file that you created inside the OS having the ID this one DC something, and when you run the new OS, it become a new OS they launch. It is something like this. Okay, whatever data you put inside this VM, it's there, right? When you launch a new OS, it is a new OS. Obviously, it can't see the same data there. Okay, so technically what I'm trying to tell you here is whatever data you have put inside the Docker, it stored permanently. It is not temporary. Okay, whatever data you put, it is not temporary. Sometimes somebody think, right, that's what I'm explaining you, it is store your data permanent. Okay, but only thing is because when you do exit, this OS shut down. So what can you do, right? You can start this OS again. So right now if you see this OS is stopped, you can start the OS. Which OS? This one where you created the file. Which OS we created the file? That having the ID this one. I started. And if you see, if you start, it started. If you go inside again, so whenever you start anything that is stopped, it go run in the background. So if you want to go in, you can use the attach command to go in, and if you do ls, you can see your data back. It means whatever data you store inside your operating system, inside the container, it is permanent till the time you terminate. And how to terminate? Okay, For example, this OS is there. It's shut down, but if you can see the list, the DC2BD. If you see the all list, you can see DC2D is there. But if you want to delete it permanent, you can use the command called docker rm and delete this. So it now permanently removed. And if you removed, it means everything is removed. So now if you try to see, there's no OS there. Now you can't get your data back. Okay. So it is something like this. If you right click in the OS and remove, it is permanently removed. So if you want to terminate the OS, okay, terminate the OS, you can use docker rm command. It permanent terminate your operating system or the container. Okay. This is one thing. Let me guys ask you one thing. Last 5 minutes I want. Then we go for Q&A. Okay. So in the Docker guys, I am going to launch one more new OS from CentOS version 7. Okay. And just trying to give the name. Okay. And just give any name. For example, OS1. Unique name. One new OS. Guys, if you, I don't know if you noticed or not, right? I'm so frequent to launching the OS. If I asked you the same question, guys, that I have to do some practical, just go to VM, launch the new OS because I want to run a date command. Okay, like you think 10 times before you launch the new OS because it take a lot of time, lot of energy, a lot of RAM and CPU. Half an hour, 1 hour it consume, it hang up my system, right? You think 10 times before you launch the OS. But if you notice here, guys, I am not thinking anything when I launching the OS from the Docker. It's so quick, so fast, limited RAM and CPU, right? Within a second they launch. As fast I am running the command, as fast they run the OS, right? So I don't have to think it. So whenever you have any use case where you want to test the thing, do the thing very faster, right? Again, those use case being solved by Docker. It's so quick, so fast, right? So if you have any test cases, you want to test, you want to build something, right? Just launch it, do it, and done. That's all, right? We'll discuss also on those part in some time. The OS been launched now, guys, because this is the full-fledged OS. You can run all the command, you can run all the program, okay. And even though it's not about you have to just only run the date command, ls command, you can launch and run any command, even though you can launch the command that is graphical command. For example, I'll go to a base system. This is my Red Hat base system. I'm running the date command, is working fine. But if you want to use a Firefox, it's a graphic command, I can launch. So from the command line also we can use a command to launch any graphical program, maybe Firefox or VLC player or something like this. I can launch it, right? Okay. Similarly, this is my base Red Hat, but similarly, the same kind of setup you can do from the Docker also. So if we have a requirement to launch any graphical program, you can also do from here. But technically, again, the command is not available. Okay, and idea, guys, if the command is not available, you have to find the software name through which this command comes. And by chance, if you find some command come from software called Firefox. So Firefox is a command. It comes from a software called Firefox. So what I'm again discussing to you and telling to you, right? You can use your Docker container for running any command, any program. It might be a command that giving the text output. It might be command or program that are giving a graphical output. The only thing is you have to install the software. If the command program is not available there, you have to install the software there. Okay. And one of the great things that Docker help you, if you are a programmer, okay, and if you are a programmer and you want to write a program like in Java, Java 7, Java 8, maybe in Python 2, Python 3, 3.6, 3.8, right? You can use Docker to do it, right? And I don't know, guys, have you heard about the term called platform as a service? Okay, almost all the great developers are leveraging the power of platform as a service. For example, if you go to Amazon AWS Cloud, it's Beanstalk. Maybe if you had heard about Cloud Foundry, if you heard about Google platform as services, if you heard about OpenShift, right? So those are the very great products in the market. Lots of guys using this, right? Especially as a developer. Okay, but almost all the platform behind the scene, they are using containers. Almost maximum platform are using Docker behind the scene. Okay, so in the upcoming class, we will discuss about platform service a little bit also, and even I'll show you how they're leveraging the power of Docker. We'll also try to create something like platform as service kind of setup, using just from basic leave from the Docker also. Okay, so we will talk on those part how to do this, right? But the main thing, guys, whatever field you are from, you can use the Docker. Okay, so you can install Python here, Java here, do the program, run it. So it is like your own personal OS. Or even though you can think in this way, I have normally you have one laptop, right? In one laptop you're doing everything. You're using VirtualBox, or you're using browser, you opening the images, you run your Java program, Python program. But in the Docker, what can you do? One OS dedicated for my VLC player, one OS dedicated for writing Python 2 programming, one OS dedicated for Python 3 program, one OS dedicated for my browser. Every program, for everything, we can have our own operating system. Okay, so whenever you want to launch the Firefox, launch this OS and start the Firefox, right? And you know how within a second it launches, within a second Firefox launch also inside this. Okay, so what is benefit this of for this? Lots of benefit. One of the benefit would be, okay, these are two different OS. So due to any reason, any bug come in Firefox, any security bug come in Firefox, so it might hack this OS. And what they find, it in this OS, it find only Firefox. It won't impact my VLC player. It won't impact my other Python program or databases. Okay, because sometimes happen, if Firefox has a bug and due to this bug, other program or other data in my system also been hack up or maybe hacked, right? So this is one great benefit, right? Other benefit would be, right, this OS has their own personal RAM, own personal CPU, own personal resources, right? This OS will have own personal RAM as resources. How they have personal, we will discuss in a minute, right? So if you're doing something here and if we consume more, it won't impact the VLC player performance. Okay, so we'll discuss about how we have a personal constraint in the RAM, CPU, and resources. So lots of guys use case. I'm keep on talking about some of the use case. Depend what it fits, and I'll show you all those use practicals to you in some time. Okay, but right now let me install this Firefox. So I have my own personal OS. Okay, if I open my my base terminal, if you run the Docker PS, okay, Docker PS, you can see this OS1 is running, and inside this OS1 I am installing my software called Firefox. Okay, so after Firefox launch, let me show you how does it work for us or not. Okay, technically they are installing successfully, but it will work or not. Okay, so you know what, guys, what happened when you launch, install any program inside the Docker OS. Okay, when you install any program inside the Docker OS, okay, and if this program are giving you a output in some kind of text output, technically what I'm trying to tell you again, you can install any program inside the Docker, any program, any software. But if program if give you output in CLI or text format, it show you there is no error. But if program wanted to give you a output, okay, that require a GUI. For example, the software I'm installing is Firefox. So we can install the software Firefox program, but when start launching the Firefox, it requires GUI. And if it required GUI, it failed. So let me show you. Okay, technically there's no issue in the installation of the Firefox. It is working fine, right? Okay, but as soon as I launch the Firefox program, you know what happened. All right, right now I'm inside the container. You can see I'm inside the container. Okay, if you hit enter, it failed. They failed to open the Firefox because it required some graphical display. It failed. Okay, so if you see this error, a lot of guys start thinking it means inside the Docker we can't launch a program that require GUI, graphical user interface. But again, guys, it is a myth. Okay, it is a myth, right? That we can't launch a GUI program in the Docker. Technical answer is yes, we can do it. Okay, we have a way inside the Docker you can launch a program that has a GUI, for example, like Firefox or gedit or Notepad or any IDE or maybe maybe like VLC player. You can do it. Okay, question how? Again, I have the answer. I will definitely give you tomorrow, not today. But I just want to ask this question to you again, right? How can you give GUI program access inside Docker container? Okay, so this is one more task I would like to give you. Technical answer, yes, we can do, but how we can launch GUI program inside the Docker container? So what are the best answer you have? Post here. So this answer I will give you tomorrow, and if you have the answer, you think, guys, you know what, okay, whatever you can do in the normal OS, right? For example, this is my normal OS, Red Hat. I can run the basic command that give you a text output. I can run the Firefox command or gedit command that giving the graphical output. Everything whatever you're doing your base OS like a normal operating system, right, you can do inside the Docker also. If you do this, it means almost everything whatever you do inside your base OS you can do inside the Docker container. That's my main thing. Okay, but doing the things in the Docker give you a lot of sense, a lot of things. First of all, they are very fast. Second thing, whatever we do inside the Docker, I explain you there. Okay, whatever you do inside, where's my diagram? I don't know, where is lost. So whatever you do inside the Docker, right, it is isolated. The great thing that Docker give you, if you launch this Firefox inside this OS of Docker, this called container, this Firefox is isolated. So due to any bug in the Firefox, it won't impact my other OS or other program in other Docker containers. Okay, and if other OS has some issues, it won't impact this guy. Okay, and isolation is the biggest way to secure the thing, or biggest way to manage the thing. Okay, we'll talk more about isolation sometime when we talk a little bit advanced in Docker security. Even though we haven't started Docker security yet, we will definitely discuss. The isolation is one great thing that is provided by the Docker. Okay, so this is the one more practical, guys. I show you now. This OS is running right now. Okay, so you can use Docker ps command. It is running right now. If you want to shut down, you can use docker stop to shut it down. Okay, but because Firefox is software, or because I store the software, it is stored inside this OS, and I show you guys whatever data you put or software you put, it is permanent. So in the future, if you want to run the Firefox again, you just go and start Docker OS 1. It again start once again. Guys, this is one thing I'm talking about, right? That time, the great thing about the Docker is, right, if you want to install the new OS, boot the OS, and get your app start in a second. Similar kind of example it is, not exactly, but similar kind of example. In 1 second, your OS start, right, and whatever the app we have inside the OS, maybe web server, app server, or Oracle database, or maybe Firefox, it come up. And if you want to go in, want to use, you can use this OS. Now we have the Firefox. Right now it is not working because I haven't give the graphical support, but that's the question I asked you. Just go and try, find how we can get the graphical support. Okay, so that is the one thing I'm talking about. So guys, yeah, I've just started the thing. Okay, technically none of the use case I showed you as a practical, but I keep on touching some of the great use cases where you can use the Docker. But all those things what I'm discussing right now, how it used in the DevOps world, right? Why so fast, right? How we can create this sort of like load balancer, all those things, how to use the PaaS environment, how to isolate the Docker. I just give some of the core use case of the Docker. I haven't show you the practical because this is not right time to discuss, because you guys doesn't know again some more thing about the Docker. So initial today my intention was to make you comfortable with the Docker commands, right? Then from tomorrow onwards we start picking these kind of use cases, go more deep dive into Docker, and start implementing those use cases. Okay, with maybe integrating with other tools, so like Jenkins or that, or if you want, will do. So let's do guys one thing, let's do a quick 5 minute of Q&A, or 10 minutes if you want. Okay, and then we go for 10 or 15 minute of break, right? As a break in between, and then we come back and we again learn some more new commands, right? I suggest if you want to practice right now as a this command, whatever I'll discuss, you can practice. I put everything in the Google Drive, and the link of this Google Drive where I have put this Google Drive, we already shared you guys in your channel. So if you are part of IIC channel in the Telegram, we've already shared this Google Drive link. You can go and get from there this page. Okay, so everything I whatever commands I run, I post everything. Even the diagram also I will post there. These diagrams, right? So let's go for faster Q&A. Okay. So what I'm doing, guys, I'm enabling my chat window of the Docker. So 1 minute, please. So guys, I enabled my chat window. Okay, so it pop up in your app in a minute, and if it doesn't pop up, just refresh your page or go back and again come in. All right, you'll see your chat window pop up, and I'm just putting hi there. Okay, so till here, if you have any question, will you can ask me. So somebody asked me, if we didn't terminate the Docker or shut down the virtual machine, will data be... Yes, the data will be there. If you directly shut down your Red Hat, okay, you won't lose your data, because data is stored in the hard disk. So whatever you put in the hard disk, it won't store. Siri say there is no internet connection inside the container, but I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. Let me guys share my screen again. Okay, so if you talk about this particular OS, I am in the Red Hat. If you have a internet connectivity from the Red Hat, my case I have, then if you launch any OS on the top of on the top of this Red Hat, if you launch any container, so this is my new OS, new container, and now from here also, if you try to do a connectivity to the one of the IP of Google, you can see we have the connectivity. Or if you try to ping facebook.com, if you want to ping google.com, we have the internet connectivity. Okay, so if you don't see this internet connectivity, so just check, does your base OS has the connectivity or not. If your base OS doesn't have the connectivity, you can't do have the connectivity from the OS. This is one thing. Second thing, guys, I also noticed one small thing, right? In some of the version of the Docker, they have some issue in the connectivity. We have to do something else, right? So you can run this Docker version command. Okay, version command. Okay, and if you see my current version, not see the Docker client version, just see the Docker server version. So what is server client? We have one topic we'll discuss. So if you see the Docker server version, I'm using 1809. Okay, I suggest guys also try to use the same version if you're using some version like 19 something in the server, you might see some internet connectivity issue. Why? Again, we will talk in, if you want, in the future. But right now I suggest just use the version that I am using, so you can also sync with me. So this is one more thing that you can use. Okay, and that's all. Yeah, one more small thing. At the time of launching the Docker container, if you are seeing some error, it failed, OSI container runtime fail, if you are facing this issue, okay, at the time of launching, in my case it is working very fine, but at the time of launching the container, and if you are seeing any error, something like failed, something like OSI container failed, permission denied, if you see this kind of error, okay, then there is a reason for this, right? We have one great security and underline my Red Hat OS, it is called SE Linux. So this is one of the great security. Some of the feature they are stopping to do in our Red Hat, because technically we are running Docker on the top of Red Hat, and SE Linux is running in the top of with the Red Hat, right? It's one great security, it's called SE Linux, Security Enhanced Linux. It stops Docker for doing something. Okay, so if SLNS is activate in your system, right, Docker won't able to launch. Okay, so for this thing, all right, even though we have a way to solve it, to write some rule, but I'm not going for that direction. So what you have to do, you have to use a command called get enforce. Okay, in my case SLNS is enforcing, it means enabled. But in your case, if it is enabled, it's working fine, that's great. But in your case, if you see it failed, it is not working, what you can do, you can disable the SLNS for some time. This is the command you can use to disable the SCLNX, right? Zero means disable. It show you permission, it is something like disable. Okay, so if at the time of launching it is failing with this kind of error, I suggest to disable SCLNX for some time, then start using, it will work for you. Okay, if you are failing this with this error. Okay, now let me again move to some more queries you have. Yes, you can do unsol SSH between the OS. By default, it doesn't support SSH, but I'll show you how to enable SSH, means remote access in the Docker container. I will show you how to do this. Okay. Uh, Difference between, can you explain again Docker image and Docker container? Yes, Gopi, we have discussed already. Docker Docker image is the one through which you launch the OS, and contains the one, the OS that is contains your OS, right? So I believe, I think if Gopi, if you go into my first lecture of introduction, there I explain you this thing little bit more, right? So I don't want to waste the time again. Just go to my introduction lecture. There I explain you the meaning of image in detail and image in content. Not detail, but conceptual explanation I have given you. You can understand from there. The difference with exit and the Docker stop, technically, as such, there is no difference. But when I go move forward, when I start explaining you the internal part of the Docker, there I explain you there's a big difference in Docker stop and exit command. Right now it is working same, but wait for some that topic. I will explain you very interesting difference between the stop and the exit. Okay, the difference at run a test, guys, run is different, right? If your OS is already running in the background and if you want to connect and get the console, you can use attach. But if your OS is not running and you want to launch new, then you have to use Docker run command. Okay, this is the difference, right? Okay, which hard disk space Docker is using? Again, there is one topic in Docker called storage. There I explain you in detail about how the Docker are using the storage and from where are getting the storage. Okay, so that part I will explain you guys there. Guys, if you want to join the Telegram group or the Telegram channel, Just check your mail. We already mail you some contact number. Contact to those volunteers. They will help you to connect to those things, those channels and the group. Uh, yes, guys, apd-get unsole apd-get is a command in Ubuntu that is again also configure if you go to Ubuntu. And in the Red Hat, we don't use apd-get, we use yum on CentOS also. But in both the images, if you use, they already has pre-configured. Okay. Yes, Ansul, you can use export command display. Just go and try does it work or not. So guys, whatever query I ask you to launch the graphical from for inside the Docker container, just go and check that it is working or not. Okay, if it's working, then put the answer there. Okay, but display concept is not exactly work. You have to do some more thing. Yes, Ravi, we after this break, we will discuss about the execute command. So you can see the difference in execute, run, and other things. So what is the use of execute command exe in Docker? We'll discuss. Now, if ping command is not working in Ubuntu, it means ping command is again come from some software. You can install that software and do it. Okay, some of the command is not working. If command is not there, install the command. And if command is there but it is not working, there's a different reason, maybe of network connectivity. So just check cities, the network connectivity, the way I explained. If a base system has an internet connectivity, then it should work inside this. And check the version also of your Docker. Okay, where the container is stored physically. The container is a is a running OS. It won't store anywhere. It is the live OS or running on the RAM, but they have some internal files. I'll show you in the upcoming topic where to store it. Nilesh, yes, we can set the host name. For this, we will discuss one topic of privilege. So in the privilege part, I'll show you to change the Docker privilege of the root account. And then I show you how to enable this part, how to set the host name. Can we add more interface in the container? Yes, we have a way we can add more interfaces in the container. Technically, we don't require, I don't see so any great use case for this. But yes, we can add, we have way in the networking part of Docker. I'll show you how to allocate memory CPU. We have one concept of affinity of C group come up maybe in the upcoming class. I'll show you how to constraint with the affinity with the RAM and CPU. My Jenkins container stop after 609 all the configuration. 1 minute. Abhishek Jaiswal asked, my Jenkins container stop after 6 or 7 days and all the config get deleted. Can I run the new image while the Jenkins container in the running state? And the image also catered with all the config. Yes, you can do it, but if it is harder for me, Abhishek, to give the answer in this way because I don't know why they are stopping. First of all, are you manually stopping or some other script stopping for it, or how the image been created? Because there's concept called CMD or entry point. Are they are the one who is stopping it? Okay, so there's a lot of reason why they're stopping it, but yeah, you can create a new image. Okay, you can get the new image if your question is this one while the content is running. So this will I show you today. So at the time of the content is running, you can create a new image from this. But I don't think so it's solely you're janking the issue that you're talking about. But yeah, what are you asking? Yes, we can do. How? I will show you. Okay, again, yum instruction command fail. Just check your network connectivity because technically yum is fetching the data software from the internet. If internet is not connected in your Docker OS or container, yum also won't work. The way we have the configuration. Yes, Shivam, I'll try. I'm not committing you about the AWS. Let's me complete Docker. It is a great technology for the industry, for the career, and for solving multiple use cases. So let me first complete the Docker. Let's then we think about other technologies. Yes, Neeraj, we have a one great way. Is one great question you asked. How to detach? So after the we you guys come from break, I will share those things. How we can detach. Okay, so I think I almost all the queries I have touched, and some of the query guys, it would be the part. of the upcoming class, the in those part you will get the answer of those query or whatever you asking. Okay. Yes, guys, we can run both VLC and multiple graph applications you can launch in one Docker. You can launch, right? So because it's OS, you can launch multiple OS, everything will work. Okay. So if you guys are having network issue, just suggest going to base OS. Just check your base OS is has internet connectivity. If not, so go through some of my basic Linux classes. You can find the same YouTube channel. There I talk a little bit about the networking setup, or you can ask your volunteer. They will help you in in network connectivity settings, right, of your Red Hat VM. Okay. So I don't want to waste this time in this class for checking those network connectivity in your base VM, right? Okay. Okay. So you say your base has internet, right? Okay, but you won't able to do a network ping from your OS. Uh, if you can share me the screenshot in your group of volunteer, they check or even they pass to me. Let me check, right? But I suggest please check your Sriji, check your version of the Docker. If you're using the server version in 19, then they have some issue, we have to resolve it. But if you're using the same version that I am using, that they might be the other reason would be just share your both the screenshot, your base stuff pinging, but from the Docker of CentOS it failed. So share this screenshot too with me. Yes, Fiaz, we can create a replica of the Docker machines. How we can do in the upcoming class, we discuss, right? So yes, Vijay, please share with me in a group of the volunteer. Either they will help or ask them. They will share to me. I will help you guys. So that's all, guys. Let's go for a small break. So it's like 11 o'clock. We take a break of 15 minutes. So please jump. Um, uh, Come back, guys, at 11:15 of IST Indian time. In 15 minutes, we will continue, guys. Okay. So guys, see you in next 15 minutes. Bye. Take care. So, guys, let's come back and let's continue with the next part. So again, guys, my today's at intention for me, this is just a first day, and my intention for today is to just you help you guys to sync with the Docker and the basic command, right? And from tomorrow onwards, we will start taking multiple different use cases and to use Docker to build those things, right? But today I'm just trying to give you as much as base core command that we use very frequently. But again, before I start, I would like to again um, tell you that this is the one of the great uh, tool or the technology, and this will help you in grooming your skills, in getting in the right projects, and also those guys who are hunting for the jobs and help you in somehow in the jobs also, right? So it is a great tool for your career and the world has been changed, has been transformed by using this kind of tools or the technology, right? So take this training as a very serious note, right? And almost all the Q&A that you guys asked, I'll try to resolve those things. If something's been left, put in your group, they will help you. But yeah, some of the topic that you guys asking, for example, somebody asked me about the OS pinning. So yes, if your base OS is pinned in some CPU, you can also pin the Docker process of that particular CPU. So those things also, when I go for constraint in the Docker, I will explain you how to restrict the resource constraint, all those things we'll discuss, right? But today is the first day, basics, so I don't want to go to those part right now, right? So this is one thing. So now, guys, let me take you to the next step in the Docker. Before this, I would like to again convey one message. It sometime it looks that because this is the free training, this is the free of cost training, so we so it won't cover the all the content. But I am giving you a guarantee. If you invest a huge amount in Docker learning for advanced training of Docker, expertise training in Docker, normally in the market 20 to 20,000 they charge if you go for classroom or live instructor led training for the advanced Docker training, right? Okay, I'm not talking about recorded class, I'm talking about the live instructor led training. Okay, but I am giving you guarantee that the content that I am going to deliver you it more than 10 time 10 time more than whatever you get the content in the market. That's for free. Okay, with the more use cases, both with more integration, with more the real kind of setup we will do. Okay, plus even though I've seen lots of places, some of the commands, some of the concepts they deliver, right, and does the things that you are doing right is actually accurate or not. Okay, so that's what I will do. Whatever commands I will share with you, I will explain you internally with some practical explanation also, to tell you that whatever we are learning educating is right. Okay, so this one hashtag also we are using, right, education, and other multiple training also of an IAC, right? So under the IAC we have a reason, right? What is the reason why we are doing this kind of training free? Okay, so if you gone through my first introduction lecture, I think you can sync with my thought why we are doing. Okay, so let's continue with the next part. So right now, guys, whatever command we learn, okay, almost all the commands whatever we learn till now is become old, or maybe in the future it become obsolete also. I'm not talking about the concepts that we learn, right? I'm talking about the commands that we use, it become the old, or maybe in the future it become removed, or it become obsolete, right? So it means whatever we do in the Docker in the from last few version, have come with the new commands. Okay, so those new command you should know, and we have to use those command only from now onwards, right? So technically, if you talk about the container, for example, so what is container? Yeah, if you launch the OS and the running OS is known as container. Okay, and for container, you know what we use? We use the run command for what? To install the OS, and after install to run the OS. Okay, we use container stop command to stop the OS. We use start command to start the OS. We use PS command to see all the OS that we running. Okay, and we use, for example, RM command to terminate the OS. So technically, the command that we use, docker run, docker stop, all the command, even though we have an independent command like docker run, docker stop, something like this. Let me show you a little bit faster again. Okay, so if you run the docker page, show you all the content running. If you do docker rm or stop to stop the docker. Okay, so technically these are separate commands. All these commands, all this command, technically command is docker, and inside the docker these are the different sub commands or commands are doing something for you. But all those commands are only related to containers. Okay, so what docker guy has done, for example, we have one more command. Those command is only related to images. Okay, what is image? Image is the one through which we install the OS. Okay, we have command called rmi. Okay, for example, if you use docker rmi CentOS latest, for example. Okay, this command will install will remove this image, but they're not removing because this image is used by some other OS. So I can use forcefully option to remove it. So it's been removed. Okay, so my point is, guys, all the concepts on the docker has their multiple commands. What they are doing, for example, if you want to see all the images that you have, okay, the image is separate concept, container is separate concept. Container is your running OS, image is the your bootable image through which you launch the OS. So if you want to see the image, you have the images command. If you want to see if you want to remove the image, then you have rmi command. Okay, so almost every concepts of the docker, it will be container, it will be images, in the future networking come up, security come up. Every concept has their own own commands. So what the docker guy has done, right, because they have lots of command. Okay, what they done, they grouped all the command and say now from onward, if any command that is related to container, then you have to give container as a sub command. Okay, and inside the container you can tell what you want to do. What I mean by this, let me show you. So if you want to see all the command that you have right now, you can use docker help. It show you all the command that is exist right now in the docker world. Okay, when you run this command, it show you that in this docker has a command called stop, docker has a command called start, docker has a command called rmi to remove images, to remove container rm. So either you use this command, these are the old command, it is working fine, no issues, but it is an old command. Okay, and these are the commands. But what these guys say, because if you see, guys, here the command is very mixed, right? Rm is a command for container, container is a different concept, right? rmi is a different command, it's listed here only, but it's for different concept called images. So what these guy has done, they created new command, new group of command, right? These group of command, they say management commands. And say now from onward, whatever you want to do for container, you have the container command. Whatever you want to do for images, we have images command. Same like volume command, network command, swarm command. So everything you do in the docker world, right, every concept that you implement in docker world, they have a separate category of the command, or that is known as management command. For example, for example, now if you want to launch, if you want to see how all the container running, instead you use ps command, it is old command. What can you do, because it is related to container, you can use docker container, you can use docker container, then you can use ps. output is same, okay, but it looks more clear that we are seeing the process or all the container that are running. Even though they make this command more simpler, instead of I use ps, they put the command ls. This makes more sense, right? They show me the list of all the container that we have, or show me the list of all the container that we have. It may be running or stops. Okay, so now it's, instead you launch the container like run command, what we can do, we can use container run, container run. Okay, now it looks so very clean. What I'm doing something for the container, nothing for the networking, nothing for the security, nothing for the images, only for container. And what I'm doing, I'm launching the new container with this image. And other all the options same, with IoT, with the name, with the, for example, OS2, something like this. Okay, so everything is same. Okay, all the options is approximate same, but we use container. That makes more sense, but we are doing something only for the container, for the images. Okay, so this is for example, you want to stop this container. Again, either you can use docker stop, or we can use, because we are doing something for the container, so use container as a main or command, main option. Then what you want to do, stop. Which OS you want to stop? So the OS that we have started is called OS2. Stop this. So we have stopped this particular part, so it will stop for you, you can see in a minute. Okay, so technically guys, you know what, so docker guys has created a new set of command where they categorized all the command per concept basis or per usage basis. Okay, and those commands are known as management commands. So they are the new command, right? And these are the old command. Maybe in the future they will remove it, the old command. So they recommend and they prefer to use this command only. So whatever the things they will come in the future, more for the container, they will give, they will put these command options inside the container. So syntax is, guys, is this one. So syntax, if you see guys, is terminate. So syntax is this one. So Google Docs, I created one small doc. So this is a Google Drive. So this is a one doc I created. Here you can see the old command is docker, then your command name like run, option like it, and new command is docker, again your command name, again the options, but before the command you can give your management commands. Okay, you can use this command also. Okay, for example, your older command is docker ps, now new command is docker container or docker container ls. Older command is run, now same, but instead we can put container here. So it looks very clean that we are doing something for the container, and what we are doing, either running or listing or removing. What can you do? For example, let me give one more example here. Okay, so either you can use docker images. Okay, but because you're doing something for the sorry, for the images, you can use docker image. The image is a management command. So what you want to do, you want to list, you can use ls. That looks clean, right? I'm listing the images. Or you want to remove the image, you can do rmi. Which image you want to remove? For example, ubuntu 1404. Okay, because this image is used by somebody, I can use force again to remove it. Okay, so it looks that we are doing something for the images. Okay, so I'll try to use I'll try to run both the command all and the new. I'm actually working from years in the docker, so I'm very much comfortable with the old command, but I'll try to show you both the command new and old. Syntax wise, they look very similar, but you have to you have to use just this particular keyword of the management, right? And if you forgot it, just go to help docker docker hyphen help to see these are the old commands you have, and these are the new commands you have. So I show you docker containers, I show you docker images. We'll see some more thing as we go. And for example, we go for security, we'll see this. If you go for some kind of trust or volume, we can go for. So I'll show you some of the commands also in the future, right? So sorry, these are the main thing you have to do. For example, if we go for attach, you can go for Docker container attach. That makes more sense. And if you want to see all the lists inside the sorry, if you want to see all the options inside the images, so you can use image -l. So it show you inside the images we have option called list ls, we have option called rm to remove, and other also options we'll discuss. Similarly, you want to see all the commands available inside the container. You can go for sorry guys, I have enough help. Okay, so technically you should know the concept, you don't have to remember the commands, just go for help. So inside the container we have some called stop, we have some called remove, run, restart, ls, all those things we can go inside the container options. And from here you can also see the syntax also, docker, then container, and whatever commands you have you can use. Okay, so this is one thing. Let me show you guys some more practical. So I prefer to use the new command. So what I'm doing right now, so right now I have none of the container running. Okay, instead you use this, you can use container list. Okay, and if you want to see all the content that is there, but in the stop state, you can use a to see all the content that we have. Okay, now guys, because we are keep on testing, so there will be lots of container we launched, we stopped, we launched, we stopped. Okay, to clean it, we can remove it, right? So how to remove, for example, if you want to remove this, so either you can use the name or you can use the id. How to remove the os, you can use rm command, so your os is removed. But if you have a requirement, you want to remove all the os, okay, so it will be very harder. If you want to remove the os one by one, just go again, get the id, then remove, go again, get the id and remove again. So we do this, what can we do, right, to make it faster? Either create a loop, for loop, something like this, they keep on fetching the id and remove, fetching the id and remove, it will be faster. Or sorry, without creating the loop also, I have one small trick for you to tell you. Without creating the loop, we can use some trick of your command line of linux to do the things. What is that trick? Let me explain you first. So what is my intention is to remove all the container that we started and stopped, to clean the environment, so we can do our practical very cleanly, right? So how we can do this, right? For this, I have one small trick for you. The trick is, guys, if you know the date command, it show you the current date and time. You might know the echo command, it will print the string whatever you have. But if you print date from the echo, so echo always feel that this date is a string, they will print as a string. But to tell your echo that this date is a command, first you have to run this command, then what output of this command print it. So for this you have to write this command between the dollar and the bracket or parenthesis. So what happened, guys, in this concept here, echo first treat date as a command, they first run the command, what output they have they will print it. So technically in the command line, if you want to run any command, right, and like echo, but in the front you also give other command, right, but you want, before they run this command, they first run this command, and whatever output they have they'll use it, then you can use dollar this symbol. It is not piping. Piping is a way from one command output we can give to other command. It is not piping. I'm just giving the output of this command as an argument for this command. Okay, this one very basic concept of linux, right, you guys might know. So what I'm doing right now here is, so in the docker container list have an a, it show you all the containers that is in running or the stop state. And here also we have one more option here as a sub option called have an q. What q will give, it give you the only the id of the docker container. And what you want, if you want to terminate all the id, either you put in the for loop, or what can you do, right, you can run this command inside this syntax. So what happened, guys, This first what they do, they run the command and by running the command they give the id, and all the ids you can pass to docker rm command. That's all. So what happened guys, docker rm command need a id. Okay, and where they get the id? From this command. Okay, so this command run, they get all the id, they keep on passing id to rm command. Rm command is keep on removing first one, second one, third one till the last. But this command also give you docker list command also give you the running container, and rm command doesn't stop the running container timer, the running container. You can use pass f. F means forcefully. If some of the container is running, they forcefully remove it. Okay, and because we are using the newer command, in the newer command rm is a part of container, so we can use the container term here. So what happened guys, in one click all the container that is running or the stop did terminates. Okay, and guys this command is very much critical or sensitive, right? Don't run this command in real company production world, right? Otherwise all the content that you're running is removed, and something is harder to roll back also. So don't run this command, otherwise your complete environment goes, right? But here I'm doing to tell you now everything has been cleaned, and they are not removing the images. Okay, images there, right? They are removing the running OS, that's called container. So you can use this kind of tricks, right, without creating the loop, this kind of command line syntax of a Linux to do your things, right? So this is one thing. So let me go for next practical. Let me show you something. Okay, right now guys I have one images. Either you can use this command or you can use management command, same thing. Okay, now let me launch a new OS with some name, for example OS1 from CentOS version 7 that I have. Either you can use this command or container, same thing, right? Same thing. Okay, so what I'm trying to explain you, uh, again one more interesting tip I would like to share with you guys. Okay, the tip is, for example, if you run this container, you are inside this container. Okay, and now because you are inside this container, okay, and guys normally you know what happened normally, right now I am using the GUI of Red Hat, and normally in the GUI we can open multiple terminal, right? And every terminal we can launch different container. But sometime in the real world we do remote login via SSH, or you only have one CLI where you have only one terminal. Okay, and then one terminal, if you want to launch multiple containers, what happen guys, when you launch one container you come inside this container. Okay, and if you want to launch other container, again you have to go back to your Red Hat, and if you want to go back we have option called exit. But if you do the exit, what happened, the OS that I start, it stopped. So what I want guys, I want to launch the container. After launch I'll be inside or log in inside this one container, but what I want, right, I want to come out from this container without exit. Okay, because if you do the exit it stops, and if you store all the program that we run inside it, it will stop also. So for this, what can you do? For example, let me launch one more OS. Okay, what I want, I'm in, and what I want, I would like to go out from this OS. If you do exit you can go out, but it stops also. So without uh, exiting your operating system, if you want to go out, then we have one fantastic shortcut over here that's called control PQ. That's all. Okay, see guys, you are out, you are in your base Red Hat system, and you come out, and your OS also keep on running, it won't stops. Okay, so there's one beautiful shortcut that you can use. The shortcut is, right, if you want to come out come out from the running container that is there, that is attached to your base Red Hat terminal. Okay, so if you want to detach from this OS, then we have option called Control plus P plus Q. You have to press all these three key together, and you have to press your left control key if you're using Oracle VirtualBox. Left control key plus P plus Q if you want to detach from the terminal. Okay, so your OS is running, but if you want to go again inside, again you can use attach. Attach your OS to inside. If you want to come back again, control PQ. You come back. So if you want to go in, attach, it will attach. It means you log in or attach to your your container terminal. Come out, control PQ. So this is the some shortcuts you can use, right? So this is one thing. So let me show you some more thing. Right now I have running with this OS. Let me launch one more OS. Okay, but guys, understand one thing. One beautiful thing I would like to explain you about the Docker, and lots of use case normally we solve with this part, right? So please try to focus the concept that I'm talking about, right? For example, why you want, guys, please understand this use case is very interesting or very important also. Okay, why you want operating system, you guys know, because we would like to run a program. Okay, now till uh, what times, what is the duration you want this OS to be run? Okay, means for example, this is your OS called Windows. If you see my screen, okay, why I launched this window? Because I would like to download something, but after download the file, do I require this Windows right now? Because I don't require, so I can shut it down. Or your requirement would be, why I require this Windows? Because I have some Python code, I have to run those code. But after my code run, does I require this OS? Maybe not. Or maybe why I require this OS, or why I install this OS? Because I would like to use Firefox, and after Firefox I will like to do some browsing, and after browsing I will close the Firefox. But after closing the Firefox, I don't require this OS. So my point is, guys, here is the life of this OS is depend upon what kind of program you want to run it inside this. Okay, so my point over here is, my point is pretty simple. If you have a requirement, if you want to download something, okay guys, if you want to download something, you can't download by yourself. Obviously you have to run some program is the one that will download for you. Okay, now if you want to download something, you have to use a program. Okay, but for running the program, you require the OS. So technically, if we have this kind of use case where you want to download something, and for downloading you run a program, for program you want a OS. So for this, maybe you don't have the OS. First, what you do, you just go and install the OS. Okay, this first thing you'll do. After install the OS, you boot the OS. After boot the OS, you run this program, whatever looking for, either downloading, running some music player, maybe some browser, maybe running some Python code, Java code, testing, whatever you feel like. And after a program done completely, run completely, then what you do, you shut down the OS. Shut down. Or maybe you don't want to run this program again, you can terminate the OS. Okay, there's no need of this OS. So technically, guys, you know what, in this complete process, okay, where I am installing the OS, I am booting the OS, I am running my requirement, what I want, then I shut down the OS, and then I terminate the OS. In this complete process, the most critical thing for you is this program. What you want to do, from running the code to building the code to compile the code to running the website, is depend. But for doing this, you have to take some extra step for installing, for booting, for exiting, or for terminating. Okay, so technically, guys, here the role of Docker come in play. Docker give you a very fast, all right, way to install the OS and boot the OS just in 1 second. Docker is a way who's giving you a very fast way to shut down the OS and terminate the OS, maybe with a less than 1 second. Okay, but because Docker is giving the OS, now it is your choice how far you want to run your program. Maybe you're downloading 1 hour, you want to run the program 1 hour. You're running the Python code, you're running the code will take 2 minutes, maybe your program want 2 minutes. So what I want Docker give me a scenario where I would like to run a program, and that program require the OS. So my Docker first install the OS, run my program until the program run. My OS is keep on running, and as soon as my program stops, my OS automatically stops or terminated also. Okay. So what you know what normally normally when you talk about this Windows, the life of Windows is till my I would like to use some program. After I don't want to use the program, I can terminate this Windows. Is it won't hamper me, right? Similarly, right, what you want the life of this OS is the life of this program. Okay, if you think your program run within a second, after a second you stop the OS. Why we require this OS? If you think your program will run for 2 days, so keep on running this OS for 2 days, and after 2 days shut down this OS, or maybe if you want to terminate this OS also. Okay, so what I'm trying to tell you guys here is, okay, so if you have a requirement where you want one OS launch, okay, what if, for example, CentOS version 7, they launch. After they launch, okay, you will get a terminal with interactive. Okay, and after the launch, they boot. After the boot, they run your program. They run your program, and after this program complete, my OS shutdown. Everything will happen in one go. Okay, for example, let me give this OS a name. For example, Z1. Okay, so what can you do? Right, this command you guys know. What happened, guys? This command will launch the OS for you. Inside the OS, you run some program, and after run the program, you stop it. But you don't want to do yourself. Just first go inside the OS, then run the program, and then exit. What can you do? You can give your program name here. That's my point is here. Okay, so you know what this command will do? This command is so beautiful, right? It first launch the operating system, install, then the boot, and inside this OS they run this program, whatever program you guys give. After this program run, maybe 1 second, but depend upon the program life. Maybe some program run in 1 second, some program is keep on running forever. After the program completed, this OS automatically stops. Let me go give very simple example. Command called date, for example. Again, date is a program. You can use any program. Maybe date to testing to building to Jenkins to Spark, Cloud, whatever you guys know, machine learning. For example, if a requirement you want to build a machine learning model, you want to train your machine, you have some data set. You can give your skitlearn and TensorFlow, Keras, whatever you guys know. Okay, and give the program there. So what they do, they launch this OS, and inside this OS they do machine learning model. Okay, after model create, your OS terminates. That's all. So what a program you have, you can give here. But just let me give the command called date here. So what happened, guys? So interesting command. So you think, guys, as soon as I hit enter, they launch new OS, boot the OS, run the date command inside this OS, and this OS then stops. Right, everything in within a second. You see, guys, 1 second done. That's all. It's so quick, right? And so one thing, guys, this command is not run in my system. This is my system time, my Reddit time. If you see time difference, right? Because this command run inside this OS. And if you really want to verify, you can run the Docker command ps-a. You can see they launch new OS. Inside those OS, they run the command date or program date, and finally the exit. Okay, so this is a very interesting command, very simple but very interesting command. We use this command a lot. Okay, but understand one thing: this date command is not belongs to my Red Hat. This command is a part of my this OS. It means if I run a command called ifconfig. Okay, let me give my different OS name. What happened, guys? It failed. It failed with no response, some kind of path executable error. Why? Because I show you already, the image that I'm using CentOS doesn't has ifconfig command pre-installed. That's the reason this failed. So whatever command you run, whatever command you have, you whatever command you are running in this OS, that OS should have those commands. Otherwise, it failed. Okay. Most of the time, whatever command I am looking for, this command is not part of this image. Okay, and this is scenario, guys, where you have to create your own image. Again, I'm repeating. For example, if you have requirement to do some machine learning coding, create a model. If you requirement to do some data analytics on, like, maybe on R, or maybe in SAS, or maybe in Spark or Hadoop or Tableau or whatever you guys know, maybe some log analysis from Splunk, maybe some cloud thing. So whatever commands you guys require, okay, it is not there in this image or in this OS. Okay, so it means the OS that I'm launching here is Z2. This OS is launching from the image called CentOS 7. Okay, so what my requirement is, I'm looking for some command or some program, right, that is created by me, or we need it. Normally it's not there in this image. And that is the reason, guys, we have to use a concept called create your own image. Okay, so I believe, guys, you got the idea, but for me it is very interesting, it's very much interesting, right? You just launch, it's something like it is something like this. Even though if you have a requirement to run the date command, right, just 1 second, your new OS launch, run the date command, and that's all, shut down the OS just in 1 second, everything go off. Even though you also use this way also. Okay, run the OS, for example, Z3. Okay, you launch the OS. If you see, guys, this particular pipeline, so it it install the OS, it boot the OS, it run your program, if I have a date command. After the command complete, it shut down the OS and it terminate the OS. So shut down, I show you, but if you also don't want to use again, you can terminate also, right? So for this, you can use a command called -rm. Okay, so what happened, let me show you. It's so beautiful. Beauty is new OS launch, boot. Inside this OS, they run the command date, then the OS shut down, and finally OS terminates. So if you go to Docker PS, you won't see any Z3 because they terminate. Because we don't require this. Because my requirement is to just run the date command, or my requirement is to do some machine learning model, or my requirement is to do some kind of analytics, or maybe some testing, compiling, building, whatever field you guys in. You can put your command here. Or want to download something and do it. But only requirement is, whatever command or program you use, it should be there in this OS. And what command it come in this OS, it depend upon your image. If image doesn't has that command, your OS won't have that command. Okay, that is the main thing. So for example, I would like to download one image. Okay, or I would like to download some software. Okay, or I would like to download some files. You can use a command called wget, and then give some URL from where you want to download. Okay, now if I run this, it failed. They say wget command it not executable, is not exist. Means inside this OS, we don't have wget command. Okay, or maybe if you want to do some kind of testing, you want to use Selenium, or you want to use Maven, whatever field you have, right? If you don't have this command, you can't do anything. Okay, so technically the image that you have, from which we create the image, right, you should have those program available. Then you can do this kind of interesting stuff over here. Okay, and for this, normally the image that you have, you don't have those program available. In that case, you have to create your own image. Okay, so next, guys, I'm going to take you one interesting topic right now, how to create your own image. Okay, But I believe this is very interesting, right? Even though if you guys ever worked in any CI/CD tool like Jenkins something, right? These kind of concept we use a lot there. These kind of concept. Okay, so in Jenkins we create a pipeline, or maybe we create a job. When the job run, we launch the OS. Inside the OS we do something. After we do something, again remove the OS. So those kind of things we use a lot. Okay, so this is not Jenkins class, but I'm just trying to give you a high level idea of vocabulary, whatever we have, right? So let me show you. But I think you guys got the idea why you have to create your own image. Okay. So that topic is, guys, how to create your own images of the Docker. And what is image? You guys know. If you go to Docker hub.docker.com. Okay. For example, here we search for image called CentOS. So these are the images, right? Is created by official community by CentOS. Okay, so these guys images they have created. Okay, but these images doesn't has a program that we are needing, right? so I'm going to create image something like this, or whatever image you see here. We are using CentOS 7, but if you want to create your own image, how we can create it? And because we are going to create our own image, so inside the image, whatever you want to put, you can put it. What a program you want to put, you can put it, right? And again, image, if you guys again not able to sync, image is like a bootable DVD. You can think, if you have the image, or if you have a DVD, you can install multiple operating system, multiple OS you can install, and this OS here, it is known as container. So always think image is like a bootable DVD or like a ISO file. And if you install the OS, you require that bootable DVD, you require that image, and you can launch multiple OS from that image. So especially those guys who are new in the Docker, even though this training is I have started in the same way, that if you are new you can learn everything. But normally if you are new, it's sometimes in initial classes, sometimes it's harder to sync to difference between images in the container. But don't worry, guys, as you keep on using this vocabulary, you would be very much comfortable in some time. Okay, so right now the topic is how to create your own image. Okay, and technically there's two way to create your own personal customized image. One using a concept called commit, and one using a concept called Docker file. How to create the image from Docker file? I'll take this topic tomorrow, and this is right. Actually, this is the main topic for creating the image. Okay, little bit advanced. We'll also pick a Docker file, but today I'm just showing you the very simplest way to create your own image using a concept called commit. So let me show you how you can create your own personal image. Okay, so for this, what I'm doing, so I already has one image, this called CentOS. Okay, CentOS. So what I'm doing from the CentOS, I'm going to launch a new OS. I'm just going to give some name, for example, my OS 1. Okay, and I'm launching this OS from this image. Okay, so now this is your new OS, name my OS 1. So let me keep on writing also here what I am doing, so you guys can sync with it. Okay, so technically we have downloaded from the hub, this called Docker registry, one image called CentOS 7. How we download it? We use Docker pull command. And what is this CentOS 7? It is a image I have. From this image, I launch one OS, technically known as container. Name was my OS 1. But what inside this OS? Some program. Which program we have in this OS? Only those program that is available in this image. For example, in this OS we have a date program, we have the cal program, but we don't have if config program because the guy who created this image doesn't install if config software. But if you want if config software in this OS, so you have to install your own software, right? How to install? You guys know the command yum install, and software name, guys, we already find today was nettools. So what I am doing, so inside this OS, right? Inside this OS, I install some new software here. Some new software, new program I installed. Okay, on on the on the top of this OS. And because this OS is CentOS or Red Hat, I use yum command to install it. Or you can create your own program. That's your choice. If you know the Python, Java, you can create your program. That's your choice. Either you can create your own or install. That is your choice. So we are doing this part. Okay. Now what happened, guys? Uh, what you want to do inside this OS? Okay, you want to run machine learning, coding, analytics. You want to download something, right? Whatever you want to do, either create your program inside this OS or install this program, use yum or some other kind of utilities. That's what you are doing. So technically what happened, right? After after what happened technically, if you talk about this OS having my OS 1, so finally what you have all the command that is come from this image plus all the new things that you have installed or created. Okay, so let me install this command again. So now in this OS I have ifconfig command. So ifconfig commands were not there, we have created or we have installed. Okay, so now technically if you talk about if you talk about this OS, so in this OS we have all the command that is already there, that's come from this image, plus some more new command come up that we have installed, like ifconfig command. Let me install one more command here. So we need one more command, for example wget. Wget is a command, guys, is that is used to download some software. It is not there, so I can install wget command with the wget software. So this is a command that we can get from a software called wget. So if you want to download something from some URL, you can use wget command in Linux to download. Okay. Now this command also come up. Command is there, right? So technically, you know what happened. Okay. Now the final scenario is you have this OS, all the commands that's come from this image, plus some command we install, like we install ifconfig command, we install wget command, or whatever command you want to install, you install it. So now this OS is this one, right? This OS is big one, right? This OS lots of command. This OS has command like date, some command for cal that already have. Now some more new command come up like ifconfig, wget, all those commands also come up. Okay, but now what you want? Okay, if you want to use this OS, you can use as it is. But if you want to create a same OS multiple times, okay, for example, you have a requirement, whatever you have done till now, even though we have done very small things, just install two software, but technically it might possible that you already have one OS from CentOS. Then on the top of this, you install databases, you install web server, you install lots of tuning, lot of security implement, tons of things you do. It takes maybe 7 days or 1 week or 1 month. Right after you do all the things, you tested everything, it is working fine. It become your full-fledged OS ready to use. When somebody asks you to create the same OS 100 times or 200 times, okay, again you install launch the OS 7, again you again do the same thing, it takes a lot of time. So instead you do those things again and again. What can you do, right? Whatever you created till now, this complete OS from here to here, you can create a copy. You can create a copy. Technically this copy is known as clone. You can create a clone. And whenever you create a clone of any OS, technically here the container, This clone and copy here become your own customized image. Technically, they create an image of this. Okay, so let me show you. This is the OS I have. So what I am doing, okay, let me open new terminal. This is my base system. This is the OS is running right now, my OS 1, and these are the images I have. Whatever we have in OS 1, whatever we have, you can see here. These are the things we have from here till here. If you clone this OS 1, how to clone? This command called docker. What I want, whatever we have in OS 1, copy it, clone it in a new location, right? And you can give any name, for example, my new. Okay. And for copying or cloning, we have option called commit. So commit is option here through which whatever right now we have in my OS 1, okay, they copy in this part. And guys, you know what? This part will become your new image. So whatever you clone or a copy, technically here it is known as commit. So whenever you commit something, it is like a copy or a clone. It means whatever data we have from here to here, it is saved in this box. And this box become a new image. And because this is a new image, you can give an image any name. For example, my image. And normally in the image you always give the version, so you can give like v1, any version you can give. Either you say the version or the tag. That's why it's so simple, right? And finally, if you run the images command, what you see, you have your own created image with this v1 version of tags been created. But you know what this image contain? This is CentOS image. This is not created by us. We have downloaded from somewhere. But this image is we have created 5 seconds ago. This image is created by us, and what this image contain? Okay, let me share this command first. What this image contain? This image contain all the command that we already have from CentOS, plus some of the command that we change or we created. Everything we have inside this image. And you know guys, what is image? It is like a bootable DVD. Now if you have the image with you, now from this image you can launch as much OS you want in 1 second. Because for launching the OS or technical container, what you require the image. Okay, now you have the image. Okay, now if somebody asks you to launch some new OS, I can use the same command, docker run it for my image v1. So from last few example, I was using Ubuntu or CentOS. The image that is not created by me, we have downloaded somewhere, but this image is we have created. And how we create it? We customize it. We put some our own commands. Okay, I launch it. That's your new OS launch. Okay, now in this new OS, you already have all the older command, but you also have a new command that is created by you or you install. I have config working, wget is working, everything is working for you. Okay, so technically guys, if you want to create a new image, it's so simple. We can use a commit command. This is the one of the way. That's why I'm talking about there's two way to create the image. One using the commit. Okay, and what is use case of creating the image? The use case of creating the image is in one OS that you get from somewhere, and on the top you change lots of things, and somebody asks you to do the same things hundreds of times. So either you do 100 times, do only once, then clone it. That's called commit. It become a new image. As soon as the new image come up, a new image created from this image, you can launch as much OS you want. Just run the docker run command or put the docker run command in the loop, and one go hundreds and thousands of OS then launched. Okay, this is one use case. And second use case is because now the image that I had CentOS version 7, this OS doesn't has the if config program. Okay, but if I go for my OS that we have created, this we have put if config command. So what happened? This command I will already show you. They launch the new OS, they boot it, they run the ifconfig inside. Why they run? Because this program is there inside. Then they terminate. Then terminate. If you want to terminate, I can use rm command. Okay, see here, they launch the OS, boot the OS, they run the ifconfig command, then they stop and they terminate. So quick, right? But the only condition is that OS, whatever you're launching, should have this command. If they don't have this command, it won't work. So normally the command or the program that I'm looking for the maybe machine learning or for anything, they don't have those program. So for that is the purpose you have to create your own image. That is the main thing. Now, for example, if you have a requirement where you would like to download something, okay, so for this you want to launch a new OS. Okay, you want to launch a new OS. For example, you can, if you want, you can give the name. You can use D1 name. So you want to launch a new OS from this, then boot it, and for downloading you can use wget command. Okay, but wget command should be there inside this image that we already put, because we have, these are the image we have created, we already put. And in this image we have put, and then after we put this image run, this command run, and maybe download take 1 day, 2 day, 3 days, 5 seconds, till the time it downloaded, they keep on running. And after download complete, this OS shut down and they terminate also. So let me show you, maybe let me find some software from the internet where I'll try to show you this practical. So it's very interesting. You know what, you are, for example, let's download Docker RPM download. So what I'm doing, I'm just getting some software from the net so that I can show you how it is working. So let me pick any software, any file, any image, whatever we have, video. I just copy. So this is one path we have. Okay, this is a path we have. And if you want to download a software, you can use wget command. So right now, guys, this is my Red Hat system, right? I'm just trying to show you that it is working fine. So from this URL, I'm downloading something. But for downloading, you require 2 or 3 things. First, you require wget command. Second, you require the path from where you want to download some software, file, images, video. And third, you require internet connectivity. And the last thing you require is your OS. So right now I have my base Red Hat, wget command, URL, internet, everything is there. That is then I can able to download. But if you want a software to download, okay, and for that purpose you want to launch the OS. For example, this is downloaded, right? The software has been downloaded. Let me show you. Okay, so let me again remove this software. So what I'm trying to tell you guys here is right now, this is my Docker. Okay, just for downloading, I have launching a new OS from this image, and in this image I'm going to run a wget command and ask wget command to download from here, this path. But understand one thing, for running a command you want a OS, so this OS will launch from this image. And now in this OS we run this command. This OS command will run download from here. And maybe guys, this command will run for 1 second, 2 minutes or 10 minutes. After this command done, completed, okay, then we'll remove the OS, terminate the OS. Okay, so it means if you want to download, you require the OS. You want to download, you require the networking. So in the D1, Docker will launch this OS. They give the networking, everything they provide you is called environment they provide you. Okay, and then do the things. Okay. So they're quick, guys. Once again, your OS launch, OS boot, inside the OS, your command is running, and till the command is running. If you run the Docker PS, let me run very quicker. Your OS is running. It's here. D1 is running, and they're running this command. But as soon as your download done, and now if you run the docker ps command, you will see your D1 stops. Even though it's also, if you use docker ps have an a, it also terminated also. Okay, that's the beauty of this particular command. Okay, sorry. This is one thing. And if you do ls, one more thing you notice here, they downloaded but it is not visible here. It is not visible here because you know what happened, I downloaded the software where wk command where inside this os, and after I download I remove the os. So technically after download I remove the os, there's a reason my software is not visible. Okay, so normally if you have this scenario where you want to download the os, download the some files, so obviously you don't want to remove the os. So in this case you won't remove the os. Okay, so I'm just I'm just what do you say, launching the new os. Inside the os we will download this software because this command is running inside, one minute. Let me change the name. Inside the d2, okay, so first d2 os launch, inside this os wget command run, and because wget command run inside the d2, so your software also download inside the d2 os, because d2 is a separate os, the software you can find there. And after the os this download, it just stop it. So when I run docker ps a, what do you see, they just stopped. But you want to see the software what you downloaded, again you can start this os d2. After start, go inside this guy. How to go inside, attach. No, again why they're doing, we'll discuss this part. This concept called cmd something we'll discuss, right? Okay, and if you do als, right, actually they won't allowing me to go in because of some cmd concept of d2 format. I have to start with bash. So I just show you guys one command that on the tomorrow docker file, there's some concept called entry point or the cmd, where I'll show you this particular demo. So my intention was after I download I would like to get the software. Okay, if you do this thing by manually, you can see it won't allow you to go in. So I'll show you. Even though I have one more way, let me have start, and if you want to go in, I'll discuss guys this thing. I don't want you to be confused, right, with this practical. So I'm in and I can see the software. So what is this command, what I'm doing, don't worry, I will discuss tomorrow this concept, right, with when I explain you about about docker file, right? So we'll discuss, right? So but I think my main intention guys was to explain you how to create your own image. The way I use is commit is good, but not the best one. You can't do lots of customization. Same thing we'll do tomorrow with the docker file. There we have lots of customization we can do. Okay, but the biggest thing guys, I believe the very interesting use case I talk about is this one. Okay, normally we want a os because we want to run a program, and I want my os life to be only that much till my program completely run. So for this, either you launch your os in the virtual box or bare metal, what you can do, you can use this kind of process. Ask docker, they will do from installation, boot, run the program, wait, then shut down the terminal. That's all, right? But only thing is your os that you launch from the docker should have that program. It's simple guys. If you launch the windows, if you don't have the vlc player, you can't do anything. You'd install the vlc player for this, right? Similarly in the docker also, you have to install the commands, right? And this use case we use a lot in DevOps world, in Jenkins, in the other world also, right? This particular kind of use case. So I believe you guys have linked it properly. right? And maybe lots of things idea come in your mind, right? Where you can plan to use these kind of real practicals, right? Or if it doesn't come in your mind, doesn't matter, guys. You might be new, but I'll show you lots of practical to using this particular concept, right? So that's all, guys. For today, I highly suggest two or three things for you guys, right? I suggest this video is recording, and we'll share this link to you. If some part is missing, go to that part again, listen this one thing. But those guys who haven't gone through my introduction lecture of that I did last weekend, please go to the introduction lecture. Listen it. You also get some core concept of Docker there. Okay, initial concept, right? Please do this. Those guys who are new in Yum, okay, we'll always share in the your channel the link of my video. Please go through it, because Yum is the thing that we keep on using, and I'll show you in the next class tomorrow some of the configuration of Yum inside the Docker. Plus those guys who don't know about Apache web server, so tomorrow I'm going to configure a new OS called container. Inside the container we are going to set up our own web server, and we will do lots of interesting practical there. But for this, you should know how to configure Apache web server. So those guys who don't know how to configure Apache web server, so I have also shared some video link of mine where I explain you how to configure Apache web server. So Yum, Apache web server, Linux basic commands are not part of Docker training. It is a prerequisite for this training. But those guys who don't know, right? I don't want the confused in the Docker training, because these are some concept I will use in this Docker training. So go through the link. Please try to listen today, so tomorrow when I do this practical, you will come to know. And last thing, guys, for today, just 1 2 more minutes, then we go for Q&A. So last thing for today is, guys, after the completion of this training is run go for total 4 days in totality, approximate 15 hours daily, 3 to 4 hours depend upon your topic completion, right? It might go longer depend upon your requirement, what the question you guys asked, but it's somewhere is go 15 hours in totality. Okay, after the completion of training, we will provide you a certificate that has a value in the market, the certificate of training that you have successfully done this training under IIAC community. And the level of training that we are doing in IISc, so in the market, they start getting the popularity. So if you are holding this certificate of training, that give you weightage in your profile, in your resume. Okay, but we only give a certificate to those students, right, who done this training completed, who complete this training. And the way we do the attendance is very straightforward. I'm not giving a form where you just tick and do the attendance, right? The way we do the attendance is, for example, today lecture is somewhere 3 to 4 hours. Okay, you have to attend this lecture. I highly recommend attend live. But if you miss the attend this lecture live, you can use a recorded video to attend, right? But after you attend this lecture, go through each and every concept, try to implement this concept, do the hands-on, okay, and then create a summary, whatever you understood, whatever you have done. Okay, because if you learn, if you research, if you practice, and if you test, if you listen, then only you can create a summary. And all the things whatever you learn, for example, Docker commit or Docker run or Docker new management command, images, whatever you learn, right, every topic you have to write in the summary. Hey, this is the new command like container ps or container ls, or this is the use case of commit, and this is the way we can commit. Okay, so put those summary, all the topics that you have covered, right, in summary of 4 5 lines or 10 lines maybe. Okay, and put those summary in the comment section of this YouTube video. Okay, and those comment will be your attendance. So finally, after the completion training, we'll go through the comments, and if we see your comment is not there, so we feel you are not attend, you haven't attended this training. And if you miss any other classes, we won't give you the training certificate, right? So that's your choice, and I believe this is the right way to do the attendance, and this is the right way to practice also, right? Because when you learn something, you when you try to summarize something, it means you will learn, you have gone through those things, right? And it's the best way to do internal insight of yours, or maybe self reflection, whatever you learn, right? So because when you start typing, writing a comment, a lot of things come in mind. Okay, we stuck in this part, something is missing, something we are not understanding. So lots of things help you in a lot of way, right? So this is the way we do the attendance. And for checking the attendance, my team has created one web crawler, right? And this is been able with some AI or NLP. Okay, so what it do, it will crawl you all the comments, and maybe if sometime it happens, some students copy paste the comments, right? So those guys who put the comment first, right, we pick the attendance. Second student who copy paste, all right, we remove that attendance, right? Because if you write something, everybody has their own way to write. Okay, so don't try to copy paste. My coroller will find the copy paste thing, even though if you little bit change in the thing, because the NLP coroller, it will find out. Okay, you have just tried to put something. So everybody has their own way to write the comment. So if you do copy paste, so or try to do some small changes, it will pick up, right? So to do this thing, so this is the way to attendance. And normally we open the attendance normally 24 hours. So today we have done this classes, so after 24 hours, maybe tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow evening, we stop the attendance. So whatever you learn today, you have to complete today, put the summary today. Either you already gone through the video, if you get all the concepts, just take 5 or 10 more minutes, think and put in the comment. If you want more time, you want to revise something, do it, your choice. But after somewhere 24 hours, we keep on updating about the attendance when we are closing it, right? So before the close, you have to pick the attendance if you really want a certificate. Okay. And normal thing, one more thing, guys, we are having lots of initiative under ISA Rise. Okay, we are running RSSA global training we are doing free, Python 3 we are doing free, Docker we are doing free. So for maybe we have some more advanced plans also in this community, but all those advanced things we have planned in our mind, we will only provide you those things only to those guys who are taking our initiative very serious. If you're not taking our initiative serious, you're not attentive in the class, so we won't provide you next some other trainings also, right? Because maybe right now we are doing this training the public channel, but maybe soon slowly we move to the private channel, so we won't provide you a link, right? So because I'm giving my time, you also giving your time, so I would like to give the value only for those candidates who are sync with my thinking, my vision of ISA Rise of Making India, right? For this you have to be very serious. Don't think like it's a cost free, even though it is free, but the content that you are getting in this training, right, if you pay 10 times more fee on the normal market, right, you won't get those content, right? That's for sure. Okay, so this is one time, or because we won't do this training again, so you won't get it. Okay, so don't take me otherwise, but this is the fact, you have to very serious. So now guys, this is done for today. So before I conclude, if you have any queries, or if you have any queries, you can ask me. So again, I'm starting my my chat box. It is actually disabled for, so I started my chat box again. Okay. So now if you have any queries again, uh, you can start. Chat box pop up automatically, otherwise you can restart. How companies enterprise level maintain the application specific Docker images still on Hub? No, normally they and Nagaranjan, they maintain in their private registry. Okay, normally in the corporate they don't use the public one. So maybe in the upcoming class I explain you how to create your private registry, and I'll tell you how to put their images and manage there. Okay, does commit is exactly a snapshot? Yes, commit is something like a snapshot. Okay, so there's a little bit difference in the commit and the snapshot. I will discuss in the upcoming class, right? Yeah, but some whatever you do, in the VM you also clone, right? So the commit is something like this, but it's little bit like snapshot, right? We'll discuss about the versioning there. I explain you what is snapshot. What is daemon, Rohit? We will discuss in the upcoming class, maybe tomorrow. Okay, there's a concept of daemonized or dockerized. We'll discuss there. The issue that is related to your Linux, I won't entertain in this training. So if any query, Subham, you have related to Docker, you can ask me here. Okay. So guys, if your yum is showing the URL is not valid in Docker, it means you don't have internet connectivity. So just try to ping to Google from the Docker, and then again try with yum install. It will work. But if you don't have internet connectivity, it fail. So tomorrow I will have a way without also internet. I'll show you inside the Docker how to use yum. So I'll show you that part. But right now, just check your internet connectivity. Yes, guys. Open Docker is highly related to OpenShift, because OpenShift is a front end application, and internally in OpenShift they are doing everything in the Docker. So if you are have planned to do something good in OpenShift, OpenShift is a great product, a huge market actually. So you should good in Docker. Without having the Docker knowledge, right, there is no use to do or learn OpenShift. How to install Docker in rel, like no best doesn't support in it. uh, okay, in Shivam, in rel 8 you don't have to use no best. Without no best, if you install, it will install for you. Okay, in rel 8. So just go and try with the same URL, configure the URL and install it without the no best. Yes, Narayana, we have a Docker GUI. In the upcoming class, I'll show you some way to install Docker in Windows and Mac. There, normally we use the Docker web UI. Even the Linux also we have. So I'll show you. Even the web UI or GUI we use a lot. We don't use a lot, but we have some client application for web UI we can use. Yes, Siri Singh, whatever you can do in the backcode, same thing you can do dollar. It's little bit same, but in some of the cell or some of the feature backcode doesn't support, but dollar parenthesis it support. Or you can think backcode is a part of your current cell, and if you use anything in, in dollar parenthesis, it is launching a subcell. But technically high level, the output of this both the things are same. Okay, why what hard disk space? Yes, Subham will discuss about the storage or hard disk maybe tomorrow in upcoming class, so I would like to give the answer that time. How two container connected? So right now guys, you launch two container, they have a connectivity. So if you try to ping from one container other, it will work if you go and check. But if you're asking me how they are connecting, so we have upcoming class of about networking of Docker, I will discuss in detail there. Okay. How to identify Docker container launch from which image? If you do Docker ps command, it show you. Okay, this container launch from which image. So in the Docker ps command, it show you a image name, which image they used. Can we use GUI app inside Docker image? Yes, we can. We can. That's why my question also. How to install? I show you today. Firefox I used, but how to use, how to launch, we will discuss, right? This is a question I asked you. Is internet mandatory for Docker? No, Rakesh. Internet is not mandatory right now because yum is configured. It is uses internet behind the scene, but without internet also I can confirm my own yum. So internet is no at all need for the Docker. Okay. Yes, Rohit, we will discuss Docker architecture in very detail. I don't think so today is the right time, or maybe tomorrow. Let's have first feel something Docker. Let's discuss some of the use cases. Maybe tomorrow or in the next class, I will have in my plan to discuss detailed architecture of the Docker. We definitely learn the architecture of the Docker in detail. Okay, and that will give you actual insight how Docker are doing, how they are fast, all the things. Okay, so uh, Srijit, if you can put your answer, I don't know, have you put this answer to volunteer group? Put all the screenshot you have, ask them, they will help you. Or if possible, just share your screen with the team viewer with some of the volunteer. They will go and check. Okay, and if they're not able to do, please ask them. They will share your screenshot to me. I will definitely check those things, right? But try to get the help from the volunteer. That will do the things very faster. How to communicate happen with Docker? And yes, Siddharth, we have one small discussion of env also, environment also. So definitely we'll discuss in the upcoming class how to interact with environment. Okay, one more question we have here. Can we do machine learning with Docker? Yes, I highly suggest, all right, Ashutosh, to do the machine learning model creation or model tuning in deep learning, hyper parameter, all the things in Docker. Lots of great use case we can do and solve with Docker. Yes, we can do machine learning or deep learning inside Docker. um, how to know the detail of the command? I think I show you others today, help option, right? You can use the help option to see the detail of the command. Yes, we learn, guys. Anyways, I told you we gonna learn the architecture soon in the upcoming class. Which one is the best Docker Podman? I said both has their own great use case. A lot of guys start thinking Podman is great. Maybe in the last few lecture, I will try to explain you the difference between Docker and the Podman. Okay, let's focus first the Docker, then we'll discuss. Yes, Harsh, if you want to know something about summer program or summer training, it is at that I normally take personally. I would be there for 45 days, and I take this training is in a great level. Actually, cover all the biggest technology in the market, and I also try to show how to integrate those things. Okay, but I suggest, if you want to take the knowledge, what we do in the summer training or summer intensive, you can contact to Preeti ma'am or put in the group. There somebody will help you about those details. Does commit also clone MAC address and IP address to new image? No, no, it won't do it. It won't clone those things. It will, when you launch the OS, it will get those things from the DSCP kind of server. Again, I will take those top caution again to show you practically maybe in the tomorrow class. So that's all, guys. One more thing: what is industry need or demand in terms of use case or maintaining guest OS within a single Docker engine running on the same OS? And let me again, Nagaranjan, what you asking? What is industry need or demand to maintain different guest OS within single Docker engine? Is there is a need actually? uh, Different guest OS within single Docker. So technically, inside the Docker engine, we are not launching the different guest OS. Technically, it is known as container. Okay, but why we need this container? There's one great or lots of great use case we have. Right, one great use case if you have multi-tier kind of application. Okay, if you have microservices, so I'll in the upcoming class I'll show you those kind of scenario where in one application we have database running, where one application front and back end running, and everybody is connected. Okay, isolated. So this is one of the great use case. So when I show you this practical in the upcoming class, I think you can be linked why we want this, right? So today won't be the right time because a lot of guys might be new. I don't want they confused with this point. Okay, so that's all, guys. Yes, we can install GUI OS inside Docker. It's support. Okay, so that's all, guys. I almost all the question I have. Whatever guys you asking, I've just answered to you. Just go to a summary, put as attendance. If you miss any topic, go back in the same URL. Again, read the things. And thank you very much, guys. Again, see you tomorrow at the same time. Same time, morning 9 a.m. Tomorrow is Sunday, but we have the class. Yes, we can launch heavyweight application also inside Docker, but depend which application you're talking about. Some applications we don't suggest to do this, even though support, but we can do. Okay, does Docker is best for ELK? Absolutely, I really recommend We can launch multiple Docker for log stress and Kibana and one Docker to have your dashboarding, all the things, and Elasticsearch for multiple Docker. Create a cluster of Elasticsearch and they would do the searching for you, engine for you. So ELK would be the great if you implement on the top of Docker. Okay. So great guys, thank you very much for joining. See you tomorrow morning, Sunday, 9 a.m. IST time. And see you guys. Bye. Take care. See you and good day. Take care. Good night and good day.
Hey guys, very good morning, good evening, depending upon which uh, time zone guys you are listening online live with me. And welcome back, guys. Second day of this program. Yesterday, and I can say the first day, tons of powerful concepts of the Python we have started, right? Even though I started things from very zero in such a way, if you guys are new in any programming world or first time you're hitting this programming language, you guys can understand what actually the basic concept is. Even though I recommend, right, the first language in of any of the technological domain area, mostly in a program normally we start with C and C++ that normally give a fear of programming language. But if you start with Python, Python look wise and syntax wise is so simple, very intuitive. Most of the cases I'll give you a lot of examples today. It will be more like a human language, the way we human beings speak. Most of the code in the Python, it will look something like this, right? So they give you confidence and also give you motivation for learning any programming language. So Python can be a great choice for you starting your journey in your technological field. Okay, but it is not like a basic thing, right? Almost any use cases you have, what I explained you guys in my yesterday class, right? Any field you belongs to from web development to from quantum computers to cloud to IoT to DevOps. If you want to become a mobile developers or web developers, any of machine learning or data science or deep learning, whichever field you guys want to pursue or whichever technology you want to pursue a career, okay, Python can be and could be the best choice. All right. So I can say Python is a must. That's what Python is a must, and it is also everywhere. What you see in this blog here. That's what I can see here. It doesn't mean I don't like other languages. Every language has their own other benefits. Also, I've worked almost in all the possible programming language, 20 plus programming language I have worked in my career. But as a core general purpose perspective, Python is always the great choice. Okay, and this is the training that I've been designed in such a way that whichever field you guys belongs to, okay, it give you even though guys, if you guys go through my last class, I explain you in such a way that I keep on giving you idea that if you belong to data science, then this is the idea you can use. If you belong to cloud, then this idea you can use. If you belong to Linux admin, or if you want to create a script, then this is the idea you can use. So slowly, whichever field you guys belongs to, because I've worked in almost all the technological area, I keep on giving you the idea and the high level path that this is the area and this is some idea use case where Python can be useful, even though we started Python from very zero. So this is an exclusive program. Every possible internal concepts and core concept of the Python till all the advanced things related in the Python we are going to cover in this training. Even though I can give the guarantee, okay, if you go for any of the training program in any of the channel or maybe in any of the chargeable or free training program, I don't think so that level of content is going to cover in very depth with a lot of use cases. For example, if I am using for loop, I am going to explain you what are the use cases. If I'm using start with keyword, in the string, I explain you with some kind of a real example rather than just keep on giving you the concept and the output, right? So that's a one point. So if you want to know everything about programming. Okay, for example, when I will start object oriented programming, I will explain you object oriented programming from very basics, then how to apply in the Python. So those basics you can apply in other programming language also, whichever programming language you want to start in parallel. For example, maybe one of the second or one more, not second I can say, this is like not first or second, but one more very powerful programming language in the market that is very much very much required in this technological area and journey is JavaScript. So after knowing this concept here, same concept you can apply in the JavaScript. Syntax will be different, requirement may be little bit different, but the concept wise they would be the same. What is if, what is for loop, what is while, what is function, what is method, what is object oriented and something like this, right? So without investing further time, let's directly jump to the code. Lots of interesting concepts I am going to explain you, and there are some concept that is only applicable in the Python as a programming language that makes this programming language so simple and very powerful also at the same point in time. So what are those concepts? Let's start again, continue from very basics, right? So what I'm going to do right now, let me open my whiteboard plus also open my command prompt. And yesterday guys, we have created one workspace for the Python, and all of our code I am putting here. I'm going to launch Jupyter notebook. I'm writing initially all of my code in the Jupyter. Okay, so let me explain a little bit more about for loop. And I told you guys, whenever you want to you have some lines of code, okay, let's say this is the block of code we have or suite of code we have, and if you want to run this code again and again for some point in time or some time, or maybe like that number of times, right, it's called repeat. And whenever you want to repeat the code, it's called repeatable, right? Then or maybe you can say I want to run my code again and again, it's like a loop. There's two different way available. Okay, one, we can go for iteration. We can use the iteration for to repeat the code again and again, and one is recursion. Maybe by today class we might discuss about recursion also if we start the function concept today. Okay, but iteration is one way, and in iteration guys, yesterday I explained about how for loop can be useful, and there's one keyword we have is called while loop. But let me talk a little bit more about the for loop. Okay, and what is the iteration in the simple way? This term we can understand in this way also. Let's say we have some kind of data or the list, let's say 1, then 2, then 3 and 4, this list we have, and what I want to do, this is the independent data we have, this is the independent item we have. I want to pick this item and do something. Then I go to next step, pick this item, then do something. I pick this item, then do something. And then do something means I want to do same thing on data 1, same thing on data 2. For example, these are the mobile number, so I want to send the SMS to this number, send SMS to this number, send SMS to this number. For example, yesterday I show you one demo where I use this concept and I send SMS via WhatsApp. So we had created Python code in my yesterday class where I use Python code to send the WhatsApp messages. Okay, but I want to do same thing with all the mobile number. Okay, so this process guys is called iterate or iterative process. So whenever you have any iterative process, you have to pick some item and do something, pick some item, do something. Okay, then in this context, in the Python you can call for loop. While loop also we can use somehow, but better for loop or for keyword give a much powerful capability, and they make the things very simple. Okay, so that's what guys we have discussed yesterday, but I'm going to show you some more powerful concept of the for loop that is very unique in the Python. As such, it's not available as such in any other programming language. Okay, so I'm going to create a list of mobile numbers, for example. Okay, and let's say this is the mobile number first, this is the mobile number second, this is the mobile number third. We had created this kind of list yesterday. Okay, so this is a mobile number we have, right? And what I want to do, I say for loop, go inside in is a keyword I explained you yesterday, inside this list, then pick first mobile number, store in one variable, let's say m, and do something with this m. Right now I'm just doing and printing over here. That's all. Nothing very technical. But let's say we have a requirement, okay, and let's say we have a requirement, what I want to do, I want for loop only print or use or send SMS. Okay, even though guys I showed you yesterday how to send the WhatsApp message, take one homework from my side. Okay, just try to find some code in the Python how you can send SMS to mobile number by Python code. So take this as a homework. Maybe in my upcoming class I will help you to provide this code. So take this example. Okay, try it by yourself. I can say how to send SMS to the mobile number by the Python code. Okay, just try it. But let's say I want to send the SMS here. Right now, just for demonstration, I'm just printing the entire data here. But let's say I have a requirement. I only want to print. Okay, I only want to print that when I have 222. Let's say we are looking for 222. Okay, and as soon as the 222 come up, I want to let's say I'm looking for this number, and after this number come up, I want to print it. Then I want to stop my for loop. Okay, so what can I do here? I can use again this condition if I show you yesterday. I say you contain data, and I am looking for 22222 as my number. When you find this number, okay, go inside, then print it. But if I pick this one, this number is not equal, don't print this. So this concept, guys, I will explain to you. Very simple concept. So whenever this number come up, then only they print this message for you. Okay, but in this example, you know, guys, mobile number in the world with a country code is unique. Let's say we are looking for, does this mobile number is available? Okay, this is my requirement. Just want to check, does this mobile number available? We are looking for some number, some name, or some ID. If this mobile number is available, then they will print the message, I found the mobile number available. But let's say I'm looking for other number, 6666 is not available. Okay, so they say nothing gonna come up because they doesn't find it. So my point, guys, here is what I'm trying to tell you here is, okay, I want to do something like this. Okay, I want something like this. If my mobile number that I'm looking for is not available, in this case, I want my program will send me a message called not found. Okay, how can we do this? Again, I'm repeating. I am looking and writing. I want to write a code in such a way the for loop will retrieve this number. Okay, retrieve this number, and when they compare it, if they found, they will print I found this number. But let's say for loop we go this one, that one, all the number, and if you don't find this number in any of the field or any of the position or the index position, they will throw the message I don't found. Okay, one way if you try to do this, maybe if you write else here, in this case, if you do so, not found. So you know what happened behind this, and this is not I'm looking for. In this case, what they do, they print that many times. So first number they pick, does it equal? No. They go to else, they say not found. They go to next number, for loop take into m, does it equal? No. They will not found. This is not what I am looking for. I am looking for loop will go to all the lines. Okay, and if you don't found this number, then only they will say this message not found. That is my requirement. Okay, I don't want to repeat this. For example, I have 1 billion number. I don't want to print 1 billion time. Okay, how we can do this? Multiple way we can do it, but in the Python they make this kind of concept very simple. Okay, typically, guys, if you work on any programming language, okay, mostly we use else with if always. Okay, if means if this condition is not true, then only else will work. That's what you guys know, we discussed in the yesterday class. Okay, but in the Python, okay, else is also supported with for loop also. Okay, so what can we do? Instead we write else here with if, we can also write else with the for loop also. And you guys know, whenever we write anything something like this, so this, if you give the space, this is called indent. This is the block of code for the for loop. Okay, but if you write else without any space, then else is not a part of for loop. It means for loop only have this line of block of code. when the for loop run, only this code run. Okay, and then this is the separate code. It's not a part of for block of code or for loop block of code or suite of code. Okay, in this case, else is a part of for, and again same context or same concept I can say. What for loop do? They will pick the data and keep on running. Okay, and what else we do here? Okay, if for loop is running, they have 10 data or 6 data, 5 data here. For loop will pick this data, do something, pick that, do something, and as soon as they reach last and there is no data available in the in your list, for loop say my part is done. Now I am done. If I have any else statement with me, so I'd like to go to my else statement. Okay, now in this case you see now this message is gonna come up. Okay, so I would like to repeat one more time, okay, to make it a little bit simple. As a for loop, go in this mobile data and store data in I variable, and I want to do something with I. After my for loop completely done, they want to run else concept on the for loop, then I want to do something, let's say by. In this case, they will first go and iterate through all the datas, and for loop say when my entire data completed, I am intelligent tool or keyword. I know this is last data. I know after this there is no data left. Okay, I won't give any error to you here. Okay, and what I say, I will complete myself, and then if I have any else code, then I'll go to my else code and print whatever, or I will do whatever you write here. That's what by they printed. Same thing here they are doing. Okay, they're looking for some data, or they're doing something here. After this entire data complete, then they go to else loop. But let's say I'm looking for 222. Okay, 222. It means they will go this number, thus the is equal to no. Then they go to this number is equal to yes. So finally I found message is gonna come up. But here there's one more challenge you will find. I find also come up and else not found also come up. This also print. Why it's print? Because by default for loop will go to this data also, this also, this also, this also, and this also. Okay, they go to all the data by default till last, and they keep on comparing everyone. By chance we compare here already, so they may print the message. But after this also again for loop go to next person, then next person. Okay, and after guys, by default nature of the for loop, as soon as they list last, after for loop complete done with the entire data you have, then only for loop will run the else condition, otherwise they don't run. Okay, but so if you want else condition only run after they iterate all the data, then only else condition run. Okay, this is by default nature of the for loop. But in some cases if you don't want to run else condition, okay, so what can you do? There's one keyword called break you can write here. Okay, break means for loop always run all the data, but you want to run for loop in between, or I can say you want to stop for loop in between somewhere. You can use the break keyword. Okay, and when you want to run the break code, that will be your choice. In this case, most of the cases we always write the conditions. So what we can write here, I can say for loop, pick first data, run your block of code. Okay, if this data is equals to 111, no, I won't print this. Then go to next data, does this condition equal to 222? Yes, I will run this, and I break. Break means I'm asking you don't go to next item. Okay, and because you're not going to next item, it means you have to stop. And because you have to stop, go to the next statements, whatever you have in the code. But because you haven't completed yourself till the last data, or because you haven't completed, it means don't run else also. Okay, else only run with the for loop if after you complete the entire data. And guys, here is working fine the way we want it. Okay, let's say I'm looking for, thus we have a data called 333. Yes, we found it. But let's we have data called 777. Okay, they go now, in this case none of conditional match, it means they go to till last, and because they go to till last, they don't found, so they won't print this. And because they hit to last, it means entire data has been done, then only they will run the else keyword, and else keyword run, then this message print. That's what we wanted here to print. Then this message is gonna print. It's a very interesting concept, guys, if you try to think. Okay, so very limited language, I can say very rare language, support else with for loop, even though we can support else with while loop also. So else is a one keyword. Okay, it can be supported with if, it can be supported with for loop, and can be supported with the while loop also. Only difference would be if you provide false to the if, then only else will run. Okay, in the for loop, if you run the for loop completely till your last item, or the iteration is completely done to the last item, then only after this else will run. And while loop, I show you in while loop also, but in the while loop we have to create a loop. If the entire loop completed, okay, then only else will run. Something like for. Okay, but some, because they're supported, then because of this support else, a lot of interesting concepts we can build. For example, this is a one interesting concept we built. Without this also we can build by some programming concepts, but having this concept make the your this finding and searching something become very simple and sophisticated. So this is, guys, one more concept I want to tell you about the for loop. Same thing is there in the while loop also. I will show you how to use while loop. So there's two concepts I explained to you guys. What is use of break keyword. Same concept is there in the while loop also. Okay, wherever you want to stop your loop, there we write the break keyword, and mostly there we always use conditions to tell where to stop. Okay, logically. Second thing is, if your for loop run completely, okay, then it will always go to else. Or maybe sometimes else is also useful in this way. For example, this is a list of mobile numbers, or let's say I'm going to create one more list. Is my emails list. Now we have the list of emails what we have created yesterday also. So let me pick from there, so we save our time. So I think in this code we create a list of the email addresses. Okay, I'm copying the list of email addresses from here. So this is what, guys, we had created yesterday. Okay, so there's a list of email addresses we have. Let me use emails. Okay, and if I ask for loop, go in, pick the emails in a variable called email. Okay, this is normal standard practice, because this list contains a lot of emails. So you normally start with plural here, means the S, right? And because for loop I have to pick only one email at one point in time, so we go give a singular keyword here like email. That makes more logical sense. Otherwise, if you use ij variable, sometime in real world code, the ij xyz kind of variable makes a lot of confusion. And then let's say I want to print. Okay. But guys, one homework I had given you yesterday, use Python to send mail. So find some code in the Python to send emails to some email IDs. So this can be replaced with the mail function that I have given you as a homework. Okay, but let's say I have a requirement. This code is sending the email, and after all the emails sent done completely, then my else can be useful and say, okay, mail send to all. That makes more logical, right? So when I run this code, this message will print. On this message, maybe again you are sending the mail to admin team that I have done successfully send all the mail. By chance any intervention come up in between, and you for loop by chance stop here due to some reason, so this message doesn't print. Okay, so they won't be notified that something is not happened, right? Something like this. So there's a multiple idea and the use cases where this else is so powerful with the for loop. Okay, this is one concept I would like to explain. Now let's take some more example here. Guys, yesterday I explained you if condition. Let's say guys, if how we add this, for example, I have a salary variable that I explained you yesterday. Let's say my company is offering me 5 salary, and if I say if my salary is equals to or greater than 4, for example, then I will accept the thing that what guys code something like this we had discussed yesterday. Else I say no. So if my salary is 5, greater than 4, I say okay. Okay, this one. But there is some use case. We have some requirement we have, okay, where what I want to write here, if my salary is 5, okay, in this case I want to set my, let's say, target. Let's say I'm the sales guy, okay. If my salary is, my company is offering me 5k salary, for example, or some unit of salary in some particular currency, okay, then I want to set my target. This I will set a sales target of 40k for this quarter or for this month, okay. Otherwise, if my company is giving less than 4k, is greater than 4, less than 4k, then I will set my target, let's say, equals to 20. Okay. So target is like a sales target for the company. So based upon my salary, okay, or based, let's say this is upon my incentive, they plan or whatever they have, right? We set this variable. So technically, when I run this, and I ask, can you tell me what is your target you set? So based upon my salary, I set target 40. But somebody is giving, let's say, 2 only as salary incentive, the target would be 20. So this can be, guys, one concept. But this concept, guys, we can do in any programming language. But in the Python, same concept we can do it very simply. Because I told you guys yesterday, the best code in the today's world is one that you can, entire logic, guys, this is one single logic, right? Maybe you have 5 lines of code, but the entire concept and one logic is one. I want to set my target either 20 and 40 based on this condition. So you guys just try to focus on this line. It is just one single concept, one single requirement we have. And good programming practice in today's world or in the new generation language world is and that is also known as functional programming language. So as a functional programming language perspective, there is one kind of new generation language, okay, or next generation language I can say. They say whatever logics you have, one single logic, rather than you write in the entire 4, 5, 10 lines of code, if we can somehow draw and write in one single line, or it's like a one inline code that always makes your code very simple and with limited lines also, make it simple and small also. Same code in the Python, how can we do? So motto would be, I want to set my target variable, either value is 20 or 40. This is our requirement. Okay, so this is my requirement. So I will set 40. Okay, and if my company is offering me salary greater than 4. Okay. In this case, I will set my target 40. Otherwise, in any other cases, I will set my target 20. Okay. Let's say same code. Okay, I can change in this way. Now what happened, guys? This is just a normal variable, right? Even though if I explain you, like in x equal to 5. So by default, whatever value you write, you type, it will be assigned to x variable, right? Same thing happening here. Target is also a variable. 40 is the value. But here, before we assign 40 to this variable, we are checking the condition with if keyword. If this condition true, then only we will assign 40. If this condition false, then we won't assign 40. Instead, we will assign else this code 20. See guys, it's working fine. And in this case, we have 20. 20. Because right now my salary is a one variable and this variable value is less than 4. Okay, but if I change my salary variable here, let me copy this variable, put somewhere here. Okay, if I send my salary 20, then my target will set to 40 because this is greater than 4. Okay, so this is one interesting concept, guys. Sometimes very useful, even though this code is very simple. But in the future, when I explain the function, so we can write something like this. We can add one function here and one function here. Okay, and say if this condition is true, then run this function. This function will get the data from Google Drive and store in this variable. and this function is, if this function is full, then go and connect to my database, okay, and get the data from here and store here. So lots of powerful concepts we can build in this area. I'll show you a lot of examples for this. Right now I'm just explaining you the syntax what Python offer to you to make the code very simple, inliner, and like a new next generation kind of code. So entire logic, guys, is spreaded rather than in the multiple lines of code. Now it's by looking at this code, it looks very clean, simple. If this condition is true, then only this become 40, otherwise become 20. Okay, right here this 20 is just a number. Instead of number, you can put a string also. Let me show you. Instead of 20, you can put, say, no job. Okay, or instead I can say I get the job. So you can put the strings also, because the condition is true, so they give the job. Because the company is offering 40k salary, 20k salary, so this kind is true. And it's not only that you have to use a string only, you can use a functions also here. Functions also, like nail function or any other functions. But when function return something, then this will be assigned to the target. What I mean by return, so I'll pause this point right now. Today I start explaining the function, then return, then we come back to this topic and I'll show you how to use the function here and assign the value directly in the variables. But it's so powerful concept, very much useful, and one single liner we can create a very powerful code. Entire concept, entire use case we can write in one single line of code also. Okay, there's one more interesting thing I want to explain about Python. Okay, let's see some more thing here. Let me take one more interesting concept of the Python. Let's say I have a requirement. Okay, I have a list of numbers, 1, then 2. Okay, or maybe take a list of number for a while just to understand the concept. And my requirement is I want to double the number, I want to square the number, 1 into 1, 2 into 2, something like this. So again, we can use for loop, because the requirement is very simple. I want to pick this number, do something. I want to pick this number, do something till the last. So in this context, we always use for loop. Say for loop, go inside this DB, pick some value in I variable. And what to do with I, let's say just to print it. I always print to check my syntax, working fine. But instead of print, do one thing, multiply one more time, because I want to do square root. Okay, not square root, square. Okay, or then one more way, you can also write star 2, means is again square. I told you this concept, this is a power. So let's say value is 2, so 2 to the power 2, value 3, 3 to the power 2, this is called 9. So that's what the done is for us. Now my requirement would be, this is my output, I don't want to print this output. I want to store this output in my other variable, other list. Okay, why list? Because there's a multiple output. I want to store multiple output, we always want to use list. So for this, what can I do? I will create one extra variable here. Okay, let's say my final output variable, variable empty list. Okay, it means initially I have the data, this variable is empty, and now what I want to do, for loop will go pick this data from here, make it double. Okay, I don't want to print this, I want to make it double, and after double, let me store this value in some temporary variable called j. And this output initially is 1, then 4. I want this output stored in this list. And how to store, guys, append function I showed you yesterday, and we can store j. Okay, so I initially is 1, is become power of 2, it go into j, and j will store, append this into the list called output. This is this one. In this case, output won't print because we haven't printed, but finally output will store in the variable called output variable. Why I want to store? Multiple reason maybe. Okay, these are the data we have, and I want this data to be used in the future. So we are processing this data. After processing, we store in this variable, and I want to use this variable or list in the future for some other purpose. Nothing very technical code. And in other language also you can do it by the same context and same logic. But again, the same idea. Okay, if you see this line, and this line, even though we can write this code in one single cell also right now in Jupyter, So this line would be this one, and I can type this part also here. Okay, same output gonna come up obviously. So but here guys, this are 4, 5 tensor lines of code. Okay, finally they are doing one single thing. The use and the requirement is one single. What they are doing, they are only processing this data, okay, and storing over here. Okay, I can give one term for this. Okay, we can give some term for this. Whenever you have something like this, if you have some data stored somewhere, if you want to pick this data, okay, to do something, this concept is called extract. After you pick, then you do some processing on this data. I mean, multiply, divide, whatever you want to do. Okay, to means 2 will be converted to 4, 3 will be converted to 9. Something you're doing, some processing you're doing is called transform. You're transforming your data. And finally, your final output you're storing in some place. For example, output variable we're storing. This is called load. Finally, is your ETL operation. So guys, in the data analytics world, data engineering world, if you belongs to big data, Hadoop or Spark and all these areas, ETL is a very, very common thing we always do. So in the data engineering world, if you belongs to this field, so ETL operation is very common. It's not TELE, because there's multiple other operations also possible, but ETL is the operation we are performing here. Maybe this might be not so much very useful, but the idea is ETL. Okay, but here finally, if you see the entire ETL operation, okay, ETL operation, right? In this operation, the final motto is I want to do something on this data and get this answer. So this 5-10 lines of code maybe will give you one single point, one thing, one operation they are performing for you. That operation is mostly known as ETL operation in the data engineering world, not in the data science world, because this kind of operation we do mostly in data engineering. Okay, so how can we do the same thing in one single line? So I can do how, for example, I am looking for the output. This is my final requirement. Okay, this is my final requirement, and my entire data or this data will be stored here. Okay, but who will give me a data? So who will extract the data? For loop. From where? From this particular list. Okay, this list is your normal list, or maybe in the future I show you how to connect with database. This will come from database also, from other location, or from file also. So for loop will go in this list, okay, and store your data temporarily in a variable called I. Same syntax I'm writing here, I. Okay, and whichever temporary data of I they come up, I will process something here on the I. And how to process? We can write condition here. That's all. Whatever you write here in those 4 lines of code is done in one single line of code. Just one single line of code. Let me show you output. Same output gonna come up. Okay, you don't be confused. So let me give a different variable name. Okay, so same output gonna come in. So logic would be, this is a list, guys, and guys, very powerful concept. Very limited language support this. Okay, inside the list also known as array, but inside the list also we can directly write the for loop and use the same concept. Go to my this particular list. Let me write the list here. Go to this particular list, pick the value stored in I, and whatever operations you want to perform on the I, we can perform here. This is the syntax they use. Okay, and the output of this, right, would be the store or append in this particular list here. 1, the next output I will be 2, 2 power 2 is 2, 4 they store here. Next is 3 we pick 3 to power 2 is 9, and 9 will store here. Okay, that's what powerful. So one single line, the entire ETL operation, this kind of concept, just typically in market mostly the ETL operations. Okay, but you can give any, or maybe have any other requirement also, we can do by this simple logic. And for the Python perspective, this concept is known as list comprehension. List comprehension. This is a concept in the Python known as list comprehension we have. Very useful and very powerful concept. Okay, but a lot of things we can do. For example, let's say in this example, I want to do a power of something. My condition is would be, okay, if I will do power only, okay, only when the data is 3. I can write a condition. If my I is equals to 3, then only I will do this power, then only append. It means if you find any data that is 3, then only I will do power. Or maybe I can do reverse. I want to do power, not the 3 apart from any data. I can use not operation. So technically they will go to pick 1. Does 1 is equal to 3? No. Condition is true. Okay, because looking for not, then they do power, then append. So in this case, apart from 3 power, everything will be stored. Okay, so this is a normal typical programming syntax we can write in this way. But same concept we can also write in list comprehension. How? So for loop is the one who retrieve the data and run the loop. Then they run this operations here. But before you run the operation, if you want to check the condition, something like this. Okay, this thing you have to write after the for loop. Somewhere here. So typically your list comprehension divided into 3 parts. This one, and this one. First for loop run, they pick the data. Okay, then they check the condition. If the condition match, then only they run this. Operations. Okay, if this condition doesn't match, that point in time, what a data for loop retrieve. Okay, they don't run this operation. So in this case, you see same output. Now it is your choice. Okay, how to give the true to if. As I explained to you, you can give a true or else, true or false to the if with the help of functions also. We can add functions also. Okay, and what operation I want to perform here? I can add functions. Function will do something. I can take the email address and send the mail. Okay, and output of the function I will store here. Output will be mail send, not send, send, not send. So I will function will return something, and that output will store here in the list. What is written? Those who doesn't know, I will explain to you. So all the remaining concept and what you concept okay, can be applied here to make this code more powerful and more sophisticated. Okay, that is also one very interesting concept. But list comprehension is a very powerful facility we have here. Okay, so this is also one concept I'd like to explain. I will tell you one more small concept, nothing very technical but useful sometime. Let's say we have a different list. So this is a list of I already have the list of email, but let's say I have a list of the names. So I have multiple names in my company. Let's say Vimal is a one employee name, Jack is one other part of my company, Pop is one part of the company, Eric is one part of the company. Okay, and what I want to do here, nothing very technical, but I want all the name to be converted with my company domain name. Okay, like email address. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, so in this case, we can again use for loop, same way. I can say I want my final emails, or I can say final emails would be new list, where I ask for loop, go inside this names. Okay, pick the names in, let's say, n variable. Okay, and and what n content. Right now, if I just run it just to show you, so syntax because you have to write here, but what n content finally. Okay, finally content name. So if I just write n, they will give the exactly same list, but I'm not looking for this. I want this n will be added to my company email domain name. Before this, I want to show you a very small thing you guys might know, but let's say, before I explain you how to add, let's say I have some string called Linux. Okay, And what I want to do, this string I want to add with other string. So guys, in the almost in any programming language, we guys either use dot or plus. So let's say S is one string, I want to add with world. That's all. So this string will be added to this string. So plus is an operator that we can use to add two string together. That's called concat. So if you want to concatenate the things or concatenate the string, so concat or concatenation, right? We can use plus operator. Okay, in some of the language we use dot operator also. In some language we have function of concat also available. So if you want to add to a string, this is the option we can do. Or you want to add with some extra space, either give the space here or we can add one more plus, and between we can write one more string with the space. Space also like a string. So this string is a Linux, this string is just word, world, and we add one more string together. Three strings we added and concatenate together, and it will look like this. Linux word. Okay, so there's one small thing I want to tell you before I go ahead. Then that's what I want to do here. N is a one kind of string, and I want to add this string with a, let's say my company domain name called linuxworldindia.com. Okay, so every name will be added by the string, so they will have their own email address created. Okay, very quickly they create for you. But there's a possibility, some email address is I have a list of my customer, and some of the email ID name already come with the email IDs. I don't want to change this. Okay, let's say I have some email ID with gmail.com. Okay, so I want that anybody who don't have the Gmail ID, then only I want to give lw.com, something like this. In this case it won't work. In this case, after Gmail also they add this one, because technically for us we add this as string, after the string we add this part also. I don't want this. I want, if anybody has gmail.com already attached, I don't want to replace this name. And I also don't want to add after this. So in this case, guys, this is a one condition we have, and in the condition, in the list comparison, we write here if. And how to add this condition, I told you guys yesterday. N is a one string. This is a one string that contains the name. And a string, guys, has a method called, if I write dot tab is not working here inside the list, but let's say this is a string, and string we can write dot tab, and we have a function called end with. That's what I want to use. Okay, end with. So this concept I showed you yesterday already to you. I say if anybody have the name or string end with gmail.com. Okay, so if this string end with gmail.com, no, so this will to give false, and when the false come, this will won't run. But I want to run this, so I can make it not. So we can make it not here. Okay, it means when this name come in the end variable, okay, by the for loop, then they check the condition that this name end with Gmail, no, then they give the answer false, but not make the false become true. And guys, whenever if give it true, then only they will run this particular operations, and that's what we're looking for. So finally, if you run this, you see in the final email address, these all the name will be come up here. Gmail will replace, because I don't want to run this, so n won't take this. So I only wanted to retrieve those names who don't have the email IDs, especially gmail.com. Okay, and I want to add my company domain name email address. But here Gmail is example, somebody might have different ID also, I don't want to change. So for this, there's one concept in the future class come up called regex, regular expression. So we can write some regex here. So any ID look like gmail.com, yahoo.com, lw.com, any different ID they have, I don't want to replace. Right, only one who don't have the ID, then I will replace. So those kind of customizations also we can do in my upcoming class when I talk about some other concept called regex and something like this. Okay, but see guys, here in one single line, entire requirement has been solved. You can do without this also, by this way, but this is very typical older way. For learning purpose, this way is good, but for the real world and today's next generation perspective, we want to create a code in such a way that anybody in the future come and read your code, especially obviously those who know Python. By looking at this code, they can understand what you're doing, rather than they go up and there and see different variables names. Okay, by looking at the code, they know this is what exactly you're doing over here. Okay, so that's what the main perspective, and this is again one of the idea behind functional programming language. So if you search a functional programming language, okay, so this program for functional programming language has multiple guys. Again, we are not into functional programming language here in this training. We are purely learning Python as a core concept completely in and out. Okay, and whichever area you want to use, that will be your idea. But one of the property of any functional programming concept is one of the paradigm of the programming language. Again, that's so much important just for you right now. But one of the idea they say, if you want to make the code more clear, straightforward, try to write a code in such a way that in one single line you will have your code, ready and also explain you the concept. This is one of the things functional programming will do. Otherwise, there's have lots more concept in this world of functional programming. But that is not right now at all important. Okay. So this is one concept of variables, if and else also, and plus the list comprehensive also I explain to you. Okay. Now let's do some more thing. Okay, some more thing. So guys, what is loop? You guys know what is loop. Okay. We have the for loop. Same way guys, we can also write the while loop also. Let me show you very quickly how the while loop can be useful. Okay, so syntax will be something like this. Let's say I have, let's say I can give one very simple example to understand the while loop. Okay, let's say I have a book and somebody give you the homework in the book. Open the first page, write something, then go to next page, write something, go to next page, write something, go to next page, write something. And let's say this something is same. Let's say you're in the schools, and sometime when we have some punishment of declaration writing or essay writing, if you do something wrong and they ask you to write this essay or this vocabulary 10 pages. Okay, essay same 10 pages. So this is what the same thing I want to do 1 time, 2 time, 3 time, 4 time. Let's say till 10 time. Very, very simple point to think to understand this point. So technically what they are asking you here is you have to write the essay or some statement or some vocabulary, okay, and you have to repeat again and again. But you have to start from page number 1. Page is the one variable we have here, okay, and you have to run this essay 10 times. So here we can use while loop and say just keep on running this till the time you reach page number 10. So for page number 1, then 2, then 3, okay, and as you reach the page number 10, then stop. Again, this is a while loop. Same syntax we do. You use what you use if or else. We write colon, then we give some indent, a block of code. Okay. So in this case, guys, for writing this code, let me create one more new page here due to some reason. One more new extra page I am opening a notepad. Let me copy this code here and let me paste here. So in this case, okay, how while loop work? Okay, while loop will always check this condition, and while loop guys is almost look like a if, I can say. If also check the condition, and if we give true to the if, they will run the block of code. Similarly, while loop is also checking the condition. If this they give it true, then this block of code will run. Okay, almost like if. Only difference between if and while loop is if the syntax is right, if we run the code and then they go to the next line or they go to else maybe. But the while loop, if this condition true, then they run their block of code, then again they come back to check the condition. And again if the condition is true, then again go inside and run the block of code. Again they'll go back and check the condition. And they keep on doing till time this condition become false. But when some time come up, When this condition folds, then in this case while loop don't run this, and they break the while loop, they go out. Okay, that's what the idea of the while loop. So I normally compare the while loop with the if. In my case, I normally compare in this way. Okay, now in this case, if you run this code, you will see, guys, nothing come up because my page is 1. Okay, this is not equals to 10. This comparison is false, so they won't run this for you. Okay, instead I can write the code in this way. If my page is less than or equals to 10, so initial number is 1, so have you reached to page number 10? No. You are at page number 1. Does the condition true? Yes. Then they run the block of code. But in this case, you can see, you will see they keep on printing, right here. They keep on printing and keep on printing for you. Okay, it's look like they keep on doing this thing operation for you. Again, you can think your teacher and in the school days they say you write some wrong essay, then you have to start from page number 1, write the essay here, and you have to do till page number 10. But they forget to tell you have to change the page number. So you start from page number 1, again reach the same page, start page number 1, again reach to same page, something like this. It's like an infinite loop. Why? Because we keep on overwriting the same page again and again. Okay, so what we have to do, you have to ask very clearly, you have to go to the next page. Something like this. I'm just giving as this example as an analogy, especially for those guys who are new in programming world. Otherwise, those who know language, they know this concept very well. And guys, any cell in the Jupyter, if they keep on running for 1 minute or 10 minutes or infinity, you always see the star here. See the star. The star means the code is still running, and till the time the code is running, you won't able to run the next code. So if you run the next code, for example, here, it won't run. Okay, why star? Because my last code is still running. Same way, not in Jupyter, if you run your code normal text file also, if this code is running for 1 minute or maybe infinity, till the time this code doesn't complete, they won't go to the next line of code to run it. But this line, guys, never complete, because page value never change, they always true, and because they always true, this while loop will become the infinity loop. Okay, this one. So in this case, you have to stop your program, entire program. This code terminate the program, and the Jupyter, if you want to terminate the program, so in the kernel, there's an option called kernel. You have to restart and clear output. By this way, you can close the program or terminate the program. Okay, that is the reason why I use the different file to write my code. Okay, so according to our logic, what we have to do after we change the page, we have to go to the next page. Okay, but most of programming language, guys, this syntax work. This syntax means if my initial value page is 1, then they make it 2. But in Python, guys, this syntax doesn't work. For example, if x is of 1, and if I want to increase the value x, it won't work. So this syntax doesn't support in Python. Like in C, C++, this syntax work. Okay, so in the Python, if you want to increase the value to 1, then this is what we have to write. So our current value x is 1, add with 1, it will 2, then finally x value would be 2. So this is one syntax we can use to increase the value, or maybe to decrease the value. And then one more syntax, guys, we can write in this way also, plus equals to 1. It means whatever the current value of x, add with 1, new value would be finally stored in the x only. So this is also one of the syntax you can use to increment or decrement value. You can use star, minus, and let me give one more example of this. Let's say we have x equals to 5, we have y equals to 10. Okay, and what I want to do x plus y, but this final value I want to store in y only. So this is also one of the way we can write, or we can write this syntax in this way also, plus is equals to this one. It means what is the current value of x and what is the current value of y, 10 and 5, 15, add it, plus means add it, and after add, the final value would be stored in y only. So this is the faster way to do it. Okay, but instead of plus, you can use minus, multiply everything. For example, instead of plus, we can use multiply also, divide also. Say 50, or we can use, for example, divide. Divide means, for example, you have to divide y with x, this one, or y x with y, this one. Okay, we can divide. So same way we can also divide here. So y will be divided by the x, and final output will be stored in the y only. 1 minute. See, output. So this is what like shortcut, or this is normally called shorthand operators. So with the help of this shorthand operators, sometimes we can quickly write the code. Write shorthand operators we can use. Okay, any mathematics symbol that you normally use here, all the things we can do. For example, I take one more example here. If I divide 5 by 2, it's 2.5. But if you want to find the floor of it, okay, floor means in 2.5, okay, anything apart from this decimal number means your whole number before the decimal, this is called floor. So we can use this symbol. Okay, so anything you want to get a for example, if I write 7 by maybe 3, but I am only interested in my number to come before decimal, that is called floor. And this finding the floor, getting the floor, sometimes useful. Sometimes guys, if I divide something, you only want interested in the whole number, you want to discard the decimal number in some cases. Okay, then we can use this symbol. This symbol is called floor division. Floor division. Okay, you can use. Okay, so any operation almost they support here in the shorthand. Okay, for example, let's say x is 4 and y is 10. Okay, and if I try to do 4 operation, let's see they support or not. Supported, and 2 will come up. If we divide 10 with 4, 2 point something gonna come up. Okay, and they will take the whole number part, that's called floor part, they will take it. Okay, so or maybe I can say ceiling part of, they will discard the ceiling part and get the floor part, whatever you say, it's the same thing, but I understand what they give to you. So multiple different, all the mathematical operations that you normally perform like this, you can add in the shorthand operators. Okay, now come back to this point here. So instead of this, I can write piece plus equals to. Now in this case, my code run essay, print essay 10 times. Okay, but here again we can use the else condition also, the way I explained if in the if. Else also we can write, that's what the support in the Python, and say bye, that's all. Okay, when the else run, when the while loop completely done, then only else will run. See here, after they run print 10 times, then they print bye. Okay, then they print bye. And one more thing, maybe let's say I want to write a condition, if my page is equals to 5th, in this case only run this. Okay, it means in a value page is 1, this condition is true, no, they won't print this. But when you reach the page number 5th, then the condition is true, then they print this. Okay, so in this case essay will print only once when the page number and variable value is 5. But in this case I also want to bring a break. When the page number 5, then they print it, this will print, but they will break the while loop. In this case, guys, by will won't print. The same concept I explained you today in the for loop. Else with while and the for loop only work when this entire block of code runs successfully without any block. If you ask a while loop to run 10 times, then after they run 10 times only, and when they reach to false, okay, when they reach to false, then only else will run. Same thing I explained in the for loop also. But this is, guys, also one concept of while loop. But I normally compare while loop with the if and else condition, because while loop say till the time you give me true, I will run my block of code. If you give me false, I will run the else. Or maybe if I don't have any else, I can go to my next statement. Okay, this is what, guys, I normally compare. But otherwise, mostly anything that you want to do with if, So anything you want to work with for or while, same thing you can use. Sometimes you can use if, sometimes you can use for, sometimes you can use while. But okay, my suggestion would be, okay, whenever you have this kind of requirement, okay, where you have lots of data, and your requirement, okay, I want to pick one data, then do something, pick second data, do something, pick third data, do something, till all the data completed. Okay, and when sometimes you don't know how much or how many data you have. Okay, your data might come from your list, data might come from files. Every line in a file is a data might come from networking, right? So a lot of network packets is coming, I don't know how many packets going to come up. Data come from a database, I don't know how many records they have. Like I show you all the example in the future. In any of these cases where a lot of data is coming, you want to do something in every data one by one till the data completed, and we don't know mostly when the data completed, how many data packets gonna come up, how much result is going to append in the real time. In any of these cases, right, for loop is the best choice to use. Somehow we can do while loop also, but by writing the while loop we have to write a lot of extra code to make the thing work for us. But for loop is very intelligent than Python. So they know how to iterate through all the data one by one, and they know when this data completed without telling to the for loop. Okay, but when you have fixed thing, I want to do this thing 10 time only, 20 time only, 30 time only. Okay, in those cases while loop is great to use, where we can write something like this. I would have start from 1 until 10 I want to do. Or maybe I have a requirement that I have a list, and in the list I don't know how many data we have, but I want to pick only top 10 data or top 2 data. Okay, so when we have some fixed limit that you know already, is already declared, right, you know already, then we can do with for loop. I'm not saying you can't do, but writing the logic with the while loop makes more sense. Okay, so you can think, guys, this is how also we work in the real world. I say keep on doing this till you reach to 10 kilometer. Do this 1 kilometer, 2 kilometer, 3 kilometer. So like a limit, we set the limit, and logically the way you use your language, whatever language you use, Hindi, English, or other language, this is how we say, and whatever you say, how you think, convert in the code, that will be more logically, so if how you think, the way you create the code, then creating the code won't be a big deal for you, a big challenge for you. Okay, so always try to create a code like a human being rather than a pure typical computer machine kind of code, right? So if you really want to create a code with the logic, so typically when I work in any programming language, I will never have, guys, any fixed plan of writing the code. Even though if you guys go to any of the other Python training or any other language training, for example, recently I'm going to deliver one more very advanced training called JavaScript. Okay, so maybe I will take the same example of while loop, but my flow will be very different, my code syntax will be very different. Okay, logic will be very, very different. Okay, because I never prepare the flow, I always go with the current natural flow. As the idea comes in my mind, as a human being, I keep on writing the code step by step in the same way, rather than pre-planned, a fixed, typical orthodox kind of syntax. Okay, and if you do this, then working and solving any problem in the real world, maybe in the competition world, or maybe solving any problem in the real industry, would be, you see, so much simple for you, because you practice your natural flow of human being, and same practice you are performing in the coding world. Okay, that's one very important, guys, recommendation I can give from my side. And you see, guys, without memorizing, without practicing a lot, because a lot of guys say you have to practice and practice and practice. More you practice, more you become specialized in the programming world. I don't recommend this in most of the cases, because practice means you are trying to memorizing the syntax or memorizing the fixed standard practices. Like in Hindi normally we say ratification, right? So that what actually happen if you try to understand properly. It means if any new scenario come up, very different scenario come up, however long you practice in this world of coding, you will 100% stuck. Okay, so that's what I normally I can give a recommendation from my side in this way. Okay, so I think I given the explanation of while and for loop. Both we can use alternative, but always go with the flow. Okay, and I give the idea when to use what. Now let me take one more topic here. Guys, we have a lot of data types available and data structures available. As we progress, as we need, I will keep on explaining to you. Okay, right now I would have to explain you one more data structure that look more like list. Okay, that is called tuple. Okay, but before I explain the tuple, even though it's simple, but I don't want to explain you the typically way we have exist in the world. I want to go very more deep into this, and for this I would have to explain you first some other concepts. So I'm coming to this topic called tuple as one data structure like a list. Some obviously there are some difference, but what is this? Before this I want to explain some other concepts, right? And this concept is very, very useful and very powerful, guys. So try to understand this concept in the way I'm explaining to you. It's again the internals of the Python. And very limited training, guys, in the Python you will see this kind of concept, right? So technically, whenever you guys create a program, mostly program means you write a program in a file. And how you write a code, line 1, line 2, line 3, line 4. Okay, let's say one of the code may be x equals to 5. Okay, and then you save the code, then this file is there in your hard disk. Okay, but when you double click and execute the file, I guys told you yesterday also, this file will load on the top of your memory, that is called RAM. Okay, and the RAM, they will occupy some space. Okay, some space. So in the RAM they take some space from the RAM or main memory, and this part when this program is running are known as process. And who execute this statement on the top of RAM, obviously they will take the help from CPU. CPU is the one who operate the thing for us. Okay, for example, if I do 5 plus 7, who will do this calculation? 5 plus 7 and give the rest output 12. CPU is the one. Okay, but where this statement, or also known as some expression, they store inside this process on the RAM. So guys, we will also go more deep into this process in upcoming discussion, like stack memory, heap memory, and some more thing in some time, but that is not so much important right now. Okay, the important point is if you talk about this portion, if you relatively try to zoom this portion over here. Okay, so what happened? Okay, RAM is a guy's physical device. It's a physical device, and in this device, right, how they store data is, again, that is not again very important. I don't want to discuss that point. But RAM, guys, internally they have multiple different small part. Okay, every part, let's say, is having the size of 1 byte in size. This is 1 byte space. This is 1 byte space. This is 1 byte space. You can think it's like a car parking slot in some mall, and every big parking we divide into multiple small part. Okay, let's say 1 square feet or 10 square feet. Okay, for 1 car parking. You can think in this way. Okay, or I can say I can explain in this way. In the one big parking, we have a 1 square feet area, 2nd square feet area, 3rd square feet area, 4th square feet area. And what the car parking guys have done, so they plan that for parking the car, I want this entire slot. Okay, this is 4 square feet become 1 slot or 1 segment, I can say. Okay, so making 1, 2, 3, 4 square feet. Okay, I need, and this square feet I can use for 1 car parking. So this is 1 car parking slot I have. Similarly, I will pick next 4, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, and now combining this 4 space, they draw some line, not real area they have, but they draw some line. Okay, and say between this line we have one more car slot. Say slot number 1, this is car slot number 2. Okay, so technically, if you try to understand here, this parking is like your real RAM device. It's like a real land in your mall. This 1 square feet area is a real space, physical space you have. Okay, but what they have done, they draw some line over here. Just like draw, it's not real exist, but they draw some line and say this is my area of 1 car. Okay, so this line is like is not really exist, it's not really physical exist, so I can say this is a logical area for 1 slot. Okay, even though we can discuss more about memory, but this much information enough. So why I'm saying this point right now here is, okay, whenever guys you store any data, okay, how this statement, you know, the meaning of this statement is, especially the meaning of equals to is, equal to meaning in the programming world is, we are asking our program, in our case Python, that I need some space from a parking slot for parking my car. And here the car is 5. 5 is actually real car. Okay, a real car. I want to park my 5 in the parking slot. Okay, and whichever slot you're parking, every parking slot has number, slot number 1, slot number 2, basement 1, basement 2, 1, 2, 2, something like this. Okay, whichever parking slot you park the car, okay, every parking slot has a number associated, so that we can search in the future and ask somebody in this parking manager, for example, I say where is the parking slot number 2, we can pick our car, something like this. Okay, so this slot is what is a one kind of reference, I can say, in which slot area my car has been stored. Okay, and this reference, guys, is this X. Okay, so typically this X is a variable, but typically the better word instead of the variable, we can use variable as a word, but better word can be reference. And there's one more reason why we use the word reference here, and in some minute I will tell you. Okay, but what this reference contain is, reference contain the area, the slot number. In the RAM world, this area and slot number is normally known as the address. That's called memory address. So they maintain the memory address, which area, which memory address they store, because every address has some number. For example, maybe this number, maybe let me use the word memory number 1, memory number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So what this X contain? They say at memory number 1, from where the slot number 1 bytes start, okay, is the one I reserve this entire 1 till 4 slot. Let's go 4 bytes. 1 square feet is equal to 4. 1 square foot means 1 byte. So 4 byte I consume completely for my 5, because 5 is a bigger car. I need at least 4 square feet area. I need 4 bytes together, and all the 4 bytes become together 1 area, 1 slot. Okay, for this. So finally, what I'm trying to tell you guys here is, whenever you use any programming language, every programming language use this kind of syntax. Okay, and depend upon your data, or I can say depend upon your data type. In my case, this is the integer data type. They reserved your space in the memory, fixed space. This is 5, this is a car, this is a motorcycle, this is a truck. Depending on the size, they reserve your space in the memory. Okay, so example, if this is a truck, they will reserve 8 square feet area. This is a motorcycle, there's a 2 square feet area. If there's a car, there is a 4 square feet area. Similarly, in the programming world, if this is a integer, there is a 4 square feet area, 2 bytes, 4 bytes. If they are a decimal, there is a 8 bytes. If they are character, there is a 1 byte space, depending on how much they need. But it's fixed number, they store due to some lot of regional performance reasons. Okay, so technically every programming language has a different size. Okay, but in the Python this is almost fixed. Whichever data type you use, okay, they reserve and give 4 bytes space, okay, in one go. It means one slot, okay, of 4 byte. Physically RAM doesn't know have give 4 byte. RAM actually give 1 byte only, 1 byte only, 1 byte. So 1 2 3 4 bytes they give you reserve for us. Okay, for our data to be stored, and whichever slot they reserve and whatever 4 area they reserve, they give the slot name, and this name is known as X. Very rough explanation, but again, we are not in the pure memory classes, okay, or not in the as such as data DSA classes. Normally in my data DSA classes, I take this topic very detailed and show you also logic top and everything, every part in very detail. But that much information is enough just to give further reference in my programming concept. Okay, so I'm not going more deep, but this much enough information is enough. So technically, what I'm trying to tell you here is, in Python, whatever data type you use, they have reserved 4 byte space for us. I'm not discussing, guys, what is bytes. I believe this might, you guys might know. So there's very basic thing about any computer world. But 4 byte they reserved. Okay. It means if I say x equals to 5, okay, this 5 is a data, think like car, stored in my RAM somewhere here, for example. Okay, but before they store here, this equals to is a symbol. They ask, I need 1 2 3 4 bytes space totally. There's one memory small segment totally for storing this 5. But wherever you give this space to me, okay, the first area has some address. This is, let's say, address number 101. This is called physical address or the memory address. Okay, give to me, and this number I will store in the X. So X normally contain your memory address where they store. Why? So in the future I have lots of parking slots in my car parking. So in the future I ask my parking slot manager or parking manager and say, I'm looking for the parking slot number 2, can you guide me where it is? So they guide me that you will find the parking slot somewhere here. So I will reach here, and whatever car I have or whatever data I have, I can go and read or change. Same thing in the Python also, and any other programming language also. In the future, when you want to use the X, for example, I want to print. So you normally contact your programming language and say, I don't know what data we have, but I know X. It means I know my address of my parking slot or my memory segment. Can somebody help me to reach there so I can read the data? So guys, every programming language has the manager called memory manager. We go to any programming language, so they have the manager called memory manager or memory management internal drivers. So Python also have the memory manager called Python memory manager. Python memory manager, PMM, right? So what they do, it is again running behind the scene. You don't have to do anything here. But whenever you run anything, like say I want to print X, so you internally contact to Python memory manager and say, I know X, I know my pointer, I know my pointer means my address of the memory. Can you guide me where it is? Because RAM is very big, lots of slots they have. I don't know where it is, so take me there so I can retrieve my data, edit my data, use my data. I can do something like this. So this is how, guys, it work. Even though if you search here Python memory management, okay, so they have a Python memory management programs. Okay, Python memory manager, PMM. Okay, this is how they do. Oh, that's a very interesting animation. No thanks. Okay, so This is what guys they do behind this. That much enough knowledge is enough right now to understand the main concepts. Okay, so guys, what I explained to you at not as such not a part of SS programming language world, but you should know this as a very high level knowledge perspective. Okay, so why I'm explaining this point to you, because there are a lot of reason behind it. By knowing this concept, you can understand why in Python it is known as references, what list will do, and what exactly different with list and the tuple. I can explain you very well. So for example, come back to my main code here. Okay, for example, let's say I have the x is one variable here with 5. Okay, when I run this line, this is so powerful line, even though guys I had given you one task yesterday. Okay, when you run any code, your data will load on the RAM, and I ask you just try to find some way how we can read the entire RAM. If you're really able to read it, what I'm trying to show you with the diagram, you can see it in the real way. You see there's a lot of data on the RAM with different areas, different addresses we have, and all the data is there in somewhere on the RAM in their entire slots. So everything you can see there. Okay, if you know how to read the RAM. But right now, okay, what this equals to do, they give 4 byte space to this x, to this for storing this data. That's one point. Second point is, okay, second point here is this x, what they store actually the memory address. Okay, memory address means technically according to this logic, okay, they store the parking slot number, where the parking slot number is, where they start, or we have 101 for example, which memory the data store. How can you see this? So there's one function in the Python called id. With the help of id, you can see your memory address. So right now in my current system RAM, this is the memory address we have where this data is stored. So if I know how to read my RAM, I can go to this address and I can see my data 5 there. Okay, and normally guys, your operating system normally present the memory in hexadecimal, and guys by default id command give the memory address in decimal number. Okay, so sometimes they are confusing, so we can convert this decimal into hexadecimal. What is hexadecimal, you guys might know very quickly. Let me tell you. We have binary number, there's value 0 1. So a decimal number that mostly we human being work from 0 1 to till 9. Similarly, we have multiple number system. One of the number system is hexadecimal. Mostly this number system is used by your memories. Okay, where the total number here is 2, here the total number is 10, and hexadecimal the total number is 16. And how we write? We write something like this. First number is 0, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 is not 10 here. Okay, after 9 A come, then B, C, D, E, and F. So to 16 if we count, okay, this is the hexadecimal we have. For example, in the binary, first is 0, then 1. After 1 and 0, next number will be 1 0, then 1 1. Like in decimal, after 0 to 9, after 9 what we write? 1 0, 1 1, 11, 12, 13. Similarly, in the hexadecimal, after F, the next number would be 1 0, then 1 1, 1 2, till 1 9. After 1 9, it become A0. So this is what guys hexadecimal is. So again, you are not into number system classes, but this is very quick thing you guys might know. So we have a function called hexadecimal of 5 decimal 5 only. But this hexadecimal, how I know? Hexadecimal start by 0x. So any number start by 0x, normally in our programming world, it means that hexadecimal. So hexadecimal of number 9, decimal number 9 is 9 only. But the hexadecimal of 10. So 10 is a decimal number. I want to convert the hexadecimal. The hexadecimal 10 is A. 15 is F. After 15, hexadecimal 16 is 1 0. This is what I am trying to explain you here. So I'm just giving this information, nothing very useful right now. but I'm going to use it in some small place here. So technically, by default, id command give the memory address where this 5 data is stored in in the decimal notation. But normally, if you want to work something in the operating system and ask operating system somehow, can you tell me the memory address and can you show me the data of this memory address, something like this. So they always talk in a language called hexadecimal number system. So what can I do? I can convert this data into hexadecimal by using this function called hex. So this number will look like something like this, but they convert into hexadecimal. Hexadecimal. Okay, this one. But this address is the same. This is the decimal notation and this is the hexadecimal notation. Okay, this is one thing. Now, second thing, guys, here is that you should know, that is very unique, interesting thing about the Python is, because guys, whenever you run a program, okay, program will load your data on the top of your RAM. RAM is a real device, come with some price, even though they are very costly compared to hard disk that you guys know. And RAM is mostly are very much limited. For example, in my laptop we have 16 GB RAM or 8 GB RAM or 2 GB RAM. Okay, so it again depend upon your programming language to programming language how they are going to arrange and organize and save your memory. Okay, for example, if I run a code in the Python, they take some space from my RAM. Let's say this space. So let's say out of 16 GB, they take 10 MB space. Who? My process. When the program run, process start, they take 10 MB space. Okay. How much space they consume? You can see your task manager. For example, if I run my task manager, from this I can check how many processes are running. Okay, and how much memory they are consuming. For example, this is the process tablet is running, right? Or MongoDB is running. Right now they are consuming 12.8 MB space. So you can use a task manager, or you can use ps command in Linux if you know, or Mac you know. So they will tell you how much memory is used by this process. Similarly, if I run my Python code also, okay, and till the Python process running, the name will be displayed here, and you can see how much memory they are using right now. So nothing very technical, you guys might know this. Okay, so let's say my program, when I run, it become process, and process is consuming 10 MB space. Okay, now in this context, in this 10 MB space, okay, who is using this space? Mostly this space is consumed by your data. Okay, like data would be in this case, let's say 5, or maybe data may be 1 page, or data may be these strings, or this list variables is also data, right? Means data of the variable is also, or data of the list is also data. Okay, but where this data located in the RAM, so in the future we can use, so your variables know it. How they know where data is stored? With their memory address, and how to find, that's what I explained to you already by this. Okay, it means when I use print function x, they print the data. How? Because print function until you find the memory address, and they go to this memory address and retrieve the data and show to you. Okay, but to manage a program, okay, if you want to manage the memory in the program, because if you have a program and that the program use huge data, then you will need more memory. Maximum memory you can use more, you can't more than 16 in my case. But if you have some program that needs maybe 100 GB memory, you to enhance or increase your RAM size, you to buy more RAM. So technically what I want to tell you here is, finally what I'm to tell you here is it all depend upon your language to language, how they are organizing the data in the memory. What Python is doing for this, Python makes and save a lot of memory for us. What they do, if you store data called 5, example I'm giving here, and this data is been created by a variable called x, a variable called y, something like this. So I have one variable called x, they store 5. I have one variable called y, they're also having 5. There's one variable called z, they're also having the 5. Technically for us, these are 3 independent variables with their own data. But by chance, all the data is 5. is 5. So what they do behind the scene, in the memory, in the RAM, they are only consuming one single space for the 5. Okay, and this single space they only store 5 only once, and all the variables they will map to the same space. X is also connect to this, Y also connect to this, and Z is also connect to this. So they are pretty smart, right? They see, whenever they see same kind of data, rather than they consume extra space, create one more copy of it. Okay, rather than they create one more copy of it, what they do, okay, all the variable who are using the same data, they will give and connect to the same memory address. Okay, and that is the reason, guys, X is also connected to 5, Y is also pointing to 5, Z is also pointing to the address of the 5. Let's say 5 is stored at the address number, parking stall number 101. All the guys are pointing to the same address. And if more than one variable is pointing to the same address, they are mostly known as references. So Y is a reference X, Z is a reference to Y, Z is a reference X, X is a reference to Y. You can use in this way. So if you guys know C and C++, they also guys a concept called references. Same concept. In the C and C++, we have to create this reference by ourselves by writing something. But in the Python, it is a by default nature of the Python. Internally in the Python, they create a references for us. Okay, it means technically they look like a different variable, but if you see the address of X, okay, if you see the address of Y, and if you see the address of Z, they are exactly the same memory address. Even though we created 3 variables, but internally they won't create 3 different memory areas to store 5 3 times. Look, all the data same and same. Okay, so they only store 5 once time, and when we get Y one more time, okay, one more time, they say this data is already there at the address, so there is no reason to create 5 one more time. let's directly store the address of 5 that's there in the X. Just take it from there. Okay, so this is one of the thing Python do behind the scene, is somehow managing and saving your memory addresses or memory space. Okay, if you maybe in some program I want to store hello as a string 1 million time. Okay, let's say for storing one hello I need 1 MB space. So 1 MB into 1 million, that much space, unwanted waste, right? So in this context, they are using hello only once, and all the remaining millions time when they are using hello, they were pointing to the same space or same references. So this is a by the behavior of the Python, and that is a reason, okay, X variable is a different variable, Y is a different variable, but for Python perspective they are same, because they are having the same address. And that is the reason we have is keyword in the Python. Is the one who check, does both the variable name is different, but are pointing to the same memory address or same car parking slot, the example I explained to you? Answer yes, true. But let's say if I store one variable T, let's do data 10. Obviously this is a different data, they will give a different memory address for this. It's different and this is different. So say thus address of T and X is same. They are pointing to different addresses. Okay, and most probably they have different data obviously there, so they are false. So is a keyword who check the memory addresses or the references of both the variables. If they're same, they should give true, and otherwise they will false. Sometimes is also somewhere useful. I'll show you some example in the future classes or topic. Is also sometimes useful in checking some condition to do something. Okay, but is a keyword for checking does this value variable are same or not. Okay, so there's one point I want to explain you right now. Now based on this concept, I want to tell you one powerful concept, very interesting and very important. Okay, if you don't know this, there will be chances you can do multiple. You write a code and the code might corrupt. Okay, so just try to focus in this example very properly. For example, I have a list of students names, okay, or maybe IDs. Let's say one ID will be 1111, okay, or let me use the ID, let's say name called Jack, okay, some name we have, other name Pop, other name let's say Vimal, my name, and other let's say Chris, okay. So technically this is a number of data we have. So technically if you talk about the RAM perspective, okay, so this data will store something like this. So from uh, entire car parking, if you take the same example, car parking means your entire RAM. In this RAM we take one card slot, complete slot for storing Jack. Next card slot I will take to storing Pop. Next card slot I will take for storing Vimal. And let's say one card slot is taking 4 byte space, 4 byte space, 4 byte space, and 4 byte space. And next card slot will take for Chris, 4 byte space. Okay. So this is guys one of the beauty of the list is, okay, when you create a list with 4 different values or 4 different data, technically there are 4 different data, right? And we organize data in a list for just to organize purpose, I told you yesterday, okay. But internally, because this is list, so one, your programming language guys, make sure if this is list, okay, and guys, list is a concept actually based on a normal concept called array, right? And what is the beautiful thing of the array is, when you create an array means a list of data, okay, they always give a continuous parking slot, one after another. They want to skip, they will give continuously. Jack will be stored, Pop will be stored after Jack, then Vimal, then Chris, they will store continuously. So continuous memory location. Continuous, they give the memory allocation. They allocate the memory, all the list, right? Or also as array continuously. And why? There's a lot of extra performance benefit you gain. Right now I'm not discussing, but yeah, when you guys discuss more about memory management and when you learn more about proper way to writing the algorithm like in DSA classes, that kind of discussion we discuss a lot there, but again we don't require. But this one thing they do behind the scene, okay. But interesting thing is, okay, this guy has their own memory address, let's say is 100, and after 100, after 4 byte 104 Pop will store, after 4 byte 108 Vimal store, after 4 byte 112 Chris will store, okay. But this is a continuous, and that is a reason guys, in this variable this number will store. So name is a variable, or I can say reference, what it consume, what is stored, they store the address of first one, okay. And because we know the first one, remaining we can calculate very easily. If you want to retrieve Vimal, I know 1 2 3 place, 100 multiply with, add with 12, we can reach here, or add we can reach here. So something like this happening behind the scene. Again, very something like this happening behind the scene, right? Now why I'm explaining this point to you, finally I want to tell you here is, okay, a name is a variable, okay, but technically name is not actually storing your data. Data is actually storing in directly on the top of your RAM at some kind of the slots of 4 bytes. Why? Because Python give you 4 byte by default. By default means if data is bigger, they automatically increase the size to 8. If data become more big, they automatically increase the size to 12. This is by default nature of the Python again. Okay, but they store something like this. Okay, but this name variable doesn't store the data. They only store the address of the first one. Means they know, now they know the address of other guys also, because they are continuous. They don't randomly store here and there. If you want to store data randomly here and there, so normally in the programming world we have a concept called linked list. I'm not discussing this point, okay, but this is one concept we have through which we can store data randomly in the RAM. Sometimes it's useful, okay. But in the array, there's a concept, and list is based on the array, okay. here data always store continuously. Technically, finally what I want to say you here is, if you have this variable and if you know the first address, you can find out all the data. That is the reason whenever you write names 0 means whatever data you have the first address, tell me. If I had 1 means whatever data you have first and second index position, okay, then give me. So technically behind this thing they are doing some kind of mathematical calculation behind it. Okay, whatever you have the second person, I know second person would be after 4 bytes, they add 100 with 4, they will find this. So this is what kind of calculation they do behind the scene. Again, these are concepts not required. Why I'm explaining this to you, let's come to the main point. Okay, so finally names is just a variable, or I can say rather variables, it is a reference. It means it also they actually store the address. So this is the address, 224 is like 100 here. So this address, let's say is 224, is stored in this reference. Okay, now what happen if I create one more list of my same, let's say, students, okay, in this way. So whatever data we have in the names, same data stored in the final. Typically it look like this is a different variable and this is a different variable. Sorry. Okay, but guys, this equals to means here, this data that we have in the RAM, we are not copying one more time in the RAM. It look like, okay, we have this big RAM and we already have these list or array available in the RAM. List contain Jack, Pop, Vimal, Chris, Jack, Pop, Vimal, Chris. So when I do this operation, it look like we have copied one more time same data, Jack, Pop, Vimal and Chris, and this is what my name variables is, and this is what my final variable is. It looked like this, but it's not, guys. It's not. Okay, how Python work behind the scene? Whenever you write, okay, final is one variable to names. It means technically names never contain any data. They only contain the address of this list, or I can say array, physical address of the memory. Okay, so when you write equals to, it means whatever the address in the RAM we have, we are sending to the final. It means the final variable created and they are again pointing to the same address wherever the name is pointing. They are not creating anything new for you. The data has not been copied one more time. Again, you can think as in terms of saving the space. Okay, so it look like two different variable, even both the guys are giving the same data. Okay, because they've been assigned in this way. This is called assign operator. Okay, this assign operator, normally in the other programming world, it is maybe you can use assign operator, but typically this operator in the Python is known as creating the reference. What reference means, now the address of this guy, address of this guy are same address. Now what is the challenge here is, okay, it's not challenge actually, this is intentionally Python guys have done this, but challenge is if you those who don't know this concept, what happen now what happen, they feel this is a different variable altogether. So what they do, they will go to person number 2 and this value is Vimal, and maybe they might to change the Vimal with the Vimal full name. Let's say my full name is Vimal Daga. Okay, they feel they change in the person number 2 of final, and it has been changed also. But what happened, final has no separate copy of this data. Whatever you're doing with the final, actually updating in the same address over here, and same address been pointing by the name variables. So you think that you're changing the final, but they also change in your name variables also. See here, if I run the names, Without changing the name, it will update it. See here, updated. So in this context, this is very dangerous. So maybe you are a programmer, you think now this is the variables we have a name, and this variable we have setting some default password for all the account in my company. Okay, and then we will create some extra variable for it, final. Okay, and I am giving this variable name to my other team member and say, if you want to change some passwords and name, go and change it. And what are the change here? They are maybe using in some internal system, and let's say this is a system, this data is being publicly accessible, for example. Okay, but whatever change in the internal system, you feel it is there internal, nobody can see it, but actually it's been visible to the entire public, because this variable maybe you are exposed to the entire public. I'm just giving a hypothetical example here, but this is our big challenge we have in this way. Okay, so point here is what I'm trying to tell you. Finally, the point here is whenever you assign any variable, normal variable or the list variable, okay, if you change anything, this particular variable, the way I explain you, it will also update your main one from where you started. Okay, so there is, in this context, is very dangerous. So it's not the bad thing, it's a good thing what Python has given to you. Okay, given to you to save a lot of memory. Okay, and because it's very common thing, we create multiple temporary variables sometime to do some calculations, right? So there are also some programmer, what they do, they have the name variable and they create one more final variable like this. In most of programming languages, they create one more copy of it. Okay, and they get temporary final for a temporary purpose, but they create one more copy, so it will create a lot of unwanted extra space. Let's say this may be 2 GB space, so one more 2 GB space they create extra, and they waste a lot of memory. So in that context, this idea is very good. By chance, if somebody create this new, they won't create extra copy of it, they will work on the same data. But if those who are using Python, if you don't know this concept, then there's just a lot of issues create depend upon the logic of the programming. Okay, so that is the reason I would like to tell you. And in this context, if you think your data is very critical, if anybody want create a new copy of it, and you don't want they change this data accidentally the way I exchange here. Okay, I'm repeating guys this point. Let's say this data is very critical. Okay, this data is very critical. Let me write again one more time. Okay, and your requirement is you have to create one more variable to provide this data. Okay, and you don't want by chance or accidentally or intentionally, nobody will go and change this final data, so they will also impact your actual data here. That's called names. Okay, you don't want this. Actually, I changed the final, but they updated this one. I don't want this. Okay, so if you have this kind of use case, okay, this is a use case that I draw right now. In this use case, if you don't want this kind of issue come up by changing this, somebody changed my actual data for main variable that is been used by other way also. In this context, what can you do? You can make this list or this way of organized data in the list, okay, read only. Read only means right now, if you can change something on the data, it's called rewritable. Means we can change it. So by default, list is rewritable. But if you want to make the list read only, means nobody can change. And for this, we have one more data structure available for Python that is exactly like list. The only difference is that data structure is a read only. And to make a list read only, we can use this symbol, parenthesis. Okay, we just change the symbol. Now everything is exactly same, no difference. Names can also be printed, final can also get the same thing. Okay, address of both the guys, if you see names is final is also one way to check, address are same of both the guys. Okay, but Actually my names was read only, okay, so that file is also read only. So in this case, if somebody by chance mistakenly or anyhow try to change my final data, it won't allow. They fail. They say it's not supported. You're assigning new data, it is not supported. It is not supported. So thing won't be corrupted the way you want to. What are the example last I showed you. So depending upon requirement, if you have this facility, you can make this data read only. Okay, this is one thing. And in this context, if you want to convert your list into read only, then this data type is known as tuple. And guys, that is the difference between list and the tuple. The data type is called, or no data type I can say, because they are organized data. So I can say tuple is a one kind of data structure, like a list. So difference between tuple and the list is, okay, if you want to create a list, okay, if you want to create tuple make your entire data organization read only. And technically read only in the programming world is known as immutable. You can change it, we can't change it. They make the data immutable. That's a right term to say. And if you use the list, okay, list would be like a rewritable. We can change it, we can edit, we can append, we can remove. Any operation of modification we can do here. Typically it's known as mutable. We can change it. Okay, this is a term we say, and that is, guys, they say tuple is not allowed. Okay, so this is the one great example and the use case of tuple and the difference. So guys, normally in the document of Python it said tuple is immutable, list is mutable. We can't change that and the tuple, we can change that and list, something like this. That's true, but very limited guys know the right use cases why we need this. Okay, why we need this. So that is, guys, I wrote this entire storyline from here. That I start with memory and explain this way, so that you can understand the right use case, where to use, where not to use. Because if somebody say why we need a tuple, because I don't want to change anything. So we are the programmer, right? If you don't want to change in the program, don't change it. If you don't want to change, don't write any code that will change something for you. So why you need tuple then? Okay, so my point and context here is I'm trying to explain you the right process. Okay, so this is the context. If you set in your mind, or the process you set in the mind, then you automatically understood, okay, I have a list, I don't want to change the list in the future. Okay, so, and somebody might use the reference the way I explained to you in this way, and they might corrupt my entire data. So in this context come up, then maybe some kind of sensitive data, password kind of data, okay, or something else maybe. Then better planning, organizing the data would be a list. Okay, so to explain the difference between list and tuple, I explain and done more extra thing for you for extra knowledge perspective. Otherwise, all the operations that you do in the list, same thing you can do in tuple, you can do in the tuple. Okay, but only those operations that can't modify anything. For example, here these are the operations we can do in the tuple. Which operation? These operations, count and search. But there is no operation called append and delete, remove. So tuple is read only. We can only read the things, we can search the thing. That's what available. But otherwise, in the tuple we can do all the same operation. For example, start from 1 till 3. These operations is the same. In the tuple, we can say start from 1 this thing. So they print everything. So same operation we can perform, like slashing operator. We can do the for loop again same way. I want to put the name in I. So all the operation like this we can do exactly same with the tuple. Okay, and one thing to see the how we identify the tuple and the list. So list is we write in the square bracket, and tuple we normally write in parentheses. So this is one symbol we normally write to store the data. So if you have multiple data to store and organize the data, like a similar data, especially I can say name, ID, to organize a similar data, right? Then either we can use list or the tuple. This is read writable, mutable. This is read only, immutable. That's what we can use here. Okay, otherwise all the operation would be the same. Okay, this is one thing. So this is one. Um, so let's do, guys, one thing. There are multiple concepts I explained to you here. Okay, then now I would like to move to one very important concept that is we use a lot very frequently, even though especially when we try to draw an algorithms. That's called functions, right? And if you don't know function, nothing much you can do in any of the programming world, because classes and remaining portions and maybe methods, everything is purely based on the functions, right? So after, let's go for a small break. After break, we will first directly start on how to write the functions and the best practices of the functions and all the different way we can write the functions and much more things. Okay, so let's go for a small break of 25 minutes. So according to my system, okay, we will continue with 14:25 IST time. Okay, we'll resume the break at this time. So see you guys in some time, around 24-25 minutes, and we'll continue with the next point. See you guys, take care. So guys, welcome back, and let's continue. So till now guys, we have discussed multiple different concepts and most of the concept is very much specific to Python as a programming language. But whenever I pick any concept, I first explain you a general concept, means what is list, what is tuple, what is if condition, what is memory, okay, and how to use the these things, right? But then I also explain you how Python is well defined and try to make the things very simple and very much sophisticated. So these are the few concepts guys I explained to you. Okay, now let's move to the next concept that is very much common in almost in any of the programming language. So the idea would be something like this. Let's say we have some steps to be performed. So guys, we have, I think I'm just checking my network connectivity from last, I think 4 to 5 minutes. I was out of the network connectivity that I feel. So let me again go through the same pointer. So right now guys, what I'm trying to explain you, I'm going to take one new topic that is very very important and almost in every programming language we use a lot. The concept called functions. That's what. So what is the idea behind the function, right? We can think and understand the function in multiple way. One of the better way to understand the function is, let's say we have certain problem, okay, and to solve any problem, right, we have to use certain steps. Mostly the problem doesn't solve in one single step. Okay, so we will use step number one, then we move to next step and next step and next step, depend upon the problem to problem. Multiple steps you have to perform, and after writing and doing the right steps, finally what you will see, this certain problem can be solved. Okay, problem may be anything. If you try to relate with your real world, let's say you want to cook something, so there's some certain step. You have to buy some food first, then you have to clean the food, then go to kitchen and do something. So depend upon the problem to problem, multiple steps you have to perform. But again, depend upon the problem, your step will be done or will be different, or can be different, I can say. Okay, so what I'm trying to tell you guys here is, if you have any problem and to solve that particular problem, whatever steps you write to finally solve this problem, those steps plugged together are known as algorithm. Means you can say that we have created this algorithm to solve this particular problem. Okay, but algorithm is just an idea. For example, if I say that I have a problem that I want to I want to buy something, or I want to see the movie. So watch the movie is you can think is a one problem, and or I can say my requirement, this may be better term, or this is my use case, maybe a more better term. So I can say I will do this step. I will first I'll take my mobile phone, go to the respective website, book the movie ticket, then I will drive to the cinema hall and then watch the movie. So multiple steps I have. Again, all the steps, if I have done, then my requirement is been solved, is to watch the movie. So all the steps is become your algorithm. But normally, guys, right now I'm just saying it. But you want to perform this algorithm, okay, and especially in the computers world, if you want to perform this algorithm, then these steps you have to write somewhere. Okay, step 1, step 2, all the steps you have to write somewhere. Okay, and then these steps you have to give some name. These are the steps. I can say this is the block of the step, right? And these steps you have to give us some name. Okay, so whatever name you give, let's say this blog, maybe I would like give the name as book a movie, for example. So if somebody asks you what this blog will do, what is the name of the blog, I say movie. And what this blog will do, when I go inside this blog, they will tell me the steps by step how to book the movie. So technically in the programming world, okay, this block is normally known as a function. But a function means who give functions to something. Function means who will give some functionality so that you can perform something. So technically, what I'm trying to tell you here is a function is a way through which you can solve something, you can do something. It will be anything, maybe small thing, you want to mail somebody, or you want to send an SMS, or you want to, you have some requirement that, let's say you have some data, you want to go to every data, and in this data you want to find some name, and after finding the name you want to send the mail, or you send some SMS notifications, whatever it would be. So for one requirement, to achieve one thing, okay, all those steps we can group together, plug together, put in one box. That's called block, or block of code, or suite of code also known as. Okay, and this block of code we can give some name. Then that name is, guys, normally known as function name. Okay, but you have to properly plan it. So wherever you create a block of code, you should know this block of code is solving something for you. It's doing something, solving one particular problem for you. Okay, so if you can solve one particular problem by some block of code, then this code and entire block of code is known as function. Okay, but same thing we had already done, right? Same thing if you see in our code, some of the problem we have solved. For example, if like one simple problem here, we'll make it very quickly. For example, this is one problem we have, and what this problem is doing, this is helping me to change my number from one number, and they make it power of 2. So this is also one problem we have. So somebody giving this information, and based on the information I write this statement 1, statement 2, statement 3, multiple steps I write in order to achieve my goal. My here goal is very simple and single goal we have, that is I want to power my output. Okay, so does this a function? I can say yes, this is a function, but to make it more clear and crisp, I can say function normally we would like to put in the box also. What I mean by this, in the future, if somebody say you want to again run the same code, you can type again, you have to again type it and again run it. Okay, so normally, guys, you have to identify in such a way that whatever the common thing that you have to keep on doing again and again. If you think this is what you have to do only once, okay, then you can type the code directly in this way and run it. But if you think same thing, powering the 2 of sending the mail, sending the WhatsApp, this is a very common thing you have to do again and again and again. Okay, rather than this, type this code again and again in your main file. Doesn't make any sense. It will increase the code, and also wasting your time. Okay, so what can you do? This entire block you can put, entire code you can put in one big block, like a curly braces. So from here we block start and the block close, and this block you can give some name. Let's say the block name will be maybe power, for example, or my power. Give some block a name. Okay, so the beauty of this block, now if you want to type this code again, you don't have to type the entire code again. I can just give the block name where somewhere here. When I type this entire block, I will give this block name here. Okay, so in simple term, if you want have certain steps to be performed, okay, and this step is something doing for you also, there's also one way to think. Okay, I want to run this certain step again and again. I don't know when, but we might need it because a lot of guys sometimes confuse the function with a loop also. Loop, if you use for loop or the while loop, it means I'm pretty sure I want to run this block 10 times or 100 times. But this is not our requirement. Our requirement is I have this lines and steps of or block of code I want to run in the future. I don't know when, but whenever I need, I want to run it. In that case, I don't want to type this block of code again or this step again. So that easy reason, this block of code you can put in this block and give this block a name, and this name is known as your function name, and this entire box is called function. Now that is the idea of the function. Okay, but in the Python, if you want to create a function, so we have a one keyword called def. Def means we are defining the function. You can give a function any name. Okay, and you guys know in the Python, any block of code you don't write in the curly braces. Instead of curly braces, what you do, you normally give the indent. That's all, guys. This is how you can create the function. Okay, but again, in the Python, you guys know this keyword we always write close with colon. And because this my power is a function name, due to some reason, every function name, guys, when you define, you write a parenthesis. Why you write parenthesis in some minute I will explain to you. Okay, this is how we can create the function. Okay, now whenever you want to use this function or want to run this code, now you don't have to type this code again and again. What you can do, you can go in your code somewhere and you want to run this code at some point in time, you can ask, I have already defined my function somewhere, I don't want to type all the hundreds and thousands of lines of code, I would like to run it, but here so in this case you can write this symbol, and by this symbol you can asking wherever this function is, I want to run it, and this is called call. You can call the function. Okay, you can call the function and you get the output. Okay, let me print the output here only. Okay, so in this function I'm going also writing the print called output. Okay, so when we call the function, we get the output whatever it's been printed here. Okay, so I explain you function. I could explain you function in simplest way also. Okay, the simplest way would be more look like this, that I have multiple lines of code, print hi. Okay, I have this code with me, 1 minute. Okay, I have x equal to 5, then print x. Okay, and I want to run this code again and again whenever I want, even though if I run my code right now, they print everything, but I don't want to run right now. In the future I want to run, so this entire code I can put in one block, and that block is called function. You can give any name with parenthesis, colon, and this would be a function. Now because this function, the beautiful thing is, right now if you run, it won't run it. We just define it. That is the reason we use the keyword called define. We define this, I want this, whenever we want. So in the future you will do something, and when you want to run this code, you can call this function, or you can ask this function to run. That point in time, this function will run with the print hi and the so function would be if a block of statement or block of code, if you put in one box, that is called function. And benefits would be you don't have to write this code again and again. You don't have to repeat means you don't have to rewrite your code again and again. Whenever you want to call, you can call it. And a lot of guys sometimes has a confusion. This is not like a loop also doing same thing, same code they are repeating, but in the loop you have to fix it 10 times, 20 times. That much time you fix, they will run for you that point only. But in the function, this code I can call, let's say I would like to do some other code, I will type something, then I do something else, and I feel I have to call this function again. Whenever we need, we can call, and that lines of code will run for you. So the simplest way you can understand, but I want to explain you in this way. Why? Because normally the right use case of function is to solve certain point or certain problem. Okay, this function is not doing any logical thing for us. Okay, mainly whenever you're planning to create a function, you need to think that this does they are solving something, that they are doing anything for you. Second thing you have to think about, okay, does this functionality or this thing will keep on repeating in the future, so we need this code again and again in the future. If this criteria match, then that is right, that would be the better time to create the function. Otherwise, if you create this way also, that's okay, there's nothing technical wrong. But because in the real world you have to write a huge code, so planning and the managing and organizing the code is also very important. So in that perspective, having the proper plan of the function is very important. For example, that's what I've done here. So maybe I had a requirement in the future. The requirement would be something like this: I want to do this thing again and again. Okay, so this is the one who is solving one problem. The problem would be they are acquiring it, and I know my requirement is this is what I want to do again and again in the future. So that is the reason I put the entire code in one function. Okay, when I run this right now, it won't run, but whenever I need, I can call this function by the name with the symbol. What the symbol will do, I will explain in a minute, but they will run for you. Maybe in the afterwards also, I will run here also. I can again call, again run it. Okay, whenever I call, they will do the thing, whatever steps has been defined. Okay, so idea would be, again, if I come back to this page, whenever I want to do something as a problem, you just define the steps, maybe in some pen and paper, maybe in your mind, what are steps you perform, you create it, in maybe in the pen and paper, maybe in the mind. Those steps are known as algorithm. Why I say the algorithm? Because they are the one who solve some problem. They will do something for you. Okay, and this algorithm or the idea, if you want to perform from the computers, then this algorithm can be converted in a code with the help of function. Okay, so anything that is can see here in the code is called function, but idea is called algorithm. So technically algorithm and function is the same kind of thing. Process, plan, solving thing is algorithm, and when you write those process into a code, then they are known as function. Otherwise, technically it means function and algorithm is almost the different term used in different areas, but all logically they are same. Okay, this is one thing. Now based on this discussion, guys, okay, we'll discuss more about this what I'm trying to tell you here, but let's talk some more about function and how to use it. Okay, so let's say I have a function here. Okay, and let's say my plan is something like this. I have x equals to 5, y equals to 10, and I want to add this number, put in the z, and I want to print the z. So these are steps I have, but I don't want to write and run right now. But if you run your program, they will run for you. But if you requirement that you don't want to run right now, so in that is also one of the contexts we can put this guy into a function, let's say Linux word function. Okay, and this is a block of code, so you have to properly indent. In this case, we put in the function block, it won't run. Now whenever you call, it will run for you. Okay, but guys, sometime, okay, you have to create a function that is a very much flexible function. Flexible means now when I call this function anytime in the future, they always give me output 50. Always 50. Sometimes it may be useful. Okay. Maybe example, maybe this function, what the duty of this function, when I call the function, they will go somewhere in my website and download my mobile number. Okay, and that mobile number they print here. So always guys, they will always give the mobile number only. So in this case, this kind of function is good. But in this particular example, what I want to do a sum. Okay, but not 5 and 10. Here, whoever calls this function, I want to give them the flexibility. They will decide what they want to sum. So they can send the number, I want to sum of 6 and I want to sum of 7. Okay, so whoever call this function, whoever use this functionality, they decide what number they want to do sum. Rather in this case, if I run, it will fail. Okay, why is fail? So for this, let's one small concept here. Okay, one small concept here. Whenever guys, if you try to store any data in programming world, your data is always stored in some of the variable. Without variable, you can't store the data, and without variable, you can't use the data anywhere. Okay, what I mean by this, right now 6 and 7 is a data. Okay, and I want to use this data somewhere. Where I want to use this data in this function. So whenever you are giving some data, you need some variable where you can store this data, and this variable you have to write somewhere here. Let's say I and j. So whenever we call this function, so whenever we create the function, that time you have to plan that I want this function to be a little flexible. Anybody from outside the world who will use this function, they will send some data to me, and first data I store in I, second data I will store in a variable called j. So it means 6 is stored in I and 7 is stored in j. Okay, and guys, here these variables are known as variables, but typically these variables in the functional world are known as argument. Here we get a 2 argument. Why? Because my plan is to take 2 input from the users who want to use me. And get that was the error coming up. They say function takes 0 argument because initially here 0 and you are giving 2 inputs. We don't have any way to store. Now if I run this function, now in this case if I run this function here, there is no error come up. So 6 finally stored in I, 7 finally stored in j. But now it is your choice what you want to do with I and j. So do you want to print I? You want to print I, print it. So what you want to do with I, that will be your choice. So they print the value of I. Or you don't want to print it, maybe your requirement will be you want to replace the value of 5 with I and 10 with j. Because my motto is whatever value I pass here is stored in x, whatever value I pass here is stored in y. We can sum it so that we can give the output file. Now in this case, now this function has become very much flexible. Now whatever data we pass, my function will give the sum. So this is what a function I created, because according to our requirement, maybe in my code, there's a lot of cases we're gonna come up where I want to find the sum. So sum is the one problem we have, and we have find out the steps of the sum, the first step, second step, and third step, fourth step, and we know if I write these steps, I got my final sum. So this is my algorithm, and convert my algorithm in this code, and this code I give it the name, and this name is called function. Okay, so this function is meant for one thing. What? They will give the sum. Now we are flexible. Whenever we call the function, that time we can pass this value, and accordingly we get the sum. Okay, and that is a reason, guys, why in the function we write a parenthesis, so that we can pass these values. Okay, this is one thing. And second thing is, guys, logically when you are passing a value, it is the one we decided. For example, I am the user Vimal. I decided I want to find a sum of 9 and 8. I decided. So 9 and 8 will be sum. Or because I decided, so there is no meaning to change this value. Whatever I decide, accordingly to perform it. Okay. So that is the reason, guys, the syntax will be more look like tuple. You know, tuple, we store the data in some way, in this way. 9 and 8. What is this? It's tuple. Okay, so we see, let's say I store the data in R variable, and if you see the type of it, is tuple. And why I'm explaining this tuple point again here, because in some minute it will help us in a minute. So technically I can say whatever data you pass. Okay, so here 6 is the data you pass, 7 data you pass. Whenever you pass any data on which you want to work something on, okay, this data is mostly known as parameter. So I am passing 2 variable, also 2 data or 2 parameter. This parameter stored in my variable are known as normally argument. Okay, but because I am passing this data, I want according to this data they have to perform it. So internally in the function they will send as a tuple perspective. They will go as a tuple. So what is use of? So why I'm saying tuple here, because something extra we can do by this. What and how I'll explain in a minute. But typically this is called two argument function because we have two argument here. Okay, and because we have two argument, it means if you call a function without any parameter, they fail. There's a function need two arguments, I and j, but you haven't passed anything. So if you try to give any number like 5, they say function need 2, but you only send 1. So because we define a function with a function name and say 2 argument need, it means anybody who use this function, they have to pass 2 argument is a compulsory. Not less than 2, not more than 2. For example, you try to pass more, they fail. The function only accept 2 argument, but you pass 4, so they fail. You have to pass exactly the same. So technically this line is known as signature. So function signature. Signature means, okay, the function say if anybody won't use me, you have to give my name and they have to give these two value of this argument or variables. If anybody follow the signature or this pattern, then only I work, otherwise I won't work. Okay, this also some term you can use here. Okay, now let me add some more point here in this area. That's whenever you create a function, okay, mostly there's a scenario, right, when you want to create a function, okay, the function will perform something for you, okay, but whoever call this function, let's say I want to sum, let's say 7 and 7, so I am the one who calling this function, okay, but maybe I want to sum 7 and 7, but this output I want to store in some variable. I don't want to print here, okay, because maybe sometimes function will get some important data from maybe some secret data and password. I don't want my function will print it. Okay, so if you don't want function will print it, don't write the print here. Comment this. That's all. Okay, so when I run this function, they won't print here. But finally they submit, and this the value is shown in the Z. But what I want, what I want here, when my function will submit, they will give me the output so that I can store in some variable here as a y. This is my requirement. Okay. In this case, my function will sum 7 and that is become 14. They give the output in Z. And now in this case, if you try to see the value of y, nothing come up. Nothing, guys. If you see, nothing come up. Okay. So maybe let's try with print. Now when this call this function, they give the 10. And when I run this function, its output will be 14. And because output 14, let's see what happened. 14 print. But let's see the value of y. Again, nothing. Nothing come. So what I'm trying to tell you guys here is, okay, mostly 99.99% whenever you are creating a function, you are doing something, and when you're doing something, you always need the output. 99.9% you always need the output. And in 99% cases, you don't want output to be print on the screen. But this output you want to store in some variable so that this output you can use somewhere else. Okay. In that context, okay, print is not at all usable, even though we don't recommend to use print here. Okay. In this case, I know my output is there in the Z. In this case, we have one keyword called return. And guys, this is use of the return keyword. So I'm asking this function, whenever anybody call you, okay, so let me give now final syntax of the entire function. So I'm asking the function, if anybody want to use you, that is called call the function, call you. That point in time, based upon your signature, if you take the input or you have the argument, so they can send the input. Based on your input, inside your code, there's a code, whatever and however you want to use the input, use it. Okay, use your functionality and what algorithm we have created, run the algorithm, perform something, do some operations. Okay, what do I want to do? Okay, and according to the plan, whatever the final output anybody decided, send this output to us. Means send the output to the one who call you. There only. Send the output to one. Then. And to send the output, we have to use the return keyword. And what output you send? You have to give your variable name or directly the data. Okay, so input is what? This from here we can give the input. So this is the area from where we give the input. Okay, this is the area where we write our algorithm, and this is the area where we return something. Okay, so that's what we have created here. Now if anybody call, that time function run, nothing print, because we haven't used print here because we don't want to print, but the output of this function is stored in y. Now how I know? You can see it's stored in the y. So this output we can use somewhere else in the future where I want to use it. Okay, so mostly guys, 99.9% this is the very common function definition we always write. Take the input, use the input, writing some operation, and return something based upon the requirement. That's what we always do. Okay, now next point would be, this again very interesting to know. Let's say I have function, okay, and what I want, I would like to take a multiple inputs. Let's say 4 input or 4 arguments I have. Okay, and what I want to do, all this argument I want to sum, and let's say store in the z, and let me remove these lines. I don't need this, like this. So all the input you are passing, you are summing up and put in z, and we return the z. This is one function we have. Now in this function we have a constraint. You have to always pass 4 arguments. It would be maybe something like this: 1, 4, 5, or 6. Okay, then they print. And guys, right now the printing, not because we are printing here, because right now we are into REPL, means Python live interpreter. Live interpreter guys by default always print. Okay, if you type print or not, they will always print, so don't be confused by this number. So this line is exactly equals to print behind the scene. That is the reason they're printing. But if you run this code in your normal text file, then run the Python, you will see it won't print. Okay, so typically if you write this line or this line in the Python live interpreter or in the Jupyter, okay, both the lines are same, because this live interpreter will print automatically for you. Okay, so don't be confused with this line. Otherwise, let's say we are storing the variable called p, or let's say in C variable, and let's just print the C. Now here what I'm trying to tell you here, in any of the programming language, if you type 4 argument, 4 parameter you have to pass. But I don't want to go for this constraint. What I want to do, I don't know how many data my user want to send, and whatever data I want to send, they would like to submit. Okay, that's the fail. They send 12, but they only send 4. They submit. So what can we do here? Okay, in this function, we can get a function, let's say mySum function, and if you have this kind of requirement, okay, that I don't know how many value my customer or my user who are going to use the function going to send, so you can use the variable, but you can use the star variable keyword here. Okay, star means by putting the star, your normal variable will be converted into tuple. Okay, and because tuple has the capability to store lots of data. So for example, let me print here just for checking what is the value of x. Now when I call this function, now the powerful thing about the function is I can pass n number of data, they won't fail. See here? So all data is stored in x, and we print the x, they print here, and guys, they print in the tuple. So that nobody can change the data directly on the x, because this is what my user send. I want whatever user send, I want to do on the same data without any change. So by default they create, we can convert it into list, this is a different point, but by default they give you a tuple only. Okay, so this is one thing. So even though if we check the type of x also, so the data type of x is tuple. This is one thing. Now based on this concept, now if I want to sum it, so how can I sum this value? So very simple, I can use a for loop and say go in x, take the first value, okay, and print it. But I don't want to print what the value come up. I will start with j equals 0, that is showing my first day, yesterday. I will sum with j and update the j. Okay, that's all. So my first value 34 is stored in I plus j initially is 0, then 0 plus 5 was 34, and now j value is 34. Again my loop run, I pick 6 is stored in I plus the older value is 34, become new, less is 40, and keep on running. So finally after this entire loop run, my final output of sum will be stored in j, and j I can return. That's all. Now this code is very flexible. Any function type, means this function is run with any kind of data, they will give the final sum. Example, I call one more time. Let's say I want to sum of 1, 2, 3, 4, make it 10. So this code is become relatively flexible. Okay, based upon my input, they store all data in single variable, because they are tuple, and on this variable, what you want to do, that will be your choice. That will be your choice. Okay, so that's what we have done. The same concept I will have to apply here. So this is the code we have created. This code. So in this code, copy and paste here. In this code, we have one limitation. Okay, the limitation is whenever I call this function, they always give this output. Okay, it means anytime you call, anyone who call, they will always give the same output. So the good function is the one, okay, who can give the capability to take the input, and based on the input, they will perform the algorithm, they will perform the data, and accordingly they give the output. This is always a good practice of the function. Very rarely I want a function that will give always the same output, but 99.99% we want a function who give this flexibility to us. Okay, and why we don't have the flexibility? Because here we this function not taking any input. Inside this they put the fixed data. So what can we do in this function? We can take the variable, let's say data variable is a variable name, and I say there will be multiple data gonna come up, I can make it star. So rather we give fixed data here, we comment this line. We don't need this. Then I ask my for loop work on this data, what are we giving? Okay, and take a loop. Okay, don't use data if you have 3 bytes come up, then power it and append the data in this temporary variable. Okay, and maybe I don't want to print the data, because if you print any output, there is no way to store this data and final output in any variable. Maybe this final output, what I'm trying to tell you, let me show you. Now this function guys become a little flexible. If I call this function, okay, like even though they're not failing any error, why? Because I don't find anything, so I got an empty tuple.